Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of August 19, 2025 is hereby called to order. Good morning to all present, viewing and listening. Of course, I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Today marks the official conclusion of the fiscal year 2026 budget hearings. Of course, we have a few alibis, and we'll be, as well as some cancellation that we'll be considering. The budget cycle began June 3rd with the budget overview. Since then, the committee has met over 20 times, gathering financial and operational information from the government and semi-autonomous agencies that will inform our work to create a balanced budget. These budget hearings are taking place under the shadow of extremely challenging federal environment. Midway through the budget cycle, the reconciliation bill, also known as the Big Beautiful Bill, was enacted. Both the executive branch and this body continue to analyze the bill and not only consider the financial impact of reduced federal funding on the general fund, but also assess the impact on our programs, services, and community. I thank everyone across the territory who has tuned in to the hearings, contacted our offices with their questions, and participated in the process. These hearings are an excellent opportunity and give you some perspective on the government's operations, including challenges, accomplishments, and goals. I appreciate my colleagues, committee members and non-committee members for their steadfast commitment to the fiscal year 2026 budget process. Today, the committee will hear from the Department of Tourism and the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, who will defend their budget requests of $39 million and $5,746,152 respectively. The committee will also welcome the governor's financial team for the budget wrap-up. At this time, I'd like to advise anyone in the audience to please turn your cell phone off or turn them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, August 19, 2025, 9 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., Department of Tourism, invited testifier Jennifer Matarangas-King, Commissioner Nominee. Block 2, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Invited testifier, Craig F. Benjamin, Executive Director. Block 3, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will receive testimony from the Government Financial Team on the Fiscal Year 2026 Executive Budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Honorable Kevin G. McCurdy, Commissioner. Julio Rima, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. Brent Laird, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Ludens Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Adrian Williams, Actaline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Dr. Haldine Davis, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Team Tourism seated at the testifiers table, so at this time we'll go to them for introduction. Good morning, Commissioner Nominee, Ms. Jennifer Matarangas-King.
Good morning. Good morning, Finance Committee Chair, Honorable...
Just intro at this time.
Okay.
Just introduce yourself and then we'll come to this.
Jennifer Matarangas-King, Commissioner Nominee for the USVI Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Alan E. Henneman.
Please turn on the mics.
Good morning.
Go ahead, try again.
Good morning, Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism, USVI.
Ms. Hanson.
Good morning, Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Please turn on the mics. Try that again, Shamari.
Good morning, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, USVI, Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Jamelia Miller, Director of Administration and Management.
Good morning to all. At this time, I know that you have a short video. We'll go ahead and run that before you
Correct.
do your presentation.
Thank you.
You may proceed, media, with the reel. Very well, thank you. Thank you for that. Very good. This time, you have another one? All right.
Lives, where stories are shared and where community thrives. At Leatherback Brewing Company, it's more than just craft beer. It's a celebration of Crucian flavor and island pride in every sip. Locally brewed, globally loved, and always rooted in community. From tank to can, each batch is handled with precision and care, distributing Crucian pride and flavors for the USVI and beyond. Then there's the legendary Chicken Shack, La Pollera de Miji, where smoky charcoal, crispy skin, and warm smiles make you feel like family. For locals and visitors alike, it's where stories are shared over plates of perfectly roasted chicken and Johnny cakes and seasoned rice. More than just food, Chicken Shack represents the heart of Crucian hospitality. Another gem in the heart of St. Croix is Blue's Backyard Barbecue, a cornerstone of community on St. Croix. What started as a passion for slow smoked meats has grown into a gathering place where locals and visitors connect over plates of tender brisket, juicy ribs, and all of the soulful sides that make you feel right at home. At Blues, the smoke pit isn't just where the magic happens, it's where conversations spark, laughter flows, stories are passed, and communities gather. And at Scion Farm Distillery, tradition meets innovation, standing as a vibrant symbol of the island spirit, literally and figuratively. Home to the handcrafted Mutiny Island vodka, made from breadfruit, this distillery is redefining what it means to produce world-class spirits with deep local roots. But Scion Farm Distillery is more than a production facility. It's a community hub. Locals gather here not just to enjoy craft cocktails and island-inspired dishes, but to celebrate culture, music, and connection. With its open-air layout and welcoming atmosphere, it's a place where Crucians and visitors alike can toast to the past, present, and future of St. Croix.
Thank you very much for those two video presentations. Again, it reflects our culture and what's happening in terms of tourism, and we appreciate the public's able to view some of those positive accomplishments. At this time, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning. Good day, Finance Committee Chair, Honorable Senator Novel E. Francis, committee members, and senators of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer Matarangas-King, USVI Department of Tourism Commissioner nominee. Pursuant to your invitation, I appear in chambers today to present the Department of Tourism's budget testimony for fiscal year 2026. Today, I'm accompanied by Assistant Commissioner of Marketing and Communications, Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Hanson-Watley, Deputy Commissioner Shamari Haynes, Director of Administration and Management, Jamelia Miller, and Director of Festivals, Ian Turnbull. The United States Virgin Islands continues to solidify its place as a preeminent travel destination within the Caribbean and worldwide. Supported by consistent arrival numbers and industry-leading marketing initiatives, 2025 demonstrates the importance of maintaining our core standard, which highlights our unique history and culture, while elevating our global brand presence. As a proud Virgin Islander who recently stepped into this role, I'm ecstatic about the continued elevation of the team's industry-leading work, which has brought prosperity to the entire U.S. Virgin Islands. Our team, the Department of Tourism staff, and our marketing and public relations agencies continues pushing the envelope to maximize the territory's brand impact and global awareness. Carefully nurtured travel and trade relationships with key industry partners have led to the destination's sustained tourism growth. We continue to engage and stay top of mind through aviation, cruise, festival, travel, trade, sales, in-market events, and tourism-related organizations such as the Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO, the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, CHTA, the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, FCCA, the U.S. Travel Association, and Destinations International. This year, we have seen significant wins in the aviation sector in both the St. Croix and St. Thomas districts, including the launch of a Chicago to St. Croix flight by American Airlines, the relaunch of JetBlue service to St. Croix from San Juan, and the expansion of Sun Country service into St. Thomas from Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota. The most recent announcements from Southwest Airlines adds new service to the territory and establishes 2 routes into St. Thomas from Orlando and Baltimore, strengthening this lucrative established market while giving travelers additional flight options to visit the USVI. Territory-wide, 2026 airlift is projected to surpass our 2024 record-breaking year that welcomed almost 1 million overnight guests to our shores. When comparing January to June airlift data, seat capacity for 2026 is 706,689, 5% higher than 2024. With the increased load factors that we are currently experiencing, these numbers have proven our ability to not only sustain our increased airlift, but also to use our destination's strong brand and demand to secure growth for the upcoming winter travel season. Airlift growth is reinforced by the expansion and enhancement of accommodations across the U.S. Virgin Islands, offering travelers an ever-broadening range of options and strengthening the territory's appeal in a competitive global market. The opening of the Hampton by Hilton and the Saint Resort, along with the revitalized Frenchman's Reef properties, has added more than 620 rooms to the St. Thomas and St. John districts. At the same time, the charm and character of boutique hotels and short-term rentals continue to flourish, delivering personalized, curated experiences that keep visitors returning year after year. Properties such as Livongo Resort and Beach Club are expanding their offerings, while renovations at the Waves at Cane Bay and the revitalization of landmark destinations like the King Christian in St. Croix and Hotel 1829 in St. Thomas showcases the ongoing investment in high-quality guest experiences. These developments, paired with a sustained industry-leading average daily rate of $664, is a testament to the territory's appeal and the effective marketing strategies led by the Department of Tourism. Excuse me 1 second. I apologize. Oh my goodness.
Headlines provided by Google.
I apologize. That was an alarm. I am so sorry. Give me 1 second. I thought everything was off. The alarm wasn't. Sorry about that. As the development on land continues to grow, visitation by sea is also on the rise, with cruise calls and passenger arrivals for the 2025 to 2026 season projected to increase by 23% in St. Thomas and 12% in St. Croix. The cruise industry's outlook remains strong, with the territory earning continued recognition from leading publications such as Caribbean Journal and Port Ho Cruise as the best cruise destination in the region. Additionally, the most recent Business Research and Economic Advisors study ranks St. Thomas second in average passenger spending among all Caribbean destinations. This continued growth reflects intentional strategy and consistent execution. Through a coordinated blend of public relations, advertising, and digital engagement, the Department of Tourism strengthens the territory's profile and sets the U.S. Virgin Islands apart from regional competitors. Efforts include proactive media outreach, targeted marketing, ambassador partnerships, paid media placements, social content, and precision digital advertising. Monthly consumer newsletters reaching an audience of more than 300,000 globally share timely travel information and highlight promotions such as the Vibe campaign, which encourages travel to St. Croix by offering hotel stay credits at participating properties. To date, the department has welcomed nearly 1,500 visitors to St. Croix, totaling more than $375,000 distributed to hotel partners. In addition, a dedicated airline industry newsletter was established last year to keep aviation stakeholders informed of developments across the territory, reinforcing connectivity and fostering continued partnership growth. The Department of Tourism continues to lead the region in innovative marketing, leveraging high-impact sports and entertainment partnerships to engage key travelers in meaningful and memorable ways. Strategic alliances with major league teams, including the New York Jets, New York Mets, Chicago Cubs, Boston Red Sox, and the LPGA, have contributed to a measurable 32% increase in bookings, underscoring the effectiveness of these campaigns. Participation in marquee entertainment and lifestyle events such as One Music Festival, the Food and Wine Classic in Aspen, and Dreamville Festival enabled the team to connect directly with priority feeder markets, bringing the sights, sounds, and flavors of the U.S. Virgin Islands to life while expanding our reach and strengthening our database of engaged travelers. Sports and lifestyle marketing don't just extend to outside of the territory, as the department actively markets a destination for sporting events. The USVI is currently home to the St. Thomas International Regatta, Yes Tournament, the USVI Cup, 8 Tough Miles, and the Paradise Jam Collegiate Basketball Tournament, which airs on ESPN, ESPN2, and ESPN Plus, reaching approximately 70 million U.S. households. Industry events such as Routes World and America's Sea Trade Cruise Global, IMEX America, IPW, U.S. Travels Esto, Destinations International, Caribbean Hotel and Resort Investment Summit, IMM, Caribbean Travel Marketplace, and World Travel Market play a critical role in developing the essential B2B relationships that support the territory's growth as a leader in the travel and tourism sector. The department brings the territory's culture to these events through authentic elements like makajumbis, dancers, and locally crafted offerings showcasing the true spirit of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Local government stakeholders, including members of the legislature, cruise ports, Port Authority, and hospitality partners provide vital support and strategic insight at key industry events, strengthening our collective presence in target markets. Beyond major industry events, our offshore sales team actively promotes the U.S. Virgin Islands by cultivating lasting relationships with travel advisors, meeting planners, and targets in key international and mainland U.S. markets. From the prestige of Virtuoso Travel Week to the dynamic atmosphere of the Travel and Adventure Show Series, each engagement reinforces our position as the Caribbean's premier destination for both leisure and business travel in 2025 and beyond. The territory's 3 Reasons to Fet continues to be an essential pillar of the destination's tourism sector. The 2025 Carnival season underscored the U.S. Virgin Islands' continued growth as a hub for cultural celebration and economic impact across all 3 islands, with vendor participation up 10% year over year across all 3 carnivals. Sponsorships increased by nearly 67% year over year across all three events, deepening public-private partnerships and reinvestment opportunities. Festival highlights from 2025, some of them you just saw, included record-breaking Village Night performances across all islands and continued strong carnival-related arrivals, maintaining momentum from our exceptional 2024 season. As a result, USVI festivals contributed up to $10 million in local economic impact based on average daily spending, data collected from our event surveys and Bureau of Economic Research, BER, flight arrival statistics. Another highlight of the year connected to festival culture was the Uber Soca Cruise, whose Juve celebration attracted over 5,000 attendees and showcased the vibrant spirit of the Virgin Islands. Additional signature events supported by the Department of Tourism, including King of the Wing, the Agriculture Fair, Taste of St. Croix, and Caribbean Posh Weekend, further reinforced the territory's positioning as a premier destination for dynamic year-round festivals and culture tourism. As the department continues to promote the territory globally, we recognize the importance of community connectivity and supporting local partners throughout the tourism industry. Now in its second year, the Destination Optimization Program has expanded significantly with nearly 700 local businesses fully listed on visitusvi.com and Google, up from just 200 at the program's launch last year. In the coming fiscal year, the program will focus on the St. Croix district, elevating local businesses by providing support and education on industry standards to maximize their visibility to visitors. Viewing tourism through a community lens, the department invests in the future by engaging in a variety of youth-centered initiatives. These include the Tourism Speaks program and partnerships with organizations such as the Caribbean Tourism Organization for the Regional Tourism Youth Congress and the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association's annual essay contest. Further supporting youth empowerment, the department, in collaboration with Government House, hosted its first annual Future Female Leaders Luncheon during Women's History Month in March. Looking ahead, fiscal year 2026 holds great promise for the Department of Tourism as we continue to market and elevate the U.S. Virgin Islands brand locally, regionally, and globally. Our efforts will focus on expanding reach, attracting new and returning visitors, and showcasing our rich culture, stunning landscapes, and warm, welcoming people. We have included our current FY2025 budget breakdown, which supports traditional and digital advertising, sales and marketing, strategic partnerships, public relations, and community involvement. The budget recommendation for FY2026 is $39 million, directly mirroring our FY25 budget. The recommendations of the budget will cover all operational costs for the department's salaries and fringe benefits, contracts, office expenses, special division operations, offshore sales, film, visitor experience, and the division of festivals, sponsorships, collateral, public relations, social media, advertising, and marketing. We intend to execute our mandate to market the territory within our approved FY26 budget. Appendix A details our budget breakdown, providing the itemized monetary amounts for each budgeted category. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, Esquire, for their continued leadership and support, as well as to the government of the Virgin Islands. To the esteemed senators of the 36th Legislature, we look forward to working collaboratively to ensure the U.S. Virgin Islands remains a premier travel destination. On behalf of the Department of Tourism, I would also like to thank our many public, federal, and private supporting agencies and partners whose collaboration is essential to our day-to-day operations and our day-to-day success. Most importantly, I want to recognize the incredible Department of Tourism team. Thank you for your unwavering dedication, from those present with us in the chamber today to those following along online. Your commitment is the driving force behind all that we accomplish. And I would like to give a special acknowledgement to the employees who were Employee of the Year for this year. In the District of St. Thomas, we have Halvar Hart, who is the Assistant Director of the Division of Festivals. And on St. Croix, we have Tim Hart, no relation, from St. Croix, and he is the marketing coordinator, so they went above and beyond this year, and we definitely wanted to acknowledge them. Thank you for this opportunity to present our summary for fiscal year 2025 and the Department of Tourism's budget recommendations for fiscal year 2026. We stand ready to address any inquiries or concerns you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Commissioner Matarangas-King. We didn't hear a whole lot about our finances, the $39 million that was given in FY 2025. So I guess we'll have to drill down and get some more particulars on those so that the public could know how that $39 million was expended.
Okay.
So we'll do that at the appropriate time. I also want to recognize your Employee of the Year, Alva Hart and Tim Hart, a lot of heart, for their recognition as being outstanding members of tourism for FY 2025. Congratulations to each and every one of them. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess, and when we come back, we'll do the roll call, and then we'll drill down on this budget proposal of $39 million for the Department of Tourism. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess for 2 minutes.
Thanks.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Hubert L. Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Maurice James absent. Senator Kurt A. Veale. Senator Veale absent. Mr. Chair, 4 present and 3 absent.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Veale is in fact en route here at this time. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed with reading of those correspondence.
August 19th, 2025. Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI, 00802. Dear Senator Francis Jr., I am unable to attend the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance budget hearing scheduled for today, Tuesday, August 19, 2025, as I am currently attending the Council of State Governments East 2025 Annual Meeting and Regional Policy Forum. Kindly excuse my absence. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. August 19th, 2025, Honorable Novelli Francis, Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI, 00802. Dear Mr. Chairman, I'm writing to respectfully inform you that I'll be tardy to today's meeting of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Please mark my initial absence as excused, and I look forward to joining the hearing at the earliest opportunity. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. You could please record Senator Maurice James as well as Senator Marvin Blyden as excused. And we also like to recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Avery Lewis, as well as non-committee member Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, Senators. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. So let's get it on. The Department of Tourism, Acting Commissioner, when were you appointed to that position?
On August the 4th, 2025.
August the 4th, so you've been at the job about 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Tell us a little bit about your experience as you have now undertaken this Herculean task of being the Commissioner of Nominee of Tourism.
It's been an amazing experience, and a big part of that process has been working closely. The last 2 weeks, I have spent a lot of time with the team, boots on the ground, going to the pier, seeing everybody working, talking to them. We had a full staff meeting, but also getting a sense of, where you are in your role, room for growth. As we talk later on, you'll hear that we have some plans in terms of vacancies, and we've already started to move on those. But also, for us, I think you're going to be hearing a lot about VI means vested interest. As we look at moving forward to the future, we feel pretty good about the fact that airlift is up. People are coming. Our concern is when you get here, what will be your experience? So we will be spending quite a bit of time focusing on the visitor experience in so many ways, making sure that we're visible on all islands, and really ensuring that we fill critical positions like the directors of visitor experience. Those are both vacant positions that we plan on filling very soon. So we're really looking at the key people who will be helping to lead the team. I think many of you may have seen a press release that went out yesterday. We're in dire need of greeters, especially on St. Croix, and so we will be filling those positions. So we appeal to the public, and we're already getting a lot of interest. And beyond that, the entertainment really at all ports. When you come, it should be a festive environment. So we're working on getting back to that. Of course, we will continue to focus on key things like airlift. Those are always ongoing conversations and often things that take a long time to work out. But for us, I think in the immediate future, it's really staffing up appropriately so we can be sure that our visitors have a great experience. And one of the things I want to say, a lot of times when people think of tourism, they think of either a place or festivals or the people in tourism. We all have a vested interest in the tourism product, so we're a part of the process. And so you're going to be hearing more from us. We're going to be engaging with the community. We are going to be working very closely with our stakeholders and ensuring that everyone feels like they're a part of it, because we too are tourists. Many of us take staycations. So, it should be nice for us every day. And so it's not just, the visitors are important, obviously, but I think it's shifting the perspective a bit and really focusing on, once we get you here, that you have a wonderful time.
Very well, thank you. And it's not lost on me that you seem to be a commission of inclusion. You're flanked by your assistant commissioners from both districts, as well as your deputy commissioners and your team. So I could truly appreciate that, because we're all in this together.
Absolutely.
And I think that you're off to a good start once you continue to include the team in the process and make sure that you keep your assistant commissioner, deputy commissioners close to you, and again, the team effort. So that's not lost on me, and I just want to again just mention that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take some of those for it, but that's okay. I certainly support the fact that this has to be a team effort.
Absolutely.
All right. So let's get into the numbers, because that's what we're here for today. It is a budget hearing. So tell me, in terms of your FY appropriations, how much of your allotment have you seen to date?
Go ahead, Julie.
Okay, sorry. Good. Thank you for the question. Jabelia Miller, Director of Administration and Management. So we've received 11 months of our allotment, 10 months of our allotment. So that's about 32 million of it.
Can I get the specific number? Do you have that with you?
Yeah, I do. One moment.
Yeah. 32,260.
Yeah, 32,446. 32,461 and $200. Sorry.
$200. That's 32,461. 61.
Yes, $1,200.
$200.
Yes.
And that accounts for, as of which date?
July 18th.
July 18th. And you get your allotments quarterly or monthly?
So we receive them monthly from OMB.
Monthly. Very well. Have you received any federal monies, any money from Insular Affairs, any ARPA funding for FY 2025?
No, we haven't received those fundings.
No monies in that area? Okay. How much do you owe in vendors payment at this time?
So we owe about 1.3 in vendor payments.
1.3 million?
Yes.
And what's the age of that, the AP of that vendors payment? How age is it?
So it goes back, some of it goes back to festival of 24-25.
Festival on
St. Croix.
St. Croix.
Yes.
So that goes back to at least December of 24-25? Of 24.
And there's some other payments in there, so it's not all festival payments.
Okay. What is the situation with these payments? Being that you have gotten all of your allotments, what's the challenge with being able to pay these vendors?
Good morning. Good morning.
Please recognize Mike 3, the Assistant Commissioner.
Morning. Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. The 1.3 is a combination of some outstanding festival payments that were miscellaneous payments, but also some sponsorships that have to go through the property and procurement process, the justification letter process. So once approved, they're now back in our shop, and we can process them before the closeout.
So we have not been able to process these within 10 months? How long has it been? What,
All of them
eight
are
months?
All of them are not 10 months. Some of the outstanding festival payments that come into the end that trickle in, we
So
secured that.
let's go back to the older ones. Let's go back to the ones that's owed since December. What's the issue with being able to pay those? Are those caught into the miscellaneous and as well as the procurement process?
Some of them are. I think to date, after I did the recollection with Director Turnbull, we may have 2 outstanding December payments for festival from Crucial and Christmas Festival. I know Band Clash was paid up last week, and I think there's 2 outstanding payments for media. Outside of that, Crucial and Christmas Festival should be paid up. And now we're processing the stragglers from St. Thomas Carnival and the current payments for St. John. We've also allotted extra funding because you do have miscellaneous charges that come up with each festival that we didn't account for in the bill. It's standard event practice, but we have identified funding. So at the close of this fiscal year, all outstanding payments that we have on record for festival will be brought to current. And so going into Crucial and Christmas Festival, we should have a clean slate.
So to help me to understand and bring some clarity to me, because I know that there was a discussion, either it was last budget cycle, where we talk about creating a mechanism which will, again, minimize those delayed payments to, tell me what happened, what was the mechanism that we used to, a third party, that's correct, thank you, a third party payment method so that we don't have this crisis.
Alan E. Hanneman, Assistant Commissioner. Again, we do use Meeting the Needs of our community, MTOC. They've assisted us. They helped tremendously in keeping us current. Once we get the allotment from the government and we go through the property and procurement process, we have a contract for them, but we still share the cost breakdown for approval before we submit it into finance. They pay based on what we submit. The majority of the payments are processed on time. It's the last pending half payments that come into the end that we tend to need like 60 to 90 days to process out.
How are we keeping the vendors informed about this process so we don't have them out there just waiting in vain for their payment?
Can I say one thing? So one of the things I want to say is we have begun working with, very recently, so this meeting actually happened about a week and a half ago, and meeting with the leadership for OMB and finance. And it was an opportunity for them to tell some of their pain points in terms of what we need to do. And I know some procedures have been changing. So this is something as we move forward. We just staffed up our financial team. So we have 2 additional people. And just having more structure and working very closely with finance and OMB because, you know, we have urgency. You know, we're not like other agencies in terms of timing. Things are very critical. And so having a better understanding. So we're forming a team. That's a high priority for us, because we don't want to tarnish our reputation with late payments. You know, it's not a good look, and anything that's done is seen all over. So that's a priority for us, making sure that we're in lockstep.
Okay. And this 1.3 vendors payment delay, is it? How many of those are local payment? How much of this 1.3 is local individuals?
All of it is local. So most of it is local. I think most of it is local.
All of the payments are local payments, Senator. It's just a variety of sponsorships. For example, King of the Wing is one of them. The Literary Fest on St. Croix is another. It was a set of sponsorships that we submitted into property and procurement amongst the other vendor payments.
Okay.
I would say just off the top of my head, it's 4 JLs. Of those, I would say maybe 10 to 15 may be festival-related direct vendor payments.
And that is my challenge. Again, you know, we make sure that those individuals that come in and do their work, they get paid and they're gone. You know, but our local, you know, continue to struggle. $1.3 million is owed to our locals, and regardless of the circumstances, you know, they continue to be in this loop that, you know, it takes this length of time, you know, 9, 10 months, a year for them to be able to get the payment. I think that's the level of frustration because we use them when it's convenient to have them, and then we just they have to wait for their payment. So I think that's the difficult challenge that always challenged me. Senator College Joseph, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, and of course the testifiers, and definitely our listening and viewing audience. I too want to echo what the chairman is saying. I have received a sizable amount of complaints of our local people who pay tax money here, and that's what feeds you and I, and they haven't been paid. I received and I send the information to your predecessor, Ms. Matarangas-King, but it still hasn't been paid. And this is not from the St. Thomas Festival this year. This is from 2024. 2024 festival. The vendor provided food, and they're owed over $13,000. 13, that's a local person. That's a local person, you know, who went out on a limb not once but twice for our festival, and they have not received their payment. I think we need to really pull a handle. Our people are suffering. That's tax monies you're spending that is used by us to pay the outside vendors first, and we aren't taking care of our people first. Charity begins at home. Make it a priority to take care of our people first, because it's their tax money. I'm sorry to go on my tirade and on my little soapbox, and I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I want to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph in the St. Croix chambers. Morning, Senator. Welcome. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner, Department of Tourism has a bad reputation when it comes to paying people. It's not, we don't want to tarnish it. It's a bad reputation. So let's fix it.
That's
That's what we want to hear. And trial and error is going to be the only way to go through. But the cry has been going on for years.
Right.
Whatever the reason is, you know, let's don't say we're going to do this. Let's make it happen. Like Mr. Chair said, let's do this. Let's make it happen. But again, we're here to support you. But it has to come out of the Department of Tourism.
right.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
If I can respond to that.
Thank you, Senator. You may
As I
respond.
indicated in terms of, is it a priority? Before we came here, there were certain things I wanted to do immediately, and meet with the financial team and start to have the conversation about, are you getting what you need? Do we need more training? All of those things, and also going back to just staffing appropriately. And so now we have two people who have a lot of experience, and so I think first you have to create the environment where you have the right people doing the right things, a structure, you create a team, and then you have constant communication with OMB and finance. And so we're going to be moving forward in a different way in terms of closer collaboration. Because we're not interested in pointing any fingers of why things are late. We just want to fix it. So that is a priority for us.
Thank you very much. As we move on, let me just give the order of my colleagues. Senator Ray Fonseca will be first. Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator College Joseph, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Clifford Joseph, and then we'll add other senators as they come in. Before we move on to Senator Fonseca, do you have any litigation or judgment against the Department of Tourism at this time?
Yes, we do.
And what is it, litigation or judgment?
So it would be judgment.
Judgment for the amount of how much?
I don't have the figure with me.
Okay. And you have the funding available to pay that judgment?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Yeah. Can you get me the number of that judgment so it could be recorded as well? And there's also outstanding payment to Island Business Graphics for over $100,000 since Carnival, St. Thomas Carnival 2024. What's the status on that?
That, Alan E. Henneman, that is one of the payments that were approved by Property and Procurement. I will say this, and the commissioner was very diligent. Our payment, the Department of Tourism does not process payments. We have to follow the standard procedure required to pay these payments. And so that jail was sent to Property and Procurement, and they vetted the jail. It was a number of vendors, and they had a number of questions. So we went through the process. Just like we staffed up, they have staffed up. So some things are not as cookie cutter as it used to be before. So it takes us time to go through the process with them. So as being good stewards in our space to make sure we get the right approvals, we have to go external because before we can process over to finance. So I don't want people to think that the Department of Tourism is sitting on the payments, but we're going through the process of getting the payments approved first, and then it goes to finance. So that payment will be in the system if it's not already in the system by the end of this week, along with the other 10 vendors that they had questions. And in fairness to Property and Procurement, they are going through every invoice that we submit and vetting them based on every line item. So they come back with questions, we answer questions, they kick it back, because now that they have GVI buy, they're looking at the law that matches the requirement to make sure that we are meeting the standards. So I do believe that the whole process of GVI buy to get to the finance process is taking a little longer within Property and Procurement, but they are doing their due diligence. And we are just a part of the process.
Okay, I'm hoping that with the mechanism in place, again, with laws, we should not be engaging and committing, obligating the government funds until such time that there's the process, a purchase order is in place and approved, So I'm hoping that that's taken into consideration. Of course, there are exigency circumstances that allow for engagement prior to that, but then you have a seat at the table to ensure that that matter is prioritized. Through OMB and the Department of Finance, so that we can make sure that we're paying our debts in timely fashion. This is since 2024. We had another carnival, and we'll move on to the next one. So, point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a different process for local vendors versus vendors who come from away?
Of course not, Senator. Okay. That jail is a mixture of local and stateside vendors.
Okay.
So it's not like we're just picking vendors. It's whoever was in that tranche, because over a certain threshold, you have to get permission before you can even secure a PO. So we have to send it out, get the approval, and it comes back in, and then we get a PO. So it's that gap is where
But you see why the question, because again, the off-island vendors are being paid and not the local vendors.
But
that's why.
That is not factual.
No.
What I'm saying is Island Business Graphic is right there with Crestline. So what the department does is we use all our local vendors, and then we have one main outside vendor for promotional items that we give out in the gift bags and so on and so forth. Okay. It just happens that when we secure a festival, we use everybody, and because of the amount that we have to order, the actual invoices usually come in a little later than the actual festival, and then we secure all of them and send it to Property and Procurement to get approval so that we can then secure the PO.
Okay, thank you.
It's the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we want to see the process improve. We're here to support and assist. We know we have hurricane season every year. So we go out and we enter into a contractual agreement before the hurricane comes so that if there's anything, we know that is engaged. We know festival happen the same time in St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, so we should make sure that we're putting in place those things. I mean, you guys are expert in this field, so you know who your vendors are and you know what's expected. Let's recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to all my colleagues, to all of the testifiers and all the viewers tuned in. Tourism, $39 million, all from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. I checked the balance. That fund is one of the more lucrative funds of the Virgin Islands government. I want to ask a specific question. I don't know if maybe Mr. Turnbull, but Commissioner, acting interim commissioner, Okay, the village, it used to be where we used to use the Lionel Roberts Stadium for revenues. The Brassarama, Calypso tent, Panorama, used to charge an admission fee. Now we bring the high-profile artists, but it's free. Is there any, I know the Lionel Roberts Stadium needs some repairs, I was looking at that, but are we gonna ever go back to utilizing that for those main venues sponsored by tourism?
Go ahead.
Good morning, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. The reason why we have not used the venue is because it is under repair. However, we have hosted events in our various villages and enclosed them for charge or paid events, Calypso Monarch, pageants. We have done that, so that is something that we have done. Yes.
But not the premier events. You're gonna keep those in the village.
We would keep those in the village. At this juncture, we'll keep those in the village and have them free. It is a great marketing tool that we've realized that all of our competitors in the Caribbean are starting to lean in that direction, where they are now having free hosted events because there's an indirect revenue that comes from it when those individuals land on the island. So come and take part.
Okay, the Routes Americas. I know former Commissioner Joseph Boshelty participated in that, and he hosted that Embracing Sustainability Strategies, which I saw some publications on that, which I think is good. So you see where you're going to continue those strategies, Commissioner?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we have done an amazing job of really being on the world stage. It's a very, very competitive environment, and for us to be in those spaces, providing sponsorships and people knowing who we are, you have to be in the room to be able to make the deals. Relationships are everything. Collaboration is everything, and that's why you're seeing all of us here today. That's anyone who has ever worked with me before knows that you have to engage with stakeholders consistently. So absolutely, we will be doing that, all of us.
Okay, and the Sea Trade, Sea Trade is a big event. Some of us, go to that event.
Yes.
I was wondering if you ever thought about bringing the limbo dancers.
You asked that same question last year.
Right, I did. You remember? Yes.
I remember the whole. I was watching it. Yes. You seem to be
the
fascinated with limbo.
The limbo dancers. We have a lot of talented limbo dancers, and it's a unique thing. Not many people see that. So, take a look at it. Assistant Commissioner Helleman, I know the work on that. Okay, so I wanted to ask you now, your accounts payable, what's the total amount, accounts payables?
I don't have them on the Which?
Your tourism, total accounts payables.
You mean outstanding?
Yes.
So that number, as I narrated, is 1.3 million.
Okay, so any of your employees got any increases in the last fiscal year?
Yes. Sorry, Jamelia Miller, Director of Administration. All employees received their raises.
Okay, and all of your appropriations are up to date?
So we have. Sorry. We have 3 entities that didn't receive appropriations. 2 didn't request the appropriate. Well, 1 needed to work with property and procurement to secure their vendor number. 1 didn't request their funds, and the other, which is Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, their information went over to OMB for processing.
Okay, I want to go back to the possibility of us hosting that event. The last one was in the Bahamas. Mm-hmm. Do we have the capability now with the new hotels open to host an event like that in the Virgin Islands?
We are always, we're in a great situation now with Frenchman's Reef and the Hampton. We are always looking for opportunities. I mean, and that's a big part of the sales group, going to trade shows and encouraging people to come here to visit us. So that's ongoing. That's an important part of the strategy.
Okay.
Yes.
The BVI, the British Virgin Islands, a lot of the passengers have been coming to our airport. They've been transmitting to the dock, and then they're going to Tortola. They're pushing the direct flights. I think they have a direct flight from Miami now at BVI.
I think so, yes.
How is that impacting our tourism?
Senator, you know, when you want increased airlift to the territory, the BVI is also a component of that number that we need to secure for transient passengers. They have the straight flight into BVI, but the plane is smaller. So it's easier for an airline to position smaller planes to stay over than the major aircrafts that we see here. So are we affected? As you see, we just added a Boston flight with JetBlue. We added Southwest.
30 seconds.
We are bursting at the seams and happy for our airlift. So additional airlift in the territory can't hurt because what happens is transients can come through and then leave through the BVI.
Okay, so it's been a minimal impact. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. Well,
Time.
Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up?
You can, because you got about 10 minutes left, so go ahead and wrap up.
Oh.
He had 10 minutes?
That time went by fast, Papa. Okay, so tourism is one of those straightforward divisions in the government. There's not too much of substantial problems with accountability. Very good monthly report. So now let me ask you, the tourism revolving fund, it's supposed to be equal distribution between St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John. How is that coming? Do you advertise equally between the districts?
So we have, I think most people realize there has been a concerted effort to really, in fact, there's a special campaign for St. Croix. And that's something that I think you'll be seeing even more of as we once again put the infrastructure in place for the greeters and the visitor, directors of visitors experience. So there is a lot, because for the most part, the average person, because of cruise ships, we have them now on St. Croix, but for a time we didn't. The average person in the world, when I say I'm from the Virgin Islands, they say, oh, St. Thomas. So we know that we're, in a perfect world, I would love for people to come to all three of the islands. I always push that. But we know that St. Croix needs special love. It is a vibe. It's a different vibe. And so, yes, we will continue with those efforts. And once again, going back to the whole experience when you get there.
You know, I ain't sure I understand that. So that means, yes, you're going to put more into St. Croix, and you have not. That's what you're saying?
No, we have been.
But it's equal, or you put in more? Is it St. Croix being advertised equally to the St. Thomas and John district?
So the two brands, there's Naturally in Rhythm that promotes all three islands, and then there's St. Croix, a vibe like no other. So does St. Croix get extra love? Absolutely, because any place that we put the overarching brand, we mirror a vibe like no other. So St. Croix gets an additional shout out separate to St. Thomas and St. John every time we market. Right. So if it's a banner, if it's an ad, if it's the budget book, you'll notice wherever we put the major brand, St. Croix, a vibe like no other is there as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You might proceed.
Just for clarity, the allotment is not the same. You know, that was created in this body, so just so that the record is clear, it's not the same. However, the efforts of the department happen to make sure that we are on par. And of course, there's always room for improvement. We all live here in a territory, and I'm so happy that we have leadership that acknowledges that we also have to continue to boost St. Croix, but of course we have special legislation that speaks to an allotment specified to the marketing of St. Croix in addition to the regular allotment. So just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Square. Also, before we go to the point of information, real quickly, I hear you keep talking about the hiring of greeters. We got to make sure these greeters get paid.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, thank you. Yes, so yesterday, and like I said, we've been moving quickly. I've only been a part of the team for the last 2 weeks, but we identified very quickly the pain points, the things that we needed. And greeters were practically a no-brainer. And so we are working on, right now, we started recruiting. We sent out a press release wide for greeters and talent. We will be putting in place the directors for the visitor experience so they have their own leadership. Right now we have people who have other jobs kind of checking over the greeters, so really putting the structure in place, but then also making sure that once they're on board, we have training, we'll do the tours, so when they come out, and we want everybody to be on board, as we go into the winter season, that we look the part, it's consistent on the islands. Right now on St. Croix, we only have really one greeter. We have people helping out, but really staffing to the level. So it's consistent when you come in. Wherever you go, you have a great experience when you come in. So we're excited about that.
Good. Senator College-Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate you recognizing me and hearing me. I wanted to follow up on a question the gentleman from Savannah and Bovoni asked relative to the advertisement for the overarching, and then we got into the weeds, and that St. Croix gets a little bit more of a boost. Know that I'm a Virgin Islander, and I know all of the money goes into one pot to feed all of us. So I don't have an issue, but I want to get down in a bit of the weeds to see if you have been able to collect any data, any information to say how that added boost to St. Croix in the advertisement is helping to bring more tourists to the big sister island, our big sister island. Do you have any information? Because if we're investing, we should see some returns.
Alan E. Henneman, I am happy to say our team gets daily reports from the airlines. And so we know day to day if the flights coming into St. Croix are soft or if they're at capacity. This summer, until the pullout, all the flights were to capacity. When we meet with the hoteliers, they report their numbers were strong. And because of the promotion, I don't know how much of the senators are familiar with the St. Croix Avai promotion that gives $250 to anyone over 16 who books and can confirm with the participating hotels. We've added an additional 1,500 bookings. And then you look at the fact that we have now winter increased flights coming into St. Croix. So the promotions through our marketing avenues are working because you're seeing additional airlift and you're seeing increase for shared economy and the hotel accommodations as well.
One thing I'd like to...
Shared economy is... Shared economy defined, she said shared economy defined.
The shared economy, you said?
Yeah, what
Go on the mic, Senator.
Okay. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the allowance, because you use a terminology that some of us are not familiar with. And remember, we are also being viewed live. So can you indicate for us when you say shared economy? Everybody understands what hotel is, but tell us what the shared economy, that terminology you use, means.
Absolutely, Senator. Shared economy is your Airbnbs, your VRBOs, your home away, some of our villas, our timeshare, and on those outlets as well. So that's your shared economy population. And some of them do pay into the IRB, so we have hotel tax revenue from them as well.
One thing I'd like to add, as we look at, how is the marketing working? You're seeing more airlift, people are coming in, but more importantly, I'm sure many of you looked around this summer and said, there's a lot of people here for the summer. We are moving from seasonality to being very busy all throughout. And it's, of course, great that you have hotels. I was at the West End a few weeks ago, and the place was packed. They were having a conference. So, those kinds of places, I think everyone did really well, and I'm excited as we move forward. I think that you're going to see more and more people getting used to, because I know after COVID and with the hotels that were down. It took a while, so now what you'll start to see are things that are coming to fruition that probably started, 4 years ago. I just got here 2 weeks ago, so I can't take credit. but that's how it works. When you see the airlines coming in Southwest, that's 4 years in the making. And so that's why it's very, very important to be out there, to be engaged, to develop those relationships, because sometimes it's, it takes all of us to really make sure that we have, the airlift. But once again, going back to our focus in the immediate future is the visitor experience, because you don't want them to just come once. You want to have those repeat people that you can count on seeing them every year. So.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chairman,
Acting Commissioner.
if I may, just quickly.
Go ahead.
I think our commission has been quite modest, but we have had internal conversations as the question from Senator Joseph pertained to Syncro in particular, that there are some plans in the works, but one of the great things is knowing the product, right? And being able to understand that we have fallen short in the past when it comes to certain areas pertaining to Syncro. However, there's a strategy in place, and we are sensitive to what we hear from our community. So it's not just overnight stays, it's not just airlifts, but it's how we feel about home. Absolutely. And so the direction now is re-engaging with the community. We want everyone to know that we're listening, that we're paying attention, and they are a valued part of what we want to produce as a tourism product. And so you're going to see a lot more things coming out, particularly in St. Croix, the authentic experience, the ability for us to make goods that we can share with the world, and also going into sea trade and seeing more visibility as far as St. Croix is concerned and what is contributed. We are one destination, and oftentimes people try to separate us based on the water between us, but we are taking a different direction. And again, like I said, our commission has been quite modest, but in her 2 weeks at the department, she has been able to bring all of us back into the fold and put us to work. And I am quite happy with the direction we're taking so far, and I'm hopeful.
Very well.
So I think that should be on the record.
Thank you. It's on the record now. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Before we move on to Senator Avery Lewis, we also have been joined, of course, by committee member Senator Kurt VLA, as well as on St. Croix, we do have our Vice President, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, there as well. So, we're building capacity here. So let's move on to Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Colleagues, good morning, testifiers. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. So Ottley, I wasn't going to go down that road, but it's not like you just tell the people that we wasn't walking before.
You asking me a question?
I repeating what you're saying.
No, I never said we weren't working before, but I think...
One at a time. The commissioner come now, so we bring everybody back in now, and everybody walk in. I just repeat it.
Well, I could be honest in saying that there's always room for improvements.
Thank you.
And so there is a new direction. I don't think of looking at the old, I look at the future. I like to walk looking forward and not backwards.
Thank you. Good. And going down that road there. Mm-hmm. Commissioner.
Yes.
Miss Matarangas-King.
Yes.
As I traverse this community, mm-hmm. I think a lot of people want to be more involved in tourism. And it's not that people don't have ideas, but I think they're feeling that they're giving ideas and they're not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how you plan to harness everything and start including people, especially not only with festivals, but mm-hmm. on a day-to-day your day-to-day operation to make our product the #1 product. Because I brag about the Virgin Islands.
Right.
And not just St. Thomas. I brag about the
right.
Virgin Islands.
Right. Okay.
So before I go pick up New York product or anybody mm-hmm. product, I brag about the Virgin Islands. And I just want you and the team
absolutely
to include more people. You go to St. Croix, people talk, say, well, Shamari run the whole festival by himself, he ain't include we. You come over here, you ain't listening. And you're not just being honest. Sorry.
Right. Right.
But I'm just saying, just include the folks a little more. I really had envisioned. I know the good assistant commissioner always talk that tourism partners with plenty. activities, and it's listed here.
Right.
Over $2 million worth of sponsorship, and I'm grateful for that. But I really would like to see something leading up, maybe monthly or every other month, to the different festivals and the carnivals. Well, I'm going to let you finish, but I also got to get this off my chest.
Okay.
Because I just think it's a good segue to our product. We hear a lot of people around here talk about culture and so forth. Every day I ask them, where could get some time and show during the week? Where could get some cherries too? Where could get a good special, say Lindy? You know, these are the things I look forward to as our product. I know this is your budgetarian, but we
No, that's fine.
We'll respond.
Can I respond? Absolutely. So as I stated earlier, if someone just came in, our goal, we have our taglines, but internally, when we're looking at everything, it's through the eyes of vested interest. VI is vested interest. And so that means being more inclusive. We have already met over the last couple of weeks. I met with, and we've had different types of meetings. We met with the Hotel and Tourism Association, both of the boards, met with them. I used to be a board member for St. Croix Hotel and Tourism Association. So we met with both of the boards. We talked about our strategy, what we're doing, listened to them in terms of their concerns, let them know what we're working on. They were very, very excited just about the engagement, and that's going to be regular engagement. I spoke to the president of the St. Croix Chamber last evening. He is very excited, and I spoke to, on my first day on the job, I spoke to Shamari Moorhead for our town, Frederickstead. So we've already started those conversations. So as we're building and we're looking at the strategy, it's, listen, let's do this hand in hand. One of the things I want to say, and going back to while festivals are important, festival is not all that we do all year round. We have to take care of people all year round. And so those engagements, those stakeholders, and we'll be meeting with them, including the internal stakeholders in the administration, public works, waste management. They are very essential.
Yes.
And, sorry.
Wait, Ms. King.
Okay.
And I'm glad that you went on about public works and waste management. When I was the administrator, I worked closely with Ms. Henneman, and we had the corridor in St. Thomas pristine. Through some financial stuff, you know, we back off a bit, but I just want us to pick back up on that, not just in St. Thomas, but in Cruz Bay, Frederickstead, Christianstead.
Absolutely.
I mean, let public works handle the back ways. But our main corridor
30 seconds.
should have that pristine look, and we, tourism, should take the charge with that. I thank you all for keeping up with the restroom and so forth. But anyway, again, we could walk along with Government House or even this body here to see how we could spruce up the vendors' plaza. Again, let's put some streamers, you know, get our stuff out there. Let's remarket the place.
Absolutely.
And so forth. But let me move on now.
Time.
Chairman,
is it possible for me to answer?
Wait.
Okay.
I ain't get to ask my budget question, but I just have to talk about the experience I had this weekend. Okay. And I want you all to help me out.
Okay.
When our people work at these entities like taxi and ticket counters and so forth, they're our first point of contact. Sometimes these impressions and expressions do more damage than good. We had some cancellation this weekend. We all know due to the inclement weather. But the messaging was poor. I sat in the airport and I even had to go up and I didn't identify myself as a senator because I didn't want to make a big hoopla out of it. But I had to say, ma'am, could you just repeat the message one more time, but do it in a different tone, a different message? People ain't hear you. People ain't understand what you're saying. People frustrated, people trying to get out. The messaging. Let's work with our partners to make sure that the messaging is good. Sometimes the plane come in, the person come on. I'm gonna say, Namas, the back island, the front island, you understand one word. All you know, the people I'm saying, get off my plane now.
Wait.
Please, the messaging.
So.
And I'm gonna pause. Stop.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As we talk about going back to stakeholders and bringing people in, I spend a lot of time talking to people and training for businesses Back in the day, you had the institute that used to do training, and that hasn't happened in years. And training is an integral part of, we're not just going to hire greeters and put them on the street. They have to be trained. We've already engaged with a trainer who is excellent, Virgin Islands person who lives here. And so we will be starting with our greeters, but then we're also going to be extending training. I know we do some training right now with the Taxi Cab Association, but that really, really is a critical part. Going back to messaging, you're going to see more and more. The second video today is actually issued this last weekend. One of the things we're going to do, we know that a lot of small businesses particularly, they don't really have a presence. They maybe are too small, they don't have a marketing budget, and so we're really working closely with them. You'll see that released today. There's a program that was launched last year. It's called the USVI Preferred Partner Program. A lot of people, they don't have a website, maybe they just have Facebook. So if you go to look for a restaurant near me, sugar cake near me, you will never find it because they make sugar cakes, but they're not in, you have to be in the algorithm. So that program was launched last year at the Governor's Tourism Summit, June 2024. At the time, there were 200 businesses that were on it. There are now 700. We are re-enhancing it and re-getting the word out because I think a lot of people heard about it there, but not so much since then. So we're working closely with Hotel and Tourism and the chambers to get the word out, the press releases out, but more importantly, in a couple of weeks, we're going to put a webinar together. What's so interesting and important about this program, going back to helping people, and that's now, we see that as part of our job to help the businesses, because we want, when the customer comes in, they have a great experience. So let me just read a little bit so you know exactly what the program is. So the USVI Preferred Partner Program was created to boost local businesses' online presence, discoverability, and revenue potential through a robust destination optimization strategy. The initiative provides no-cost access, so they don't have to pay for anything. No-cost access to enhanced listing on visitusvi.com, featuring richer business profiles with integrated professional photography and 360 imagery. So we'll do it for you. Digital marketing support via a learning management platform with resources on Google Business Profile optimization, TripAdvisor strategies, short-form video content, and one-on-one coaching. And finally, marketing toolkits, including official Visit USVI decals, promotional materials, and branded merchandise. We want to work with the businesses to help them because, once again, we know that not everyone they don't have a marketing budget like we have. But I think also working closely with them, it is going to help build that relationship where we're all in it together. Tourism is helping me to promote my business for free, and they're going to be in all the spaces because, all of us travel quite a bit. Whenever I go someplace, the first thing I do is I Google, what you want to be sure that when people do that, it reflects all the businesses that are there. Because if you're not, when you look, there's nothing to do on St. Croix, because many of the businesses aren't on there. So we're re-engaging. This is a priority for us. It would be great if we could report back at the end of the year that we now have 1,400 local businesses, but it's getting the word out. Regarding messaging, we have a newsletter that is, currently we have a monthly newsletter, but we will be revamping and making some changes with another newsletter. But here's an important point. I think a lot of times we do good work, a press release goes out, but you need more than a press release. And one of the things I plan to do, and anybody who knows me knows I'm used to doing radio. In my other life, I did a weekly radio show, and it was very important because it gave us an opportunity to talk about the things that we were doing, to let people know it's making a difference, but more importantly, it's also a great opportunity to bring our partners on board so we can all talk about how we're working together. RT Park, EDA, all of those are partners. And
we have to move on.
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay, sorry.
You don't have your time for your nomination, and today was about budget. Sorry, but I know you're excited about this, and that's why I allow it to go on. Senator Lewis, you had a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. King, just going down the lines which you're going at, I'm saying that some of the things that the department is engaging in is real great. But I really think that we have to understand now that government can't do it all.
Absolutely.
We need some public-private partnership.
Absolutely.
Let's stop listening to the noise in the back of the room and start engaging. We need some public-private partnership. Absolutely. Each island needs to be marketed differently for what they have. You want to come to the Virgin Islands on a nature trip, there should be a package there. I didn't say tourism have to do it, but your private partner have to be able to put a marine package together, you know, whatever we have going on, and make things happen. So let's start looking for more public-private partnership.
I agree.
Let the private sector run some of these things. You're branding it, but let them run it. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, my office, and of course, the wonderful staff here at the legislature. Commissioner Designee Matarangas-King, welcome to the legislature.
Thank you.
Welcome to government.
Again.
And you know, I'm just so excited that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, you were an excellent choice, and I definitely support you. So no matter what, you will be getting my vote of approval.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk, since this is a budget hearing, you know, I want to focus on us looking at the numbers and seeing what we need to do to start structuring this agency so it could focus on dollars and cents. I know there's a lot of qualitative discussions going on, that's fine, but let's talk about dollars here. In reference to, yesterday we had the Inspector General here, and a question I asked was about the appropriations for the Department of Agriculture, which was $1 million a year. That was some missing monies that the Department of Agriculture never received, and I am still hunting it down to see what I need to do to get the department the money that it desperately needs. Is there any way that you guys could notify the respective OMB, finance, whoever, if they're not drawing down these funds for a specific agency, what is the procedure for letting them know that, hey, we're still sitting on $1 million here for the Department of Agriculture that it never came down? Do you guys do any financial overview as to where your appropriations are going?
Senator, there are two kinds of appropriations. So the Department of Tourism budget and our functional budget is on 6068. The monies that agriculture, police, public works come out of 6069, to which finance is the shepherd. So that $1 million that you're looking for, we wouldn't be able to track on our side because finance and OMB are responsible for releasing those appropriations based on the legislature's outline of the TARF funds.
Okay. All right, great.
I would like to add, though, going back to, as we're moving forward, working more closely with our partners internally to make sure that things keep moving. If we're engaging with our partners on a regular basis, I think there'll be more communication, so we'll say, listen, this is what's happening. So
yeah, so if you can, because apparently there was a period where the Department of Agriculture had some staffing issues, and so they probably didn't know or overlooked the opportunity. So if your agency, since the funds are coming from your agency, could at least reach out, just say, hey, listen, you know, just want to make sure that you guys are in receipt of some appropriations that we have here. It would be nice, you know, part of that collaboration. I just don't want it to happen again because it was not a good look for anybody. Right. You know, we need to do that. So let's move on. So going forward, are we looking at doing more of a cost-benefit analysis for all the marketing and advertising that you guys do? So we know that if we spend X number of dollars, for example, on St. Croix or St. Thomas or whatever festival or carnival or celebration it is, we know exactly what we're trying to get out of it, because I have never seen those numbers. Is there such a measurement being done?
yes, so we do. And first of all, we have a lot of I know you're saying quantitative data. We gather it from different places, many of them third party. So when we say that we can tell, and it's reflected, it's because we engage not only with third parties, but also we work closely with Bureau of Economic Research. But you wanted to say something, Eleni?
No, I was just going to, Alani Henneman, sorry. I was just going to add to what the commissioner was saying. I'll just give an example. Average daily rate throughout the territory could fluctuate from 250 to 300.
1 minute.
But when you tie it with marketing, so this is where we put our marketing spend behind promoting, and the room, that same room is booked, that average daily rate is $664. So, I mean, you're always open to us, so maybe we just need to pull
30 seconds
and have that conversation. Some of the things we may not want to give all the bells and whistles on the floor just because of industry.
Right. Yeah, I was
privacy.
just curious because I was looking at even some of your sponsorships. I'm just curious, is there a quantifiable measurement as to why you select these particular these particular sponsors, and why that amount? Not because they're asking for it, but what's the overall effect? I noticed, disproportionately there's a lot of St. Thomas events, and that's fine. But what is it that I would have to do as promoter to make sure that my particular events are being sponsored from the Department of Tourism?
Well, several things. First of all, it is important for us to help support events that we believe are big enough to bring people in. At the end of the day, it's getting more people. So it's not, it's great if locals go to an event, but we want people to actually travel here and participate in the same way that they do festivals. As I said, the 3 festivals are very, very important, but there are other activities and engagements. AgriFest is not our festival, but we are a sponsor. And so whether it's AgriFest, and there's some other ones that I think we're going to be engaging more with.
So how do you know that, for example, you gave them $25,000? How do we know that was a good number, high or low?
AgriFest?
Yeah.
Agriculture Fair?
Yeah, $25,000.
We know that at Fair Weekend, you cannot get a rent-a-car, you can't get anything,
Right.
unless you book way in advance. I mean, so, the proof is in the pudding. But one of the things, and I'll use that as a good example, we have big events, AgriFest, VIPR, that used to be really, really grand. And they're still good, but we want to work closely with them to help market it, because AgriFest isn't really marketed too much outside of the people that know in the territory. Same thing with the VIPR activities. Our office, we're going to be working closely with them. We already support them, but now we're going to be giving them even more marketing assistance. For example, I hope I'm not giving too many secrets, but one of the things we plan to do this year, we've already met with them, is to market VIPR festivities in Puerto Rico. We have the airlift going back and forth. We're getting even more. Puerto Rico, BVI, the surrounding islands between Cape Air and the other. If you market something like VIPR in Puerto Rico, I do think, knowing especially the large Hispanic population.
Okay, thanks, but I was still trying to get to the numbers. How do you know what quantitative measurements are you using? Are you saying that there's, like Ms. Henneman pointed out, there's a number we add to each matrix? So that's what I'm looking for. Anyway, thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the responses.
Senator,
Thank you very much,
Just
Senator
let me
Frederick.
directly answer his question. So the minimum return on investment for sponsorships is 5-to-1. Some sponsorships are community-based, so if it's, Little League, that kind of stuff, then it's community-based. But if it's a Paradise Jam, Ag Fair, 5-to-1 starts as the minimum, and then not only the return on investment, but it's also leverage of marketing. So if you have a great event that has a very strong marketing appeal and reach, then we consider that as well, because that's less money that we have to pay in those markets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your response there. Let's move on to Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day again to my colleagues, as well as to the dynamic team at the Department of Tourism and our listening and viewing audience. I want to jump right in and ask some questions relative to your vacancies. I noted in your presentation you have 11 vacancies. kindly indicate where we are with filling them, because you have some critical one, the Assistant Director of Festivals, you have the Communication Specialist, a Director of Visitor Experience. That's a big one, because when our visitors come here, we want them to come back every time, and we know that our visitors are looking for authentic experiences. And you have the Executive Assistant, Film Director, Leisure and Marketing Specialist, Marketing Assistant. I don't know about this other one, no Special Assistant to the Commissioner. That's questionable for me. Special Event Coordinator and the Visitor Event Coordinator. So tell me where we are, how are you looking to fill those, and what are their salaries? I wasn't able to glean, and I'm sure you have it here, what is the combined total amount of your vacancies, including the personnel costs and the fringe costs?
Okay, I'll start speaking to the vacancies and where we are with vacancies, and then Ms. Miller can fill in with the total cost. So let's start at the top. Assistant Director of Festivals, that position has been open for quite a while. We are going to be working diligently to fill that because it's very, very important. We know festivals are important, and it's important to have someone on the ground who's leading it. That's for St. Croix.
Okay, that's St. Croix. Try to be succinct.
Okay, very well. The Director of Visitors Experience, we have identified the 2 individuals for those positions, very, very qualified and seasoned, so we're excited about that. We should be able to move on those. Our goal is as much as possible to get these positions filled before the season starts. The other one that we are actively working on is, I mentioned the greeters, but those are contracts. Special Assistant to the Commissioner. So you may think, you said it's questionable. My day is very long, but part of it too is because I am really spending time engaging. If we're going to change our strategy, the external engagements, those are important, but the ground game is even more important, and that's where we're really focused on the vested interest. And so I need help. Trust and believe that. The person will be working. Anyone who knows me knows they'll be working.
I'm not doubting that, but yes. I look that you also have a critical role, the Executive Assistant. Having that Executive Assistant to play that role is very critical too. So I know you are saying that you need a special assistant, and I know it's a lot of work, but that also should be a critical position for you, the Executive Assistant. Where are we looking with to fill that vacancy?
We have not started working on that one yet. As I mentioned, the priority was working on the staffing, the greeters, and all of that. But all of these we will be working on once again to get everyone in place as much as possible before the season.
Okay, and all of these you're going to try. Are they also included in your budget?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Miller, you take it away now.
Yes. So just point of clarity, because just for correction in the post audit. So our personnel budget is $2,958,586.25.
Okay, which page are you on in the post audit, Ms. Miller? Just be clear.
Sorry.
Page 6?
My pages is in number. Oh, it is. Hold on.
It's on the top.
Oh, okay.
It's on the top. Top center is the page number.
1 minute.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no, I made a note over here. So I made a note, page 6, yes, that's correct.
Oh, yes, let's go. Say your number again, Ms.
Sure,
Miller.
the number is $2,958,586.25.
Okay, 2,800,000.
2,958,000.
58.
$586.25.
Gotcha.
30 seconds.
And now that is your recommended personnel. And your fringe, is that correct, what we have here in the post-audit report? Or you have to take a look at that as well? Mr. Chairman, could you kindly hold my time?
Hold on.
Timekeeper, you could proceed with your next question in the meantime.
Okay, so I just need to make sure we're capturing the correct information here.
Give me one
Now,
moment.
Now, let's talk about properties that you are leasing. Where are we with your lease payment? Are you up to date in paying for your leased and rental properties? Are any of them owed? You have two, it says 2 leases. The department pays 103, and I'm paid, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, may I continue?
You may wrap up, Senator.
You mentioned you on page 8 of the post audit report, you have $103,000 you pay annually in rent. Are you up to date with these payments?
No, so those payments are currently in a JL to PMP waiting for an approval.
How long and how dated are they?
So we are about, for our Frederickstead location, we owe back to March. And
this year?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. And our Christianstead location is back to June.
Of this year?
Of this year.
Okay. So you have some that is over 60 days?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I do have the burning question since she asked that. How much are they owed? The one in Frederickstead. How much are you owing them?
I don't have that. I don't have that figure.
Okay, so can you get that figure before the end of the day?
Sure.
Yes. So we know how much they're owed, because again, I keep stressing these are our people. These are our people. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. And
Thank
your
you.
leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph. Next, we'll recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you and listeners and present. Commissioner, well, like my colleague said, then you could check with 13 other senators. I vote yes, okay? So you ain't got to worry about convincing me. You know, and I had a rare opportunity in my lifetime to spend over a year with Virgin Islanders, living together in harmony in Baghdad, Iraq. We went to war together, and it was Virgin Islanders. So that's how I look at it. Now, for the budget, your offshore activities and your St. Thomas Festival and Carnival operation, no, the offshore and the Visitor Bureau were not paid out of the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. What are they paid out of? They are now in 26 budget and 25? Okay, so just 24 they weren't. Because I know the visitors, the greeters, again, like you say, weren't paid. I want to make sure they were covered. Now, you said there were wage increases. The wage increases were in 24 or 25?
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were in 2024 budget or 25 budget?
So they were in 25 budget.
Okay, so in the 25 budget, who all received wage increases? What unions were they?
So we only have one union,
Okay.
and that's United Steelworkers, and all of our union employees received wage increases.
Okay, is anyone owed any retro?
No, everyone received their retro.
Okay, you have any GS employees?
We do. We have one.
One GS.
That's correct.
Okay, and they updated with their wage increase from before?
That's correct.
Okay. How many employees do you have total?
We have 29 employees total.
29, that's why. Okay, how many under 35?
We have no employees currently making under 35,000.
Okay, and how many vacancies?
We have 11 vacancies.
11 vacancies, and any of those vacancies under 35?
No, none of them.
Okay. Now, on page 6 of the post-audit report, personnel services. Okay, the department received a 30% increase for salaries in 25 and a 10% increase for fringe. So now the personnel services on page 6 has the number 2,602,727.
That's correct.
You hired, no, but you said your number was 2,958,000.
Yes, we put the correction on record.
Which is the correction?
So it's the 2.9.
2.9 is correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so was that a typo? How come it was correct? You hired some people or anything?
Yeah, so what happened is initially we hired some employees after our personnel listing was submitted to OMB. And then initially what happened is OMB puts the vacancies at 34%. And once we submitted the personnel budget, those were there. So we have some vacancies that were filled. So now those positions are now held at 100%.
So that's why you're down to 11 vacancies?
That's correct.
Okay, so now 11 vacancies from how many? How many was your total vacancy before that?
I have to go back and check the record.
Okay, so on the same page 6, it says 3.72 FTE vacant positions at 234,559. That's correct?
So that's correct based on what was sent down because the
Right.
EFTs is slated at 34%.
So,
So if that number was 100%, because the salaries are listed at 34%, if that number was at 100%, then that number would be higher.
so unclassified vacant positions, what they have at further down on the chart, again, the 234,559, what would be the correct number?
I have to come back with the calculation.
And then you have 10 new positions, 3.88 FTE positions totaling 258,700, including 8 positions funded at 34 and 2 at 58. Excuse me, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, what's the correction on that?
30 seconds.
Okay, so then the new positions at 258,700 at 388, you don't have, I guess, an update on that, but could that be updated and forwarded to us?
So we have a lump sum listed for those, and that's 241,537, and that's in our budget book. I'm sorry, it's listed on page 63, and that should cover the new and vacant positions.
Okay, so through the chair, if I may to post auditor, I don't know if you are tracking with this here, would that totally throw off all the numbers? Because for me in personnel, it seemed to throw it off a bit for me. Have me a little, based on what they're saying.
Post audit, you may respond.
Good afternoon.
Please recognize the mic of the post auditor.
Good morning, Dr. Theodora Phillip, through the chair to Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, this is the information that was initially submitted to us. And so if what tourism is saying currently, of course it's gonna throw off the numbers because that means that there's there's a 12% increase from the information that we originally received.
Yes. So what we've done is we sent our new updated personnel listing because we spoke to OMB and we identified the error on the personnel listing. So we've since submitted the new personnel listing to OMB as well as we share the updated personnel listing with post audit as well.
Okay, so we could just get that through the chair and then it could be back on track.
That was because I'm actually communicating with the analysts right now.
Yeah, so that was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon after this was sent in. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we will need that to just, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, just to conclude with that, because again, personnel, now can I have your actual expenditures, your latest actuals in terms of personnel, fringe, supplies, capital outlay, utilities, please. Your most recent, and as of what date?
So our most recent as of July for our personnel, it's going to be $1,268,093.78.
Okay, fringe?
Our fringe is $573,121.70.
Supplies?
Our supplies is $116,936.04.
Capital outlay?
We don't have any capital outlay.
Okay. And utilities? Your total utilities and what have you been paying on a monthly basis?
So our total utilities is $77,291.95.
What do you average a month?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
What about other services?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Other services.
so
Thank
our
you.
other services is $32,264,794.14.
Say that number again?
Sure. 32,000.
Million.
32
I
million.
mean, 32 million, I'm sorry. Sorry. 32,264,794.14.
14 cents.
Wow. Okay. It was down. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
You're
Thank you for the
welcome,
time.
Senator Graff. So what are you seeing in vacancy savings? How much have you seen in vacancy savings? How much have you seen in vacancy savings?
I'm sorry?
How much do you have in vacancy savings?
How much I have it? I just mentioned, sorry. Hold on. Let's use this for a quick minute.
Senator Clifford Joseph, we're
if I'm
coming to
that-
you momentarily.
I think it's so I'm just going to verify, but it's $199,000. I'm going to verify it in vacancy savings.
How many employees do you have offshore?
So right now we have 3 employees offshore.
Is Ms. Counts still employed?
So Ms. Kunks is one of our contractors. She's not a physical GBI employee.
She's a contractor and she's still on board?
That's correct.
And your offshore is where?
So our offshore, we have 2 employees in the Atlanta-based area, and we have 1 employee in Miami area.
One in Miami. Thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues.
Good morning.
To the tourism question, has the Department of Tourism paid all the appropriations for the tariffs for 2025? Waste management, agriculture, sports park and rec, for example, etc.?
No, we haven't. That was actually discussed earlier. Do you want to go through the ones that are pending, Jamila?
Sure. Let me just get to that. So right now we have TSK that's pending, Gentlemen of Jones, and we have Team Cardinal.
Okay, what about the actual departments like waste management, agriculture?
So that's outside of our preview. The Department of Finance controls releasing the payment for those agencies, and OMB.
Okay, good. And where are we with Act number 8804 as it pertains to the Bordenales Music Fest? We're producing a music fest here in the Bordenales.
So right now we're in the process of working with a group for an RFP and an assessment, a feasibility assessment. So that is something that's being worked on as we speak.
And as far as St. Croix, because I mean, airlift out of St. Croix, we're working, is the Department of Tourism working on another airline or another lift?
So,
because
go ahead.
most of us are leaving here in the afternoon, so it's really hard connecting sometimes.
So one of the things that I think this may have been before you came in, Senator, the conversation about airlift is ongoing. Many of the things that you are seeing today, like Southwest, Those are deals that take a very, very long time to put together. It's a lot of engagement, and we're in a very competitive environment. You know, a lot of places have sun, sand, sea, and we have to be very aggressive and competitive. So the airlift conversation is not one that ever dies, and it will continue. And, you know, beyond, obviously, everyone loves the jets coming in, just even the engagement throughout the region, Puerto Rico, as you can see, there's more airlift to Puerto Rico, so that's ongoing conversation.
And what about conversations with connection from St. Croix going back in the Caribbean? Because a lot of time when we start to talk about airlift, we only looking at going west, but we ain't looking at anything going east.
Well, we're very happy to report, and once again, going back to doing more marketing with the amazing things, Cape Air has direct flights from the USVI to St. Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla. That's a campaign that we've been helping to support and getting the word out. And so we are looking at partnerships, not just going to the States, but definitely Puerto Rico is very essential, but also the other neighboring islands.
Commissioner, sorry, Senator. Commissioner, if I may. We also have ongoing conversations with Caribbean Airlines, who have replaced what we know as LIAT for that connectivity throughout the Caribbean. And also when we go to Routes World, we meet with smaller airlines like Avelo that will also offer that opportunity as well. And as the commissioner said, airline is something that you have to keep engaged. And just so that you have a picture of what we do at Routes, the team works on 2 decks, one for St. Thomas, St. John, one for St. Croix. And every meeting we have, we show them why coming to the territory is beneficial. So we talk about the demand into St. Croix, which feeder markets work, which areas are most likely to be lucrative for them. So it's an ongoing conversation that we meet multiple times, but 2 times face-to-face every year.
Well, okay, since you talk about the Caribbean, I mean, we get a lot of questions, or I get a lot of calls from in the community here in St. Croix for Antigua, a flight from here to Antigua. Like, so I don't know where we are. Since you mentioned it, where are we as far as making it this Caribbean, that the airline that is replaced yet?
Caribbean Airlines met with us twice. They even came on the ground. They did initial sites, and then that carrier was impacted like most of the carriers, where they're delayed in launching new routes because of pilot shortages and aircraft limitations. For those of you who are not familiar, Boeing had an issue with engines, and it's impacted all of the industry. So all of them have delayed. So Southwest, for example, came 2 years ago, looked at us, and because of those delays, they weren't able to execute until currently. So Caribbean Airlines is doing more or less the same, but the engagement is there. As soon as they get the things that they need, the USVI will be on their radar.
Okay, and where are we with location for the Frederiksted Village? I mean, St. Croix Village. Because, I mean, that little parking lot ain't really suitable. If we start to talk about tourism and people enjoying themselves, where are we?
Time.
Good day, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Currently, we still have it slated for the Frederiksted parking lot. However, we do know that Polly Joseph is an ongoing thing that's happening. That once that's completed, we will be looking to formally move it there.
Mr. Chair, could I ask one more question?
You may, Senator.
As far as when we paying vendors, do we pay outside vendors all the money up front? Do we pay local vendors half the money up front? How do we pay vendors?
There was a question about payment, inside versus outside vendors.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
He was asking how is vendors paid? If off-island vendors, if they're paid all upfront, or what is the arrangement for paying vendors, outside vendors?
Yeah, so it depends on what you're referring to. Are you speaking in reference to festival or?
Festival and artists, yeah. festival. If we're talking about artists coming in and local artists, I'll just break it down for artists for now. Like, how do we pay them? Half upfront, all? Because I'm listening to you guys saying that you still owe certain vendors from December and you're looking to close out before this fiscal year. So I want to know, when it comes to artists coming in, I know these folks ain't coming here unless they're getting their money. So somehow, some arrangement need to be in place that if it's a local artist, they should be treated the same way as well.
Good day, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So all artists, local and international, are paid upfront in full during the period. I think when we say vendor, we're saying vendors who are providing other like professional services like sound and stage or taxi. There are moments where some of those vendors are paid 50%. However, artists, if any artist comes into the territory and the ones that are here, we pay them on the night of their performance. Yeah, we made that adjustment.
Well, thank you for your response, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator
So
Joseph.
if I may, I just wanted to update the Senate, this chambers that the rent for Christiansted is owed back to July, and that's $19,002. And then our vacancy savings is $234. Not $2,000. I'm sorry, $234,559.
Say that number again, please.
Sure. For the vacancy savings is $234,559.
$59. Thank you. All right, so the $19,000 going back for the rental for St. Croix, Christiansted, and then
To July.
to July.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me, what is the duty or responsibility of the individuals that's assigned employees from offshore? The two that you have in Atlanta and one in Miami. What do they do?
So they report to a director of sales. Their responsibility is to be sure that we're represented at trade shows. Sometimes they actually come out with us for activations. So when you hear about something happening off island, it is literally a production. We don't just throw up a tent, it's a production. And of course, I'm sure you've seen, sometimes we have entertainment, we have dancers. We are representing the USVI. We make sure that when we go out, we're going out with the VI. And so, going back to small businesses, the businesses that are in the bags are small businesses that are getting marketed in a big way. But the folks who are up there, that's their responsibility for sales. That's their job.
All right, and also your discussion regarding some of the regional travels. Of course, we heard about the St. Kitts Nevis BVI travel, but we still have a lot of challenges mentioned about Antigua and Lucia and some of these places. That's one of the frequent complaints that come into this body in respect to the difficulties in being able to travel down island.
Right.
All right.
Understood.
So whatever we could do, we have offered to subsidize in some instances, work with the relaxing of port fees and different things, but whatever we could do to support that.
I was about to say, those are areas of support because we are in a competitive environment where other destinations, that's exactly what they do.
Right, and we're willing to do that as well and negotiate for that benefit. So please include us in your discussion within that respect. Senator Lois, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Ms. King, along those lines of questioning, if we could look into a good airline between here and St. Croix as well, because these fares really getting ridiculous. Sometimes it's cheaper to get to Miami than to get to St. Croix. I just have to keep it 100
No, it's true.
with you. But my question, what I really wanted to ask you was, the department spends about tens of millions annually on advertising and promotions in major U.S. cities and international markets. What mechanisms are currently in place to track and measure whether these marketing efforts are actually translating into increased visitor arrivals, hotel occupancy, and tourism revenue for the Virgin Islands?
Senator Alani Henneman, so we're laughing because I pitched to the commissioner, I said, you're ready to get into the dashboard. The department has a number of agencies that we work with, internal to the GVI and externally through our public relations and our marketing agency. And what we've done is we built a dashboard. So every 3 months, the marketing team comes together, we get updates from these partners, and the person in charge of the dashboard goes through and dumps all this information, and the dashboard we have access to on a daily basis, where we chart all our feeder markets, all our flights, all cruises. We look at the areas we're marketing in, the data we get back from the airlines. For example, if you see the North Carolina flight come in, we see a softening, then we look at the dashboard and say, okay, we can pivot to do some more marketing in there. So it's a complex group of data that we use to generate how and to track how we spend our monies and where they should be spent.
Thank you. What's the cost for the dashboard, or is that a free tool to the personnel?
The dashboard comes as a tool through our marketing agency.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Before we go on to Senator Viale for his time, I want to say, Mr. Turnbull, we recognize and I want to commend the activities for the St. Thomas Festival, St. Thomas Carnival, and the St. John festivities. We can definitely see the improvement there, of course, with the paved parking lot and everything else there, the music. And, certainly St. John, I think, have some of the best music concerts. And I'm looking forward to the same thing on St. Croix. So I'm putting you on notice that we'll be paying attention and we want to see a similar showcase of musical talent, both a composite of local artists as well as off island, but similar to what have happened on St. John, we continue to see that has really surpassed what we have seen over the years, and we appreciate that. So we're looking forward to that on St. Croix as well.
Thank you, Senator. Will do.
Very well. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Turnbull, in reference to Polly Joseph Stadium, they were before us at this committee, and they are actually not preparing a festival village. Okay, they said they're using the back wall, and they have some electrical hookups. So whatever dreams we had of a festival village at Polly Joseph, it apparently isn't going to be realized. That is not a part of the $30+ million contract for Polly Joseph Stadium. So it's sad news for St. Croix, but unfortunately, somebody literally dropped the ball, and it wasn't this body. This body appropriated every single dime that they said they needed to get that festival village going. Before I get to my questions, we have a good product in the Virgin Islands, and you realize the product that we have when you go away and you come back home, or when you go to other destinations that claim to be blah, 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 and you reach back home, you don't realize, wow, we really got something really good. But at times, we don't appreciate what we have, or we don't speak about it to the way other jurisdictions speak about their product that is not even similar to our product. And I see that all the time. However, we got components that we need to fix. And for whatever reason, we don't want to touch this component, we don't want to touch that component, and it impacts our tourism product. And there's a need for customer training, big time. Because the attitude of a lot of individuals that's involved in tourism, chasing tourists away. I don't know if you recently saw somebody put up a video, I don't know if it was TikTok, whatever, but...
It was St. Thomas, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, and they spoke about taxi industry and all those other areas, and we can't say that it's not true. And I got a long a text about fares at the dock in Christiansted, where various fares are charged. It's like everybody just trying to become a millionaire on the same day. Right. But the industry needs to be regulated, and that's your job. So we got to regulate the industry from right outside those gates. We got to regulate the taxi industry. We got to do the customer service training. You can't be dropping somebody on St. Thomas and St. Croix and speaking about the next island. You got to be speaking about the Virgin Islands or the next sister island, not someplace else that is outside of this U.S. jurisdiction. So we just need to get that done, and I would be so happy.
So, Senator Viale, can I address that?
You don't go long.
Okay.
So you go a little bit after. We have to have the Virgin Islands Pride. This is our product. And we have to mandate that everybody that wants to be a part of the tourism industry has a Virgin Islands pride, and if they don't, you need to weed them out. So all the taxi associations, everybody that's involved, they need to be strict rules and regulations to be able to conduct business in this environment, because we got to do better. Now, I'm going to go to the budget, but on St. Croix, I've traveled quite a bit in the last 6 months, and every time I come back home, the plane is filled. Ramjam, Frontier and JetBlue, they're seasonal service, correct?
Correct.
So they're stopping when? September what?
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
Frontier, it was yesterday, finished yesterday.
Frontier was yesterday, and JetBlue is?
I think the end of December.
I might be. Oh, I'm sorry. Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. I believe JetBlue is next month, September.
JetBlue is next month, September. When September hit, you know what service we have to Puerto Rico? Cape Ear.
And Fly the Whale.
Fly the Whale starting September 15. $300. So we're going from $50 and $75 to go to Puerto Rico to round trip $300-400. I just tried buying a ticket recently.
Yeah.
You have airlines where the capacity is 10 seats. So it's really hard, and it's really unfair to St. Croix because Puerto Rico is a big hub, it's a large hub. You know, we need to see the possibility about entering into negotiation with JetBlue or Frontier to continue service during that off-season, even if it's 2-3 days a week. But it has to be a priority, because if you want to leave St. Croix in the morning, the only option was through Puerto Rico, because all our flights are afternoon. Now you literally have no options because you have limited flights. So we got to work on that. I've heard a conversation about vendors and it's at finance. The reality is, the name is the Tourism Revolving Fund, but you don't have no authority over it, correct?
No.
Say it on the mic.
That is correct.
You have no authority over the Tourism Revolving Fund. The Tourism Revolving Fund is Bank 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Bank 2 empty. Because they have taken all of the tourism funds and spent it on everything else. And that's why you didn't have money to pay your greeters, because Bank 2 was empty. And that's why you didn't have money to pay entertainers, etc., because you submit everything, but Bank 2 was empty. Because the Tourism Revolving Fund is being utilized for everything else. You don't even know what it's utilized for. Everything else except what it's supposed to be utilized for. So you scrape it. Now we had the greeters, we were so happy to see the snaps you put up yesterday. I was like, ooh, but how long is it gonna last? How long? Do you have a line item amount? Can you tell this body how much it's going to cost to have greeters at Waiko, at Crown Bay, at Ann Abramson, at both airports for the entire year, so that we could make it a line item? Because that's a plan, to make it a line item out of the Tourism Revolving Fund, so Bank 2 don't continue to use your money. Can you get that amount, or do you have it now?
Yeah, we can get that amount for you.
Need to provide it to
We'll get it to you by today.
Yeah. What's your name?
Jamila Miller.
Okay, I like your responses though. You're straightforward, which I could deal with. Okay, I like that. Now, in reference to personnel services, etc. Okay, you said your personnel is $2.9 million, or $2,958,000. Thus far this year, you have only spent $919 as of March, the end of March, which is 6 months. If I'm supposed to double that, you're only going to spend $2 million on personnel this year. But you're seeking a $900,000 increase. This is because you want to ramp up with these new positions, because you had these positions for a while. You're not even going to spend what was allocated to you in the FY2025 budget. You are allocated $3.2 million, and you're only going to spend a little over $2 million. What is the issue with getting individuals on board?
So initially, it was just this.
Put your name on the record.
Oh, sorry. Jamila Miller, Director of Administration and Management. So initially, it was just finding the skills needed for the individual, some of the individuals, what we did was we went ahead and we reclassed some of the positions, renamed them, and changed some of the requirements. So then we'll start recruitment process again.
So are these positions listed in personnel? How many of them are listed?
So we don't have any of them listed at this time. We're in the process of moving forward to get them into NeoGov.
Okay, so if we don't have them listed, we know we can't get anybody on board.
Yeah.
And it's been a while. I have been very disappointed in the number of individuals hired on St. Croix. How many individuals we have hired on St. Croix now?
So to current, we hired 3 employees on St. Croix. We have a total now of 9 employees.
Okay. So we had,
1 minute.
okay, we had 6, you hired 3. The commissioner is one of those?
No.
I'm outside of the thing.
How much position my farmer student has? How much position he's supposed to hold? Mr. Haynes, because I heard you say, what is he, assistant director of something? Or
No,
what?
he's actually deputy commissioner.
Oh, thank you,
Right.
I am so proud to say he's actually deputy commissioner.
Yeah, so,
Okay, so,
so
hold on, okay, I was just specific.
okay.
His position is deputy commissioner or acting deputy
No,
commissioner?
his position is deputy commissioner.
So he will no longer be serving as the liaison for division of festival, or the assistant director of festival.
That's one of the key positions. It's critical as we talked about vacancies and urgency. That is at the top of the list because we're heading into festival season.
So
and
hold on.
Okay.
You know that I've been on the top of the list for the last year and a half, right? That position has been
I've been here.
vacant.
I've been here 2 weeks.
Not me blaming you, but overall, because we have to look at everything. Sorry, I'm going to say we got to look at everything collectively, right? You have somebody new that come on. You try to give them some grace, but the department has been there for a period of time, knowing that this position has been vacant in St. Croix for 2 festivals, and asking the deputy commissioner to do the job, which is unfair.
So, Senator, we have received resumes for those positions, and the intent is to start scheduling interviews. The commissioner just came on. I wanted to give her opportunity to get acclimated into the position, but we do intend to schedule interviews sometime next week for the assistant director of festival.
So you have received resumes because you put the position out? The individuals know that the position is available, that you have received resumes?
There had been, prior to me coming on, there had been conversations with several individuals based on their skill sets.
For 2 years?
Yes.
I heard that. Okay. The positions you have listed in the budget, page 12 and 13. You could start from the top with the new positions. Those positions you have funded at 50%, at 75%. They can't be 100% because it's less than 25,000. What are they funded at?
You in post audit?
Yes.
Okay, post audit. That's what.
Okay, but your new positions, without looking at the post audit, are they funded 100% or?
No.
They're not? So you're estimating that you're not going to bring these positions on until next year, March?
No, so we updated our personnel listing, so there's about 4 positions on there that we requested for it to be funded at 100%, which is the director of visitors, the festival, the assistant director of festival, the special assistant. Give me 1 second. And there was another position. I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Okay, while you do it, Mr. Turnbull, do you issue an RFP for song and stage, or you guys just select someone?
No, we do issue a RFP, a scope of work. We send out a scope of work to the vendors that we know could provide that service all across all 3 islands. And then,
So suppose it's somebody you don't know.
Huh?
Suppose it's somebody you don't know, but they provide that type of service.
We had that conversation internally, so in the next coming week or 2, we will actually be putting that out on social media as well so that people can, solicit.
Okay, go back to...
Yeah, those were the positions.
Okay, I think you were looking for one more. So the 4 are going to be 100%, and all of the other positions, which are what, 7 vacancy and how many new positions?
11.
So how many total? Vacancy and new?
So we have, that would be 18.
So 14 positions are going to be at 50%?
Yes,
Okay, so that is why you adjusted the number to 2.9?
that's correct.
And you adjusted, you're going to provide the adjustment for the fringe?
Yes, I can.
And you also have a breakdown of the other services charge. I know there was a tremendous increase according to the post-audit report. You have a breakdown. Your professional services category went from 706 million in FY24 to 8.7 million or 8.8 million this year. What was that $8 million increase?
Senator, if I may, what happens is if your contract is going through the process and you do a jail to PMP to pay the vendor during the gap, DOF doesn't allow you to classify under professional services. You have to classify under other to pay. So that's where you see the discrepancy. So once a contract is in place, you'll see that number flip. So we have a number of contracts that have come online, especially for our marketing agency, and we're about to go out to RFP for our public relations agency. So all of their purchases will flip once both have contracts into professional service instead of in other.
Okay, last question. Is the former commissioner still on the payroll?
So,
Yes or no?
yes.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You may continue. How long will he continue to be on the payroll?
For another 30 days. The main reason was there are so many things that we're working on, as you can see, and we wanted to make sure there was a smooth transition. So he's working with me on introductions, a lot of the groups, and all of that. And so it's a short-term window, just for a smooth transition.
So a transition point, left seat, right seat movement. Oh, okay.
So I'm in the role, but he is assisting in terms of, once again, the introductions to all of the groups, the organizations. It's a lot, worldwide. So making sure that was a smooth transition.
And it's your testimony is just for 30 days? That's for 30 days?
For the next 30 days, yes.
Okay. Tell me, on the professional service contract, there's a contract for Development Counselors International Limited at $2.1 million. What is that for?
DCI, they're one of the groups that we work with.
In the mic,
I'm sorry. DCI, and they do more than just public relations. You know, they're a part of the process. The organizations that we work with are professionals who are in the tourism space. So many times they're involved in our negotiations to get airlines here. They're involved in our discussions. So it's not just a typical public relations firm in the way that many people think. They're a big part of the process.
I just asked what they do. I just asked what they do. I'm not casting any aspersion one way or the other. I just asked what they do. What about Miles Partnership LLP for $4.9 million? What did it do?
They're marketing also, and Assistant Commissioner Henneman works very closely with them if you'd like to
Mine's
elaborate.
partnership is our marketing agency of record, and that 4.9 is a 2-year contract.
2-year contract.
Correct.
So the 4.9 is for over the 2-year period?
Yes.
Point of information, Senator Frederick, and then we'll come into Senator Gatens for his 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask, what financial matrix are you using in determining your financial awards or stipend to these sports ambassadors that we have? I seem to think that they're not fairly administered, but I might be wrong. Please tell me real quick.
I just want to clarify, are we speaking about our local talent that's away?
Our sports ambassadors, the people that we designate as USVI sport ambassadors, what financial matrix are we using in compensating these individuals? And is it based on what? What are they supposed to be doing for us?
It's based on, first, let me just start to say, each one is looked at individually because each person doesn't have the same matrix. So they don't have the same level of sponsors, they don't have the same level of outreach, they don't have the same level of demand and partnerships. So based on their resume, more or less, is how you determine where we need to how much we need to get involved. Some of them have very aggressive marketing firms that work behind of them, and some of them are just up and coming. So some of them are not used as aggressively across the markets, and so that determines how much we invest.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the new positions, the FTE that was 3.88, you see now you have 4 that are fully funded.
That's
so would you then your vacancies will also increase then? Because the others weren't fully funded, they would be on the vacant end of it?
That includes, that amount includes, that amount includes the ones that were funded. The 2.9 includes the ones that were funded.
So you had 11 vacancies, and then you have the 3.8 FTE.
So we had more than 11. We had more than 11 vacancies because we brought six people on in the department.
What you say your vacancies total is 11 now?
So that includes the vacancies and the new positions that he asked, which would have been 18.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So down to 11 now, like you said before.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Very well. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Kenneth Gittins, Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
You know, it's hard to speak after the sitting finance chair and the former finance chair, but I'll do my best here. There are 9 vacancies according to the post-audit report. Have these positions been posted? And if so, where?
No, they haven't been posted yet.
How long have they been, these vacancies been in place?
Some of them for at least a couple of years. We know the Assistant Director of Festivals. Some are newer positions.
Okay. So why weren't they posted before? You know what? Let's move on. The report also shows another 10 new positions. Are these newly created or previously existing positions?
Those were previously new positions that was in our budget book last year.
So between the two, then there's a total of 19, not 18. 9 vacancies and 10 new positions?
So we brought 6 new employees on into the fold, so that decreases the number.
Okay, how many employees are totally in the department?
We currently have 29 employees.
29, and of the 29, how many are classified? How many are unclassified?
We have 25 unclassified employees and 4 classified.
And why is this? Why is that ratio so, why is there such a big gap between the classified and the, oh, no, never mind. You said unclassified are 4.
No, unclassified is 25 and classified is 4.
Oh yeah, so why that ratio?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
It's
those are, historically, these are the positions that has been within the department.
Correct.
So I see we have like 5 commissioners in such a small department. And so we have a vacancy in the St. Croix district for the Assistant Director of Festivals. What are their salaries? Are they at the same salary?
No, they're not on the same salary.
What are the salaries of the 3 assistant directors?
We have one at 75. We have one at 80. I'm sorry, we have one at 75, one at 77,500, one at 80,000.
So why are they on 3 different salaries?
So I'm not sure why they're on 3 different salaries, but I can tell you that skill set, so it all depends on when they were interviewed. It will be based on skill set, what the individual was being paid for, and what negotiation happened prior to the employee being hired in the department.
Really? I thought that I thought that position salary was 80,000.
Lisa, I think that's.
All right, we'll look at this closely again. Now, Commissioner, I'm really, really excited and happy to see that our Assistant Commissioner out of the St. Croix District is right there lockstep with you. I don't know what was happening previously, but it was almost like St. Croix didn't have a representation. So I'm happy to see this today.
Absolutely.
Now, I've been very pleased with the increased number of cruise ship calls to the island of St. Croix. So what are your plans to enhance the visitor experience, especially there in the Frederiksted town area?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I've been waiting for that one. As I mentioned when I started, we really are looking at the visitor experience. We do a great job of bringing you here, but what's happening when you get here? And we are working, so you may have seen the press release about greeters. We are going to hire them and make sure they're paid. We are filling the directors of visitor experience, which would be their leader position. We will be training, and the training will start internally, but we will be working with the Taxi Association and other businesses who have expressed an interest. The main area is going to be moved down to the pier, so when people come, we are more visible. And then, of course, the biggest piece will be you'll have greeters, and we're working also on entertainment. So it's a very festive feel in all the ports. That's the plan.
Great, thank you.
30 seconds.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
And I'm happy to hear that the greeters will be paid, because if we could find the monies to keep on former commissioner, then we could find the monies to pay these greeters as well. Now, I'm a little baffled that we have thousands of passengers right now, here on St. Croix, and only 2 employees present to represent the Department of Tourism. I'm going to assume that, and I don't like to assume, but I'm going to assume that with the return of the greeters and whatnot, that we will have much larger representation than 2 people to greet the increased number of cruise ship passengers, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. Our hope is to get, sorry.
Time.
Would you consider a pilot program for setting up tiki huts, etc., for temporary shade down in the structure down on the Frederiksted Beach area?
Absolutely. We are willing to anything that will enhance the customer experience as long as it's authentic to our experience. So we could have a discussion about that. But I take your point about shade.
Mr. Chair, I know time has been called. I have 2 more questions if I can, or you have a second round.
I'm doing a second round, but you could proceed with your 2 questions, Senator.
Okay, it'll be quick. Let me go to grievances. I didn't hear my good colleague, the minority leader. I know he usually asks about the employees. Now, the last budget hearing and subsequent hearing outside of budget, Assistant Commissioner Henneman, you were asked about a grievance going on that was supposed to be addressed and concluded or resolved back then. To my understanding, to date, that grievance has not been completed. What's the status?
So right now we have 1 grievance in place. It was multiple grievances. We've now down to one grievance. The grievance is now with OCB, and they're reviewing the case.
So, Assistant Commissioner Henneman, I'm talking about the one that was supposedly resolved already or was supposed to be completed by now. What's the status? Why hasn't it been completed?
Senator, I need a little more information because we didn't have
The one in Prairie District that we've been back and forth with.
and that's what we were speaking about. So initially that was all closed out, and then there was another case open since we met with you. So that it was what we spoke about on the floor was all resolved. All the back pay has been settled, and then another grievance came up due to a portion of the initial grievances. So the person filed again.
Wow. Hopefully we could get to the bottom of this. Lastly, Commissioner, what portion of the budget here today is spent on off-island travel? And what is the tangible return on those expenditures?
One second, Senator. We're just getting to the page there.
Oh, here we go.
And while you're looking for that, do we still have offshore offices?
So, no, we don't have offices. We do have offshore employees and contractors. But in terms of the brick and mortar, the way they used to be, we don't have those anymore. And regarding travel, the amount that's scheduled for FY2026 is $610,000.
And what's the tangible return on those expenditures?
I think the tangible return is the fact that we are getting additional airlift. There's development that's happening. I do want to say this. You can't build relationships. I know a lot of people do things virtually, but you have to be in the room. I think when you go to those trade shows, if you as a destination, if you're missing, it is very obvious. Things are happening.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Commissioner, all due respect, I understand that
Okay,
clearly.
sure.
I want to know what the tangible returns are on those, though. Yes, we're at the table and telling me about increased airlifts when it's only going into one district. Then me as a representative from the St. Croix district have a serious concern about the representation for my island district then.
I'll let Assistant Commissioner Henneman, because she has been working on the marketing piece of it and the fact that it's not just airlift into one district. We are getting additional airlift on St. Croix.
Thank you.
Correct.
And then I just want to thank the chair for the leniency. I'll allow her to respond. Thank you.
As the commissioner said, when we look at travel, it is twofold. It's air and sea, and both numbers are increased for all airports. And St. Croix has more airlift coming in for the winter season with new routes coming out of Boston as well. So it's not just increases on one side, it's increases to the territory.
Thank you very much for those line of questions, Senator Gittins, and thank you for your responses from tourism. Senator Vieira, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And travel is important, but we just want to make sure that the trips are valid and individuals are not using tourism as a slush fund for travel for other individuals. And you got to pay heed to that.
Okay.
You are a member of the Port Authority Board, correct?
Yes.
So you haven't gone to the first meeting yet?
The first meeting is tomorrow.
Oh, great. Because I think tomorrow they're supposed to have a discussion and the $5 million initiative for the enhancement of the Ann Abramson dock and surrounding areas to include the beach.
Yes.
Last time, the board voted not at that point to move it forward, but they're supposed to have a different vote tomorrow. So I need everybody, I'm going to say everybody else in Gray, but everybody to push that initiative because we know that the Frederick area need enhancement. We want to really enhance the beach and develop our tourism products. So if you can push that tomorrow to make sure that there's a vote and that we can move forward with that particular initiative. Thank you so much.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Biele, and yes, I'll be making my calls to some of the board members as well because we want to make sure that St. Croix receive that and Frederickstead. So tell me, talking about the Frederickstead and your Emerson Pier, is there any intention of tourism to occupy, utilize the space at the Clerical Visitor Center?
Yes, absolutely. Shamari, would you like to speak on that?
So we're currently, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. We're currently in conversations with Port Authority. The goal is for us to move the Visitors Bureau from the Frederickstead Mall over to the Annie Abramson Marine Facility, and the Visitors Bureau staff would work out of the Clerical Visitor Center daily, Monday to Friday, and when there's a ship in port.
Excellent. I think that will help to build some rapport between Port Authority and the Department of Tourism as well. So that's a good move.
Right.
Luana Wheatley, is she still with the Department of Tourism?
No.
No.
She's no longer. She resigned, retired. What happened there?
I am not sure.
Anyone can speak to that? She's separated. She resigned. She was terminated. She's no longer with you.
She was terminated from the department.
She was terminated. Okay. In respect to your measuring stick, are you utilizing KPIs, or what mechanism are you using to determine your effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity?
Well, that's going back to the dashboard where we received information from various sources and we're able to get a sense of how we're tracking on a regular basis.
So the dashboard is helping you to do that evaluation?
Exactly.
So who monitors and assesses the dashboard?
There's a key person who is responsible for really extracting.
I can barely hear you. Media?
I'm sorry.
You need to get closer to the mic.
So we get quite a bit of information. Some we get externally, some there are third-party resources. And so for the dashboard, we're extracting information from multiple places, plus information that we get locally. So we're getting multiple sources and making sure that we're staying on track so we can get a sense of, okay, we're seeing a dip in airlift, if we're seeing changes in terms of how many people are coming in. So we get information from various sources, but it's triangulated in the dashboard.
How are you doing exit questionnaires?
We do, 7 different types of activations. Exit questionnaires, are we doing those consistently?
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. The exit survey is actually handled through BER. However, Festival does a really good job of doing surveys post events online that we also gather information from.
And how are you reconciling or getting information from the ABMBs, the VRBOs, those individuals that stay in there? Because I'm almost thinking it's one for one. I think that those Airbnbs and VRBO is almost matching up to hotel stays. Do you agree with that or not?
But particularly on St. Croix, where you have fewer official accommodations, you have fewer hotels. So
they're almost a one-on-one, correct? How are you gleaning the experience from those type of tourists or stays?
That's a good question. One of the things we plan to work more closely with is the Hotel and Tourism Association.
I could barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
One of the things that I think I mentioned already, that we're going to be engaging with the Hotel and Tourism Associations more, because they have a lot of really good data in terms of where people are coming in, and we do share reports. But I think for the Airbnbs, we really have to figure out, because it's obviously the mechanism is different. It's managed differently.
Right.
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, we also have a contract to Miles partnership with a company called AirDNA, where we geotag locations and they provide information for us as well. So outside of IRB, who tells us what the spend is based on their agreements, we can track through locations territory-wide for the shared economy as well.
Okay. All right, we'll take 3 minutes recess at that time, and when I come back, I'll allow for a rapid round so we could complete this process. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands a recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. And at this time, I'll go for round 2, and we'll do a rapid-fire round. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, in respect to food and wine experience, what's happening and what's the discussion with the team in regards to that? That seems to be very popular as a form of the tourism product. And what is your discussion in respect to that?
So food and wine, are you speaking specifically about just the way that we're seen in the culinary space, or specifically
Yes.
Taste of St. Croix? Or
No, just generally
general?
in terms of
Oh.
the attraction with
Yes.
food and wine, and
Yes.
what the
So
public could experience.
we have been supporting some of the major events. I think Taste of St. Croix, that is the one that most people know. They've been there for decades. So one of the things we're looking at, once again, there are events that we sponsor, but we haven't really fully marketed it. It's one thing for them to market it, it's another thing for it to be in our space. So that's an area that we'll definitely continue. It's the Taste of St. Croix, it's the Bush Cook, Chef Cook with Sager Farms. It's the activities that are happening with the agriculture. That's a whole other conversation in terms of
The Pate
embracing-
Festival, the
Pate-
Tart Festival, that bringing
Exactly.
out a wealth of people.
Exactly,
those stuff.
exactly. And many of those events that we sponsor, but like I said, we'll be taking the next step. When we sponsor it, we're going to help with the marketing of it on our sites. So when people are looking at, when I come here, what are all the things I can do this week?
Right.
So we're going to be doing more of that for
So
sure.
we're hoping to see a calendar because just about every single month you could see that
Yes.
there's a wealth of
It is-
events that's happening.
Right. It is actually on the newsletter, and I do want to put in a plug for the newsletter. You can go online, visit USVA. The newsletter is important for everyone, not just for tourists, because you'll find once you have an event, send it to us, send us the information. So we really want it to be when someone is coming, they can take advantage of all the experiences, not just the ones at the hotel or the ones that they know of, the normal events, because there are a lot of festivals.
So you're 2 weeks on the job.
Yes.
How is morale over at the Department of Tourism?
So I am always very interested in engaging and making my own assessment on things, and that's exactly what I went in. I've spent a lot of the last 2 weeks beyond preparing for budget, actually sitting with the team, understanding their pain points and their perspective, because they're on the ground. And so and it's on all 3 islands. So I've been making my way around, because some of the issues in St. John are very different than the ones on St. Croix. And so for me, we're building up morale. People are seeing us working together as a team. It's very clear, everyone's role, but we work very closely together. So it's a work in progress in terms of building morale.
So one of the observation I see is that you have like salaries all over the place. You have individuals that have the same job title, but the salaries, varies. How do you assess that, and how do you determine, who gets what salary? There's some that's $10,000 difference. They're just each of the categories. You have a deputy commissioner that's varied in salary. You have assistant commissioners that varied in salary. You have the assistant directors and director. How do you address, making sure that you right fit that again to build morale and make sure that people are working in tandem with what you're expecting?
So, you see the vacancies, you see the available positions that people are currently working. Once again, part of the assessment is looking at, the job spec. Is it the right, are people the right fit? There'll be some reorganizations that'll be done, and even bringing in more people on the finance side. So what you see, all of those salaries were set before I came on. Obviously,
Correct.
as we go forward, it's really ensuring. And I think even things like having the new performance evaluation process, will help, where it's managing. If you're a manager, you're managing. So the salaries aren't just, what someone negotiated.
Okay. All right, we'll give you some time. I'm sure by the time you come before us for your nomination process, you'll be able to have a better perspective of
Absolutely.
the voice. At this time, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your burning question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to do a deeper dive into the advertising and promotion numbers, 15,322,376. My understanding is that you have it broken down, like I think the St. Thomas Carnival, you had an allocation of 2.8 million, and the St. Croix Carnival and the St. John Carnival. And I wanted to ask also about the Carnival Village. The village is a powerful revenue generator, and all of the booth owners pay a fee, and there's some different collections. Do you get involved in collections? I know you get involved in administering, and there's special licenses and all of that. So do you get involved with any of the collections they pay to License and Consumer Affairs, and the health permit goes to the health department?
Ian?
Good afternoon, Senator. Ian Turnbull for Division of Festivals. So we collect a vendor fee for vendors for food fair, boat race, booth owners, even parade day. We collect vendor fee for those specific events across the 3 islands. The other agencies basically charge a fee for compliance. So I think Department of Health has a fee, Fire has a fee, and VIPD. Yeah, those 3, they have their separate fees outside of the fee that we charge. So we charge a fee for being there.
So when you say you collect, there's a cashier that collects it, a tourism cashier that collects the fees?
So we each of the assistant directors are basically we are bonded, as well as our administrative staff. They're bonded, and so we make the request to the individuals, and then we have them send in a money order. Actually, they don't send in like cash or anything like that.
And that's deposited into the tourism or the general fund? Where is it?
That is deposited into our escrow accounts. We have like 3 Division of Festival escrow accounts, one for St. Thomas, one for St. Croix, and one for St. John.
Escrow accounts. So what's the balances of those escrow accounts? And is that a separate fund? And do you have any investments or CDs? Give me some more detail on those.
No, we don't. No, Senator, we don't have any CDs or investments. However, we do have, with those monies that we collect, we can break it down for each island.
Okay, through the chair, I'd like a detailed breakdown on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Commissioner, in regards to the meeting the needs of our community, the third party individuals that's paying out, is there any intention of replenishing their payment before the end of the fiscal year to ensure that there is timely payments to those vendors, the 1.3 or thereabout that needs to be paid and taken care of? Do you intend to do that before the end of the fiscal year?
It's my understanding that it's in process.
Use the mic, please.
Sorry. It's my understanding that it's in process. That's the intent.
That's
Yes.
the intent. All right. So when you say it's in process, you need to replenish them so that they could pay, or what's happening? Can someone just explain what's happening in that area? So again, the public reviewing, listening public that's concerned about their payment could be aware of what's happening.
Meeting the needs of our community has a contract in place. And so what we do is, based on the needs for the outstanding, some of those vendors will be paid directly through MTOC. For vendors that are bigger than their last allotment, they'll be paid through the ERP.
So how will the vendor know which process they're subjected to?
When we compile the list, we compile the list in 2 branches, under 5 and over 10. And so the under 5 are usually processed through MTOC, and so Director Turnbull and his team reaches out, they call them in, and they're paid through MTOC from their office.
And anything over the 5
then
then goes through the ERP?
The ERP, correct.
Okay. Senator Lewis, you recognized for your 2 minutes or your burning question.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon. Colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, good afternoon to people of the Virgin Islands. Ms. King, real quick, let me put this plug in. Your team, I've worked with them closely numerous times. I think you have an awesome team.
I agree.
I put this in. I think we should have a little retreat for them.
Okay.
It don't have to be off island, because I want to say we splurging, but a little duty-free retreat, you know, just to show that appreciation, because I know they work very hard. And during festivals and all the activities, there's some sleepless nights.
Absolutely.
Moving from one end to the other end, and even when you have your activations, I see the work they do.
Yes.
Let me go to a trip recent we had. We went to the sea trade this year. And one of the things that was spoke about by the cruise lines was data collection, how they're servicing their guests, and how the ways they're always looking at ways to improve their product. And I think that's something we should do. But one of the key takeaways I had from them was not only that they survey their guests and utilize that information, is that when they leave from here, we don't get that information. So we need to find a way to partner with them to find out what the guests are saying about St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John. I talked about moving up with different activities leading up to the different activities, culminations. I don't want us to forget we have a hidden gem. And when I was administrator, you know, not that I found it, I in Columbus, but Water Island. Let's not forget them. You know, and the different beaches we have here. Most of our beaches are public. Let's utilize them. Put activities there and so forth, you know. Let's walk the product. We look in new revenues. We're doing different things. We're moving salaries from 27 to 35,000. We got to pay for these things. We have to want more services in the community that put heads in beds. Let's do what we have to do.
Time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Lewis, you had a feedback on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We do note your comments, and I just wanted to make it clear on the record that we do have a connectivity to the cruise liners where we do get that feedback through our ship agents. So we do communicate with them to find out what our cruisers are thinking, how they feel, and you know, believe it or not, like many of your colleagues have stated, you don't know how good the Virgin Islands is until you travel outside and then you come home and you get to appreciate our product. But one of the things that they often mention to us is that the people are amazing and welcoming. And believe it or not, they think the Virgin Islands is a very clean location. So I just want to toot everybody's horn, because oftentimes we talk about the negative and we don't big up the positive things in the territory. And we'll continue with that engagement to make sure that we get real-time information, but we do get that information from the cruise lines.
And thank you for your response. But in the collection of the data, I mean, you know, I was speaking with the commissioner earlier, and when we were talking about our frontline people, those are the type of things they need to hear. You know, a customer had a good experience, bad experience, how we going to move forward, what type of training we going to put in place to correct this. These are the type of things we need to put out there so we could improve our product.
Absolutely.
You know, we want to
Absolutely.
remain on the cutting edge. The Virgin Islands, United States Virgin Islands.
Yes,
Some
Senator,
people
I'm
might
in
think I'm doing the
agreement.
bidding for the BVI, but the United States Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Virgin Islands of the United States. So, Commissioner, is there a committee engagement, anything being considered in terms of a town hall meeting or anything that you could be able to get a perspective from the community, especially in light of you being the new face? I think this would be a perfect time to be able to take your team on the road and just hear from the community, like in a town hall setting, and just kind of get some feedback from them.
Well, we will be doing engagements even before we do the town hall, because I would like that by the time we do a town hall, we've actually put some things in place rather than talking about what we want to do. But even before that, I think I may have mentioned, I plan to do at least on a quarterly basis, a radio show engagement. But I think the other thing that is going to help us with getting information to and from the community is just there are going to be more of us. There are going to be greeters. We're going to be able to really focus on our key roles. We work across different areas, but really even having the director of visitor experience is going to, even having those positions filled, the directors for visitor experience, and we've identified those people, that is going to make a huge difference, because we will have someone whose main job is to capture and bring back. But I think we're all engaged in the community. All of us are always out. And so people will be able to find us. We're here. We're visible.
Thank you, but I don't want it to be lost on you that just being able to have individuals come into a forum and be able to voice their input. This committee has a lot to say, and I believe that giving them that type of forum where they could come and feed off of each other and provide you with some feedback. A lot of good legislation come from the committee.
Of course.
It didn't originate within individual senators. It came from the committee asking certain questions. So let's not leave them out of that discussion.
I agree.
Senator Heber Frederick, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, all again. I am just so happy to have you here again. And like I said, I'm voting for you no matter what. You got my vote. I think you're a wonderful person with credentials, and you have a great team to really turn things to another level. Because I'm not going to say they're not performing well. They could perform better, and that's going to happen under your leadership. I am certain about that. So you have my full support. I want to talk about the film division. What's the status of that? I noticed there's a vacancy for a film director, but we didn't have any discussion about that. How soon can that get up and running so we could start producing that product?
So although we don't have a full-time employee in that position, we have someone who's a contractor now doing, so it's not like it's completely gone, but we do want to fill that as a full-time position because we're always engaging and trying to figure out ways that we can get commercials and films shot in the USVI.
Okay, great. Next thing, I saw that the Uber Soca Cruise was one of the sponsorship the last time, 450,000. I think it's going to be going on again this year. Is it? Is it going to be the same level of sponsorship, or is it going to be a reduced amount? Do you have any idea?
At the same level.
The same level? Is it going to be still in Crown Bay, or is it going to change? We're changing it, or is it just the cruise itself?
Good afternoon, Senator. It is similar to what happened in both St. Croix and in St. Thomas in the subsequent years prior. So there will be a parade this year on the waterfront.
Okay, great. By the way, how much does anyone know how much money we generated from that?
So, and I literally did this the other day with our team. Let me pull up the numbers because I don't want to say something wrong. And then I could provide it. Yeah,
because I'm just curious to know how much money we made on that. I think it was great, and then last but not least, Mr. Chair, if I could just finish up real quick. We have spent a lot of money and time marketing the Northeast United States. Is that still going to be your strategy? Are we still going to? We've got the advent of Southwest Airlines now coming in here, which is really the other part of the country. So what's our strategy now going forward?
In terms of, so we're going to continue the things that we're doing. I think we'll be adding more locations. I think there was a big conversation about, that's great that we're looking there, but definitely expanding our reach in terms of marketing throughout the Caribbean, especially that relationship with us and Puerto Rico. And so there are many times that we may try a new market to see, okay, let's test it out to see the engagement in terms of activations. If we do an event out on the West Coast, do we see that 6 months later people are coming in? So, I think we're constantly looking to see what's happening in the world, how it's affecting the way that people move, and what adjustments we need to make.
Well, we have the airlift now, so I'm looking forward to see what those numbers say. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you some questions. I know you've been focused a lot on our discussion today relative to advertisement in our big sister island. What is your projections of advertisement for the St. Thomas and St. John district? We have a lot of items that are coming online, events. We want to surely have the opportunity to make sure that we are complete and we are not half. So I know what are the things that we can do to provide more event, authentic event that is going to help increase the experience for our visitors and that you're looking at?
So I think one of the things, obviously we know that we have the festivals, but we find, as I mentioned before, there are events, going back to private, public sector, there are existing events that have really built and grown over the years that we can, I'll give one example that many people from St. Croix.
1 minute.
The Coquito Festival has taken on a life of its own. It's a full one-day event.
One moment, please.
Sure.
There is, let me just share with you, there are, we have the Food Truck Festival in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and there's the Polka Run.
Right.
There's the Polka Run. The Polka Run is a huge event over here as well. So those are some of the things I think, because we have a wonderful and major maritime industry that I would like to see happen. Now let's look at abroad with our marketing at the sea trade. I had the opportunity, and I spoke to Mr. Haynes as well, relative to investing in the food and beverage component, because those are some critical. Now, I am a little, I don't want to say, I'm going to say it anyhow. I'm a little nosy, right? And when we go to these food and beverage, when we go to sea trade, they only, Mr. Chairman, when we go there, everybody has their display in one area. Guess where's a big component to the sea trade? The food and the beverage. Who makes good food and beverage? We in the Caribbean region. Tokyo have their own food and beverage. They are advertising to go on the cruise ships. We need to do it for our people here as well. We have very good cuisine. We have desserts that are very authentic and unique to the Virgin Islands. So we need to start to assure that when those cruise ship passengers are coming here, they know what food that we eat and consume and drink here. And they should have our spirits also on their shelves. Yes. Okay? How is it that they're having Puerto Rico spirits on their shelves? And we were opening our ports when COVID happened. They need to make sure they're taking care of us as we took care of them. Yes. That's my point. So when we are going next year, God spare our lives, let's explore the food and beverage. Let's look at our local vendors and what we can be able to market them. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I appreciate that deeply.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've had a chance to meet in some recent trips I went on, so what they call themselves influencers. Does the Department of Tourism hire or have what we call influencers?
Absolutely.
In what area?
So you have, I mean, a big part of the ambassador program is that social media engagement, but during festivals, there are influencers who already have existing audiences, large audiences, 1 million followers, 150,000 followers, who engage and come down and have the experience. And influencers really kind of move the needle sometimes in terms of people choosing to come to an experience.
Okay, and the ones that I met were actually influencers for tequila. So we could do for our own rum products that we have here and compare them. The 25 budget had 500,000 added for the Beer and Wine Festival. That was removed, the inaugural one. What does that mean? We're not going to be doing it on an annual basis, or is it moved? From your budget?
1 minute.
You had 39,500,000. So was that added or removed?
Was that passed by legislation? If we got that as a
I have
we need to get pointed.
Okay. As on page 5 of the post-audit report, has that. Now, a little further down, the post-audit report has, under the fund flow analysis, the department obligated and expended a total of $34,300,238, which exceeds the allotted amount by $1,839,036. And the overage suggests the department, you see where I'm at?
So that's probably our rollover from the previous year.
Okay, so
That's probably-
what kind of rollover do you have thus far from 25 going into 26? In terms of dollar figures?
I'll have to get that information back to you.
Okay,
guys. I
so
don't have
through
it
the
with me.
chair, you could get that. And then how does the rollover work? What is a part of an impress fund? Or, how do you get a rollover from where?
Time.
Alani Henneman, Department of Tourism. What happens is when you do your closeout to the end of the year, if you have payments in the pipeline that are current, they roll over as long as the money is committed and they're in the system. Finance honors them when they reopen the next fiscal budget.
Okay, but you already, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, you already exceeded your allotment for 25 by almost $2 million. So do you have that in your rollover to cover?
Yes,
Those
because
kind of
those payments come attached to a PO already. So they're not taking funding from your new budget.
Okay.
They are carrying over from your old budget, and they come over with that PO.
Okay, already encumbered.
Already
That's the word.
encumbered,
Already
correct.
encumbered, that's the word. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the Division of Tourism. What's the amount of money you executed on all three carnivals? Or Festival, Carnival, and 4th of July?
Ian.
You got it?
No, it's
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So you have 2.8 for St. Thomas, 2 million St. Croix, and 1.5 on St. John. That is our budget.
Okay, and I know that you guys also use an entity from outside to stream the parades and everything else. What's the amount you spent at that entity anyway, to begin with?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festival. First, just to correct you, the local vendors are the ones who execute the streams, live stream. So on St. Thomas, it's MDM. On St. John, it was Media One. And in St. Croix, it's a combination of Media One and VI Consortium.
1 minute.
Okay, First Choice Sound Systems. How much money is owed to them? Because I understand it's 3 years now and they haven't been paid for the road work. I mean, I think they do other work, but for the...
So, good day, Senator.
30 seconds.
They don't do road work. They're a sound and production team. They are that one vendor that has had issues that we're trying to work through to get them paid. So they are in queue to be paid before this fiscal year ends.
Okay, when I say road work, I'm talking about like when Uber came to St.
Yeah,
Croix.
road work. I get you now.
Okay, good. So why do you guys use WTJX? Channel 12?
Time.
For you're asking me?
For broadcast,
So, yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you for the question, Senator. So, since forever, parades have been broadcasted by WTJX at no cost. With the other entities prior and with this new entity, we never paid. And so, the parades are that one thing that we never paid for. The village and all of the other activities is where we hired where a vendor was hired. So the parade specifically there was never a transaction between WTJX and Division of Festivals, nor VICC, nor St. Charlemagne and his team, and the St. John Celebration Festival team. I think they sent in a request for something this year for St. John specifically.
Well, thanks for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
So, thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. In regards to the WTJX saga, so you're saying that they sent in a request for what? For a sponsorship, support? What is it that they sent in a request for?
I think it was a request for support. We have supported WTJX, I think, to the tune of about $71,000 over a couple of years. But I think they sent in a request for St. John specifically for the parade. And then from that request, they said that, going through some of the issues that they're going through because of, I think it's NPR, they are looking for support for the parades moving forward to host and broadcast those parades.
So recognizing that, in fact, that is a challenge because, the federal funding is no longer there. You're saying that there was no support in terms of a sponsorship or something that the festival could have considered for someone that have traditionally done this for the last umpteen years, according to you, for free, and now they're asking for support. Did you have to pay Media One or that other entity to be able to coverage?
Media One included, I think Media One and Consortium, they included in the live streaming, that budget that we have with them for the live stream in the village, that's included in it. Yeah.
And that was via an RFP or something or what? They included that as the overall, because I think that the Media One and VI Consortium, of course, have been able to do it over the years anyway, even when WTGX had done it as well. So what happened there differently?
So this was before me, but I think as we're moving forward, knowing that WTGX is even under more dire circumstances because of the federal government and the cuts, I think it's something that we need to take a look at moving forward, because live streaming is fine, but a lot of elders especially, they're not going to be streaming. Right. They're going to be watching it on TV, and they've been relying on that. Absolutely. So that's something that I know we can work out. We have to. It's important. Yes. It's very important.
Very well. Again, I don't think it's the chicken or the eggs. I mean, I think that there is opportunity for both to coexist. Absolutely. But we just can't lock out WTGX, who have traditionally done this. And the fact is that a lot of people were looking forward to being able to view the parades via WTGX, and were really denied that opportunity. I did it. My family do it when they're off island as well. During that time. So that created some issues. Senator Lewis, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon, Miss Miller. Miller. And on page 8 of the post-audit report, is it correct that you have six vehicles?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So I see out of the 6, 3 are in poor condition, 3 in good condition. What's the plans? Because I didn't see nowhere in here talked about repair or maintenance or upkeep of the vehicles. I didn't see how much we spend in gasoline. None of that information was in this report. And I know you're all doing good work, but I don't know how you won't get around if the car them breaking down. So enlighten me, what's the deal with that? What did you spend for maintenance last year? What do you propose for maintenance this year?
So I'll have to provide that information to you guys on the spend for maintenance. But we did put in requests to OMB for new vehicles. We use our vehicles on a daily basis to move to the ports, to the airports to check on our greeters. When festival come, the vehicles are highly used. Even when we have stranded passengers, when the staff has to move around to deal with tourists, the vehicles are used constantly on a daily basis.
Yeah, I understand, but I just saying I didn't see no data supporting it in terms of how much you paid for fuel, what's the plan to
I can provide that information.
Swap them out, keep them going, and so forth. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for WTGX, I just think we need to include it in the budget, need to make it a line item and just move forward from there. I think at some point the Department of Tourism or Division of Tourism need to provide us with a list of items that you would like to be line item to make sure that they're paid. And that would be the simplest way, because that bucket of money is there. Okay? But we now have to make sure that the bucket of money is utilized the way that it's supposed to be. Before I go on to two questions, I'm getting a lot of text saying, they find it so strange that in a lot of tourism pictures, there are certain individuals are always photographed, but at the hearing today, the individuals are missing, which they want to know, well, what is really that particular leadership role? Leadership when you're in America and all over the place, or leadership when they come before the legislature absent? Just wanted to put that on the record. Legislation was passed in reference to shared accommodation. We have an agreement with Airbnb. That was signed that we're collecting significant hotel room occupancy tax. This year we have collected some $15 million, $15,251,000, and in the hotel room we have collected some $30,499,000. However, we passed legislation to try to enter into agreements with the other shared platforms, Verbo and all those others. Have they even had a discussion with you about having a conversation with these entities? Yeah. And I think it was OMB Finance. Have there been any discussion in reference to an approach?
So we had a conversation with OMB and Finance to really look at all of the information and really on a holistic way. We're basically putting together a task force, but I'll let you speak to the previous meetings and engagements.
Senator, yes, both IRB and OMB. OMB actually spoke to us about a vendor and we shared vendors and some of our shared economy information so they know what pool they need to go after with their vendor to make sure that they can identify which ones are Airbnb and which ones are on multiple platforms to make sure they're paying in. So they did come to us and we did share some information based on the information we had as well.
Okay, and being able to capture all the villas and St. John that they go for very, very high amounts, that we need to make sure that they're paying their fair share. In terms of the taxi industry, do you believe, or would the Division of Tourism support legislation mandating that all taxis accept more than one form of payment, multiple form of payments? Oh, the taxi cab commissioner lady. Chairman, go ahead.
She's so famous. I do believe that it can improve the product. It definitely makes sense. We are in a competitive atmosphere, and it just makes sense to be able to accept multiple streams. Now, my area of concern would be how we roll it out, because we know that the area of taxi, we have a more aged population as far as operators are concerned, and so we have to strategically think of how we would implement something like that, where we can not just throw it at taxi operators, but allow them to learn the process and realize the importance of having the accessibility.
Okay, and I put that on the record because literally any place that you travel, individuals walk with limited cash.
Yep.
And they hit an airport and they're utilizing either some type of credit or debit or some type of ride share app. And if we want to remain competitive, we got to keep up. Puerto Rico, everybody accepting it, and a bunch of foreign destinations, you accepting literally everything. Absolutely. So at the very least, I know ride share is a different conversation, especially for St. Thomas. I know that. But at the very least, you got to be able to make sure that a tourist that's getting on a taxi from the airport to Frenchman Reef could take out a credit card or PayPal or Zelle or some option to be able to pay. And it is going to be the responsibility of the industry to catch up. We can't hold the island back forever because of excuses. And not excuses, and the department part, excuses and the industry part. And a lot of times the excuses are just because they don't want to comply. So we got to definitely move in that direction. And lastly, the numbers that you have, your projection, I think your projection a little off for the tourism revolving fund. You're projecting that you're going to collect $56 million this year? And I think you're going to collect about 52. You collect 45 right now. August and September are kind of slow months. We usually collect like 3 million in August, September, barely 3. We're up to 45. I think you possibly gonna do like 7 million more. I'm estimating. So I'm estimating like $53 million based on how August and September usually roll out. But I can see definitely this is one growth area that we should see tremendous impact next fiscal year if we do the right thing. So.
Also, I think one of the things that will help is we were talking about shifting that it's no longer seasonality where we've had a pretty good summer. So I think that will help in terms of us meeting that goal. And, you know, if we continue, we can sort of rely on people coming all year round.
Yeah, well, once we get a JetBlue and Frontier to continue September, so we could continue with those numbers coming in.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, if I may, June and July, just to put on the record for the territory, were almost equivalent to February and March.
Yes.
So the airlift into the territory over the summer months were on par with our peak season.
That's good.
And that's consistent with the revenues that's coming into the coffers as well, it seems. Yeah, yeah. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again. You know, let me go back to when I asked the commissioner about the off-island travel. I didn't meant that it was not justified because we do need to travel and be at the table, as you stated. However, let's not just be at the table and one district not eating. If we're going to sit at the table, let's make sure that we all eat. That said, I wanted to ask, what's the relationship between the Department of Tourism and the Virgin Islands Port Authority as in terms of, as it pertains to communication with regards to layover flights? I don't see where there's any layover flights. So in the absence of having all these flights coming to St. Croix like we see in the St. Thomas district, what about any talks with regards to the layover flights?
Oh, those conversations are ongoing. Absolutely. Like I said, the airlift conversation is not one that's seasonal. We're constantly looking at how can we bring more people in and in a way that's convenient, because sometimes there are flights coming in but people prefer the earlier flights. So, you know, on the Port Authority side, I'm sorry.
Let's make sure that we're serious with these talks, please, okay?
Yes.
Even as a youngster, I can remember my mother packing me up and we getting on Panam and Eastern and whatnot at 8 o'clock at night and going to St. Thomas.
Yes.
So let's try to work on these layover flights. Now, Division of Festivals, what's the status of your subcommittees? You still have subcommittees? And if so, how are they incentivized?
Yeah, we do have good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull. We do have subcommittees. There's no compensation or anything like that. They do sit at the table in terms of our planning. We just literally came off a meeting last week with our princess.
So I understand that there's no compensation. I'm asking, so the first part of the question is answered. So they are active, but how are they being incentivized?
We did have some internal conversations about hosting some activities for them, you know, just to kind of show them our appreciation. But outside of that, you know, we give them access to all of the areas where there's access for them to receive. You know, the village is not a charge. Village specifically is not a charge event. The other charge events, we don't charge them. If they want to attend, they can attend. They just would need to reach out. And we're actually working right now to put out another request for more volunteers and more potential committee members.
Time.
So, you know, we've been having a talk about that it's time to start looking at that. So I hope that we'll be serious. We're bringing in some big artists and whatnot. And all this is big free concerts. All right, when we go elsewhere, we pay. I heard time call, but let me just ask Mr. Chair the last question pertaining to the vehicles. I saw that there are also the 6 vehicles that the Secretary spoke of. Where are these 6 vehicles assigned between St. Croix and St. Thomas, and who are the vehicles assigned to?
So they are assigned between St. Croix and St. Thomas. St. Croix has 2, St. Thomas has 4.
And who are they assigned to?
There's one that's assigned to me on each island. When I'm on the island, I use it, but when I'm not, it's in use for the office. And on St. Croix, it's assigned to Mr. Shamari Haynes. And then in St. Thomas, Jamila, you want to fill in for St. Thomas?
St. Thomas, I have a vehicle, and then the other vehicles are used throughout for the staff.
The other vehicles are used what?
For the staff. So if somebody needs to use a vehicle, or maintenance, or if somebody needs to go to check on the greeters, any staff member can pick up a vehicle.
So, and what's the status of one of those for St. Croix? If something's supposed to happen to a guest, they have to be transported to the hospital. One of your staff members got to go to the hospital. What are they using?
So we put in a request for new vehicles, and some of those vehicles are going to go to St. Croix, so St. Croix will receive extra vehicles.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, DOT staff, for your responses.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. And as we wrap up, Commissioner, of course, the tourism product and industry is responsible for a great deal of the revenues that come into the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands and help us to continue to ensure that we have services to provide to this community. So we're always in a mode to make sure that we're supporting and improving our tourism products. So at this time, I'd like to recognize you for a closing statement. And before I do that, what about this current assignment? What about you taking on this role as Commissioner of Department of Tourism gives you reason for concern, pause, challenge you, or excite you about this new role as the Commissioner of Tourism?
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. First, let's start with the good news. What excites me, we have an amazing product. We have been successful, and coming off of COVID, how we were able to pivot as a destination, and we continue to soar. So that's great. We're doing a great job of bringing folks in, and we want to do more of that, obviously, with more airlift, looking forward to other development. What gives me pause is going back to the visitor experience. It's going to take a lot of work, and not just the Division of Tourism. Once again, VI is vested interest, so it's everyone who's involved in the experience, the taxi drivers, the restaurant owners, just the whole engagement, and our stakeholders. So we're going to be doing a lot of work engaging with everyone, partnering with our community, because we want this to be a great community for everyone, not just for tourists. And once again, just reminding everyone that this is also our playground. I love it when people do staycations and visit and see how well we're doing, and each island has something to offer. So for us, I think the overarching goal is improving the experience, that it's something that you'll come and you will want to come again and again and again. And it's just about partnership, including working closely with VIPD, Waste Management, and the sister agencies, because they also have a role to play in what the destination looks like.
Very well. I want to thank you and your team for coming before us today and defending your budget of $39 million that's been proposed by the governor and the executive team, and also to continue to implore the need for us to ensure that we are paying those vendors some $1.3 million that's owed to them, and where there's an opportunity, again, to increase morale within your team, as well as to look for those areas where we believe that we're leaving money on the table and opportunities for us to be able to gain additional revenues. We want to continue to embrace that and support it. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes. When we come back, we go to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Budget,
you.
Operation, Finance stands a recess for 15 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up item in block number 2.
Block 2, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Invited testifier, Craig F. Benjamin, Executive Director. This reads the end of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please read the correspondence from Director Craig Benjamin in record at this time.
From Vanessa Ballard to dear Chairman Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. On behalf of Executive Director Craig Benjamin, thank you for your letter inviting him to present before the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance regarding the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Regrettably, Executive Director Benjamin will be unable to attend the hearing scheduled for Tuesday, August 19, 2025, due to a previously scheduled surgical procedure and treatments. He had prepared to attend the original hearing date of August 13th and had already purchased airfare to travel the following day to the mainland for his medical appointments. In his absence, the Bureau will be represented by Chief Financial Officer Dr. Charmaine Myers, who will deliver Executive Director Benjamin's prepared testimony. Dr. Myers will be accompanied by Mr. Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of School Maintenance, and Ms. Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction. The team will be fully prepared to present a 15-minute budget overview and respond to any questions from the committee. All required documentation, including the written testimony, will be submitted to Senator Francis at legvi.org by the close of business on Tuesday, August 12, 2025. Please free to contact our office should you require any additional information or assistance. Thank you for your understanding and continued collaboration. Sincerely, Special Assistant to the Executive Director, Vanessa Bellot. This ends the conclusion for correspondence for block number 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table. We do have Dr. Myers on deck, and we'll go to her for introductions as well as the team from the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Good afternoon, Ms. Dr. Myers. Please turn on the mics. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Just introduce yourself at this time, and then we'll have the team to do the introduction, and then we'll go to the testimony.
I am Dr. Charmaine Myers, the Chief Financial Officer at the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Yes. Next.
Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction.
Good afternoon, Jason Parija, Project Manager.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yancy Milligan, Maintenance Facility Manager, School Maintenance Facility Manager, St. Croix District.
Very well. You're recognized for your testimony at this time, Dr. Myers. We have someone online as well?
Yes.
Virtual?
Yes. Assistant Director Harrigan.
Assistant Commissioner Harrigan?
Assistant Director.
Assistant Director Harrigan? Media?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Assistant Director of Maintenance.
You have a visual of that person? Very well, there he is. All right. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Honorable Marvin Blyden, Vice Chairman, esteemed members of the committee, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, and to the viewing and listening audience. My name is Dr. Charmaine Myers, Chief Financial Officer at the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. On behalf of Executive Director Craig Benjamin, I am here today to present testimony on our current operations and projected budgetary needs for fiscal year 2026. I am joined today by members of our leadership team, Mr. Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of School Maintenance, Ms. Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction, Mr. Yancy Milligan, Facilities Maintenance Manager for the St. Croix District, and Mr. Jason Parija, the School Project Manager in the St. Croix District, and other supporting staff in the chambers. The Bureau is led by a highly experienced executive team with deep expertise in finance, engineering, architecture, and public service. Executive Director Benjamin is a highly experienced design and construction professional with over 25 years of expertise managing multi-million-dollar projects from concept to completion. Skilled in project planning, team management, design strategy, and conflict resolution, he has a proven track record of delivering high-quality results. Dr. Charmaine Myers brings over 33 years of experience in finance, accounting, and budgeting.
Slow down a bit, please.
Including 29 years with the government of the Virgin Islands. Her leadership ensures sound fiscal oversight and responsible financial management for the Bureau. Mr. Paul Harrigan, an experienced civil engineer and veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, has a strong background in property management, construction consulting, and drafting, making him a vital asset in day-to-day maintenance leadership. Ms. Cynthia Allen, a licensed architect, offers extensive experience in both the public and private sectors. Her prior leadership roles and in-depth understanding of environmental and regulatory frameworks are instrumental in successful project execution and compliance. These key leadership roles were established under Act 8717 to ensure strategic guidance, operational independence, and internal accountability. The Bureau has been in existence for just over 10 months. Establishing a new agency from the ground up, while simultaneously fulfilling our mandate to maintain and improve school facilities, has presented both great challenges and important opportunities. Despite the complexity of building an agency while running one, our team has remained focused, resilient, and committed to the mission entrusted to us. Our public schools, while aging, remain active centers of learning. Many of the facilities are decades old and face a range of structural and system-related challenges. Despite these conditions, the Bureau is committed to doing everything within its power to ensure that students, educators, and staff are learning and working in environments that are safe, functional, and conducive to academic success. Through both routine and emergency maintenance, we address critical infrastructure issues to maintain comfort, safety, and health across our campuses, while also preparing for the future construction of modern, resilient school facilities. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance must make strategic decisions about projects to address first, recognizing that in our environment, everything feels like a priority. In these cases, we must prioritize the priorities. For example, repairing a leaky roof took precedence over painting a school. Painting first would have been counterproductive and unsafe if the roof continued to leak, potentially allowing water to come into contact with electrical systems and creating a serious hazard for students and staff. In this instance, we chose safety over aesthetics, ensuring that urgent structural and safety concerns were addressed before cosmetic improvements. This approach is especially important given our funding constraints, which require us to maximize resources while protecting the health and safety of our school community. This budget represents more than just operational funding. It is an investment in the daily well-being of our students, faculty, and staff. It symbolizes hope and a continued commitment to maintaining our existing infrastructure while we work diligently towards the realization of new state-of-the-art educational facilities for the territory. The progress we have achieved would not have been possible without the unwavering dedication and specialized skills of the staff at the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I extend my sincere appreciation to every member of our team for their steadfast commitment to excellence and their valuable contribution towards fulfilling our mission. The agency overview. Established under Act Number 8717, the BSCM is charged with providing safe, efficient, and sustainable school facilities across the territory. Our mission is to ensure that every student and educator learns and works in an environment that fosters growth, resilience, and community development. The Bureau is organized into 4 primary divisions: the Office of the Executive Director, Office of Administration and Finance, the Facilities Operations and Maintenance Division, and the Facilities Construction Division. Each office operates under the leadership of qualified professionals with deep expertise in their respective domains and contributes to the effective delivery of capital projects and routine maintenance services across the territory. Transition and implementation. As this is the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance's first budget hearing, it is appropriate to include an overview of our transition and implementation progress. The BSCM officially commenced operation on October 1st, 2024, assuming critical maintenance responsibilities that were previously under the purview of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Since that time, we have achieved several key milestones in establishing the Bureau as an operational agency. We've established official email and communication systems with support from the Bureau of Information Technology. With the assistance of the Department of Finance, independent financial accounts were created within the ERP to enable fiscal autonomy. We developed standard operating procedures, and we launched a website and Facebook page to improve public transparency and stakeholder engagement. We facilitated the transfer of 30 vehicles from VI to BSCM, where 17 were assigned to St. Thomas and 13 to the St. Croix district. The vehicle listing is attached as Appendix D. We successfully transitioned and initiated personnel integration in accordance with Act 8717, which mandates that employees be transferred in their existing capacities. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has successfully executed all notice of personnel actions for exempt employees. The final required document, the in-depth classification, has been submitted to the Division of Personnel for review and approval. Once approved and signed by the Director of Personnel, it will be attached to the NOPAs for unionized employees, completing the transition process. Although the BSCM is not yet fully included in existing collective bargaining agreements, integration efforts are actively underway. The Seafarers Union is currently engaged in negotiations that will include BSCM, while negotiations with the American Federation of Teachers Union have been postponed due to the Office of Collective Bargaining being unable to make wage proposals at this time. These foundational achievements has positioned the BSCM to function as a fully operational, responsive, and accountable agency committed to maintaining and improving the territory's educational facilities. Key accomplishments. During fiscal year 2025, the Bureau achieved major milestones, establishing a new agency from the ground up while simultaneously executing critical infrastructure and maintenance functions. Despite the challenges of launching operations from scratch, the Bureau successfully completed $6 million in projects and initiated an additional $11 million in projects, which are anticipated to be completed by or before the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2026. Please see Appendix E for maintenance payments and the overview of accomplishment and initiative provided below. We also completed critical roofing, electrical, and HVAC repairs across several schools. We outlined quarterly maintenance initiatives. We deployed a centralized work order system to manage maintenance requests and improve responsiveness. iPads were purchased for the coordinators to facilitate real-time task tracking and field communication. Coordinators were trained on how to use the iPads to manage the work order system. We executed summer repairs projects with defined scopes and timelines. We developed interagency coordination with BIT, DOP, DPP, and DOF, and we recruited essential staff to support operations. Key performance indicators. To effectively monitor and manage the Bureau's maintenance operations, we are implementing a system to track key operational performance metrics that provide a high-level overview of workload and productivity. These KPIs will enable us to assess the volume of work being processed, identify trends, and make data-driven decisions to improve efficiency. KPI 1. Total work orders created. Definition, number of new work orders logged in a given period, reflecting incoming maintenance demand. Measurement, count of new work orders per week, month, or quarter. KPI 2, total work orders closed. Definition, number of work orders completed in a given period, indicating maintenance output. The measurement, count of completed work orders per week, month, or quarter. KPI 3, backlog size. Number of open work orders still pending at the end of the reporting period. The measurement, total open work orders as period end. And finally, KPI 4, backlog age, the average number of days that open work orders have been outstanding, highlighting timeliness of resolution. The measurement, the sum of open work orders divided by the number of open work orders. By consistently tracking and reporting on these KPIs, the Bureau can better allocate resources, address bottlenecks, and ensure timely responses to the maintenance needs of schools across the territory. I now present the fiscal year 2026 budget overview, which outlines the key funding priorities necessary to advance our objectives and fulfill our mission. As we plan for the year ahead, the FY2026 OMB recommended operating budget for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance total $4,762,952.80 from the general fund. This represents a reduction of $2,190,738.20 compared to the funding received in fiscal year 2025. In addition, Act 8717 appropriates at least $5 million annually from the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance Capital Fund for the maintenance of schools and other educational facilities. This brings the Bureau's total recommended budget for FY 2026 to $9,762,952.80. As reflected in this summary, the miscellaneous budget allocation is included. However, a detailed breakdown is provided in a later section of this document. Our FY 2026 operating budget summary includes the following allocations: $3,785,404.04 for personnel and $977,548.76 for fringe benefits. Please note that due to the limited funds allocated to BSCM for operating expenses, the Bureau does not have sufficient resources to meet its full fringe benefits obligation. Additionally, no funds have been allocated for supplies or other services. These costs are instead reflected in the miscellaneous section of the FY 2026 budget. In our FY 2026 miscellaneous budget summary, the following allocations were recommended: $660,000 for personnel, $1,245,153.26 for fringe, $1,260,000 for capital outlay, $180,000 for supplies, and $416,000 for other services and charges, and finally $7,500 for utilities. Please note that the fringe is higher in this category due to the shortfall of fringe in the recommended operations budget. To further strengthen our maintenance operations, the Bureau is requesting funding for an additional 12 skilled maintenance positions for the St. Thomas-St. John District, totaling $660,000 in personnel costs and $330,000 in fringe benefits. We are also requesting an additional $915,153.26 to address the shortfall in the funding for the fringe portion of the positions that cannot be sustained under the existing budget ceiling. These positions are essential to ensuring that every public school across the territory has dedicated maintenance personnel. Each skilled worker will be directly responsible for a specific school, serving as first line of response for maintenance needs. These individuals will be tasked with promptly identifying issues, performing routine upkeep, and executing or supervising minor repairs to prevent the escalation of facilities problems. Their consistent presence will significantly improve our ability to sustain safe, functional, and well-managed learning environments. The additional funding for personnel and fringe is vital to support this staffing expansion. This investment represents a key shift from reactive to proactive maintenance, ensuring that our school facilities not only remain operational, but also continuously meet essential health, safety, and comfort standards. The total allocation of $180,000 is designated for supplies. This amount is essential to support the Bureau's administrative and operational functions. These funds will be used to purchase necessary office supplies such as computers, printers, papers, and stationery, as well as critical operational supplies for maintenance activities. Operating supplies may include tools, cleaning materials, safety equipment, and parts needed to conduct daily fieldwork. Ensuring the timely availability of these resources is vital to sustaining efficient operations and supporting the overall maintenance and management of public school facilities. The total allocation of $416,000 under other services and charges is designated to support a range of essential operational and administrative functions. This amount includes $80,000 for professional services, $40,000 for communication services, $30,000 for transportation of goods, equipment, and materials, $20,000 for advertising and promotional activities to ensure transparency and community engagement, $5,000 for printing and binding of reports, documents, and outreach material, $216,000 for rental of office and operational space critical to BSCM functions, $20,000 for staff training and professional development, and $5,000 for miscellaneous expenses not otherwise categorized. These allocations reflect BSCM's commitments to maintaining efficient, transparent, and professional operations across all districts. The total allocation of $1,260,000 on the capital outlay is designated to support the purchase of vehicles and the development of warehouse space in both districts. This funding is critical to strengthening BSCM's operational capacity and logistical infrastructure. The allocations include $260,000 for the purchase of crew cab utility trucks needed to support maintenance and facility management activities, $1 million for the build-out of warehouse spaces in both St. Thomas, St. John, and the St. Croix district. In fiscal year 2025, $1 million was appropriated under capital outlay for this purpose. While efforts to identify a suitable location on St. Thomas were unsuccessful, we are actively exploring a viable option on St. Croix. However, due to delays in securing these spaces, we will be unable to obligate the funds during the current fiscal year. Therefore, we respectfully request that the $1 million be reappropriated in the fiscal year 2026 budget. These investments will enhance the Bureau's ability to store materials, deploy resources efficiently, and improve overall service delivery to public schools throughout the territory. The recommended personnel services positions for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance total 72. This includes 67 currently filled positions and 6 vacancies. The full personnel list is included in Appendix A. Of the 72 positions, 37 are located on the St. Thomas, St. John district, 35 are located in the St. Croix district. In terms of classification, 44 are unionized represented positions, 10 are non-union classified positions, and 22 are exempt positions. The FY2026 Construction, Maintenance, and Capital Fund. Pursuant to Act 8717, a minimum of $5 million will be appropriated annually to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. For fiscal year 2026, BSCM is requesting a total of $5,747,746.52 from the School Construction Capital Fund. This amount includes $1,989,565 for routine maintenance for the schools in the St. Thomas, St. John district, $2,273,181.51 for routine maintenance for schools in the St. Croix district, and $1,485,000 for capital improvement at non-school facilities in both districts. Routine maintenance estimates for each school are based on historical costs, adjusted for Virgin Islands-specific conditions. Services include air conditioning maintenance, mold remediation, trash removal, janitorial services, plumbing, roof and gutter cleaning, and other critical upkeep tasks. The full line item breakdown by school is shown in Appendices B and C. The total projected for the St. Croix district is $2,273,181.51. And the total projected for the St. Thomas, St. John district is $1,989,565.01. The breakdown of school, of course, like I stated, it is actually in the right directly underneath. But for the essence of time, I won't proceed with the listing. Non-facilities capital projects budgetary summary. In fiscal year 2026, we intend to prioritize the following capital improvement projects at non-school facilities with a total projected cost of $1,485,000. The proposed allocation are as follows. Jefferson Annex for the roof replacement, mold remediation, painting, ceiling tile replacement, quarterly deep cleaning, and bathroom fixtures. School lunch facilities on St. Thomas, the installation of new AC systems, electrical upgrades to support refrigerated trailers. The amount for the school facilities is $275,000, and for the annex, I apologize, I go back, that amount was $625,000. For the St. Thomas St. John headquarters, our intent is to conduct mold remediation, transport and installation of a generator from St. John, and repair roof leaks. That amount is $225,000. For the school lunch facility on St. Croix, the installation of new air conditioning system, electrical upgrades to support refrigerated trailers, and that amount is $275,000. And for the curriculum center on St. Thomas, it's for equipment removal, and that total is $85,000 for a grand total of $1,485,000. Fiscal Year 2025 financial overview. Since its inception, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has received legislative appropriation under the following acts. Act 8717 appropriated $7.5 million, in which $2 million of that was for setup. Act number 8755 appropriated $5 million. Act number 8917 appropriated $6,953,691. Act number 8918 appropriated $7 million. However, that appropriation was not disbursed. And lastly, Act number 8920, as amended by Act number 8985, appropriated $10 million. These funds reflect the legislature's strong commitment to educational infrastructure and operational readiness. As of June 30, 2025, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has demonstrated measurable financial progress and effective execution under both capital and operational funding stream. Under Act 8717 and 8755, for Project S4009, a total of $10,624,591.75 has been obligated, representing 96% of the total allotment. Of this amount, $6,132,404.72 has been expended, $4,454,525.03 remains encumbered, and $37,665 is currently in requisitions. As part of its commitments to ensuring that the territory's public school remains safe, operational, and conducive to learning, the Bureau processed substantial expenditures under Project S4009 during fiscal year 2025. These expenditures supported a comprehensive scope of work, engaging trusted vendors such as Apex, Showboys, JD's Building, VI Cleaning, B20, Ancon, just to list a few, to deliver critical services in both districts. Funding under this project were directly toward the following operations: repair and maintenance, professional services, supply and equipment. These investments were executed in alignment with BSCM's summer maintenance objectives and targeted to sites with the most urgent needs, such as Ivana Eudora Ken, Julius Sproul, Lumoco, St. Croix Educational Complex, Woodfin, just to name a few, and other campuses across both districts. These proactive approach ensures that facilities are prepared to receive students and staff at the start of the academic year. Through Act 8917, a total of $3,616,627.67 has been obligated, representing with $3,485,774.9 already expended, $117,465.90 still encumbered, and $13,387.68 in requisition. Alongside the execution of capital projects, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance utilized general fund resources to support critical day-to-day operations that keep the agency functioning effectively. These operational investments include digital and telecommunication services, inter-island travel, professional services, advertising, and stakeholder engagement. In addition, the BSCM procured essential vehicles and office supplies to meet the logistical demands of its maintenance team and administrative operation. These carefully planned expenditures reflect the Bureau's commitment to proactive resource planning and long-term investments in both operational sustainability and facilities modernization. Together, these expenditures, obligation, and forward-looking strategies demonstrate BSCM disciplined financial stewardship and continued focus on improving the quality, safety, and functionality of public school facilities across the territory. By strategically aligning both capital and operating resources, BSCM continues to fulfill its mission of providing safe, well-maintained educational environments that support student achievement and success. Maintenance contract summary. To ensure the continued safety, cleanliness, and aesthetics quality of our educational facilities, the Virgin Islands Department has executed a comprehensive series of maintenance contracts totaling $2,059,397.32 for the period October 1, 2024 through September 30, 2025. These contracts cover essential services across both the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts, including landscaping, janitorial services, pest control, dumpster rental and trash removal, and septic sludge disposal. These contracts have a one-year renewal term, and the Department of Property and Procurement is currently processing the renewals for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. In the interest of time, I will not read all of the contracts aloud. However, they are listed below for the committee's review. The contract represents a significant investment in maintaining clean, safe, and welcoming learning environments. All vendors selected are local to the Virgin Islands, supporting economic growth while ensuring high-quality facility maintenance in both districts. The Bureau remains proactive in preparing for the fiscal year 2027 cycle by developing detailed scope of work to facilitate the public bidding and awarding of maintenance contracts beginning in the second quarter of fiscal year 2026. 20-year maintenance plan. The BSCM has completed a draft 20-year maintenance plan aligned with long-term capital goals. The plan was distributed to the Master School Construction and Maintenance Capital Plan Review Panel ahead of a scheduled meeting on July 15. Although the meeting was held, a quorum was not met. Key members were not present, which resulted in the meeting adjourning 15 minutes after it began. We are working to reconvene the panel in late August or early September, with a target date no later than September 15th, to finalize and begin implementing the plan. Feedback from this meeting will be instrumental in shaping the Bureau's long-term vision for school infrastructure. Honorable Senators, your continued support has been instrumental in the Bureau's success. The investments you have authorized have already resulted in safer, more functional learning environment for students, faculty, and staff. With your ongoing partnership, BSCM will continue building a sustainable, resilient, and responsive public education infrastructure for the territory. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. Our team stand ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mears, for your testimony there on behalf of Director Craig Benjamin. And from all accounts on your reporting, money is not an issue plaguing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance at this time. So you're well funded to be able to undertake your current responsibility of readying our schools. So I wanted to just do a little bit of a deep dive in terms of where we at in that respect. And first of all, so your total allotment that you have received to date is what? How much is that?
I think we received everything. We received everything less our...
The $10 million?
Yes. And we didn't receive, there was an appropriation for $7 million that there was some miscommunication. Apparently, there were no funding source for that amount. So the Department of Finance and OMB had to reduce our budget by $2 million.
Okay. I would still like at some point to be able to get that money, the exact amount that have been allotted to you thus far. What about federal funding? Do you have any access to any federal funding, any funding from the Office of Insular Affairs, any ARPA funding?
We currently don't, however, we are in the process of obtaining.
In the amount of how much, do you know?
So not offhand. I know I received an email from OMB earlier this week, and the deadline to apply for those monies is actually tomorrow.
Okay. How many employees you say you currently have?
We currently have 72 positions. However, we have 67 active employees.
And how is that split between the districts?
37 on the St. Thomas, St. John district and 35 on St. Croix.
How much in particular on St. John?
We have no employees on St. John currently.
Nothing, none permanently assigned to St. John.
Excuse me?
None permanently assigned to St. John at this time?
None currently, yeah.
Okay. Tell me, what is your engagement or involvement with the new schools? Anything being done from the Bureau as it pertains to a new school that's being constructed right now?
Yes, I will turn that over to Mr. Jason Parija.
Good afternoon, Jason Parija, project manager. Currently, we are still moving forward with the Arthur Richards new school. Currently, right now, we're at 65%, and we are on track to complete by July 26, 2026.
And what is your level of engagement? What is happening in your space in terms of, from the perspective of the school, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance? What is your day-to-day as it pertains to the new school built?
Besides doing inspections, pretty much moving forward hand in hand with the contractor as to reviewing specifications, design drawing, and so forth.
Okay. Anything being done in the St. Thomas district in that regards?
Yes, but I can't speak to that because I don't know much about it.
You don't know much about that right now?
Yeah.
Okay. How much do you owe in vendors payment at this time?
Currently, we owe $1,470,000, $261.12.
1,400,000.
1,470,261.12.
And how long have you been owing that money?
So it's within the respective fiscal year. We have been working diligently with the Department of Finance in order for us to pay our vendors as quick as possible. However, of course, we do understand that, the one pot of money funnels through the entire GVI. So we work with them so we could get whatever little we could get every Tuesday and Thursday.
How is this delayed payment to your vendors impacting your ability to be able to complete your task?
Well, it has been a challenge because a lot of our vendors, some of them, we don't have, some of the vendors are very, they threaten to stop the jobs, the work before, if they're not being paid. And when we are soliciting for new work, new bids, when we send out bids, we don't get a lot of vendors that would want to bid on those projects because they are fearful of not being paid.
Okay. In regards to your the work that's been done, well, first of all, we got notified that today the Lumaco School had to close early because of some issues there. Can you update the committee on what's happening with that?
Yes. So currently, apparently it's some challenges where they lost power in, I think it was building H and G, and they are currently assessing because the pump room is actually in that same jurisdiction. So they're actually currently working with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to assess what is happening.
Okay. Were there any indication, was electrical work part of the scope of work that was done during the summer?
I would have to turn that over to Mr. Paul Harrigan.
Mr. Harrigan, Assistant Director.
Good afternoon again. I would have to relay that over to Mr. Milligan.
Mr. Milligan, this is my last stop. I ain't going to place else after that. Mr. Milligan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Milligan, St. Croix Facility
Bring the mic in front of you.
Good afternoon, St. Croix Facility Manager Yancy Milligan. You could repeat the question, please?
I was asking whether or not the issue of electrical was something that was electrical upgrade or electrical challenges was something that was undertaken during the summer.
Yes, Lumaco Elementary School there has some electrical upgrade, but however, this is not affecting what is happening this morning. This morning had an unknown outage between two buildings, and it affects the pump room at the same time. But yes, an electrical upgrade is being done to Lumaco Elementary School.
Okay. Can you update us on what's happening with the John Woodson School?
Yeah, I'll pass that over to Mr. Harrigan. More detailed information from the assistant director on that one. And then you can come back. Yes, sir.
Yes. In regards to the mold remediation over at John Woodson, a good bit of work have been completed They are scheduled to be finished with that by August 28th, and school should be opening September 3rd. There was a lot of major work done there because the mold was real extensive. They had to take a lot of ceiling tiles, do a lot of deep cleaning, air scrubbing, remove most of the porous materials out of the classrooms, and replace it. So far, they are on track to open, as I said before, August 28th, 2025. And hopefully we'll have a prosperous school year there.
Thank you for that update. Parents and students been notified of that start date of August 28th?
That will
I am
be
not sure,
September
sir.
3rd.
I'm sorry?
School open, it will open on September 3rd.
September 3rd? Okay. And the question was whether or not parents have already been notified of that, or that's the responsibility of the Department of Education.
So that is the responsibility of the Department of Education.
No problem. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor to my colleagues for questions, and we'll do a 4-minute round, and we'll start with you, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, testifiers from the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and all viewers tuned in and listening. Okay, this is your first budget presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's very good. The numbers are here, and I like that presentation. You can see that it was well thought out, and it was well prepared. Couple things I want to ask you about the Impress Petty Cash Fund. Is it 5,000 or 50,000?
It's actually 5,000 per district.
Okay, so you had presented a justification to get to 50,000?
So honestly, we did not. However, our intent is to send something requesting an increase in the amount that we can definitely use.
Okay, I got you. You did not. Okay, so how has the transfer of resources and personnel and responsibilities been? Because I noticed on page 22, you're saying the Department of Education has executed the maintenance contract.
Yes, so that happened because, of course, the Bureau's first day in its inception was October 1. So, of course, education prepared in advance for those contracts. So it didn't make any sense for us to try to change them over in the Bureau's name. So we just honor them because we are working on behalf of the Department of Education.
Okay, good. So how has the transfer of resources, personnel, and responsibilities been going?
It has been going. Like I stated in the testimony, we have already executed the 22 NOPAs for the exempt employees, and we're just waiting for the Division of Personnel for them to sign off on the in-depth classification. And once that is completed, then the NOPAs are already in the queue, so we're just waiting to attach that in-depth classification, and all of the positions will be transferred.
Okay, so you mentioned on page 12 the full benefits, fringe benefits have not been met.
Okay, so
yeah, give me some more detail.
So
on that.
that's just for, not for this current fiscal year, but for fiscal year 2026. Initially, our ceiling was $4.7 million. I received the post-audit report this morning. So when I looked at the post-audit report, I noticed that the ceiling increased. But I didn't know that until this morning.
So it went
basically, when we initially got the money was only $4.7 million, and that was so we included all of the personnel that is required, and we had to cut the fringe short when we did the testimony because we would not have had sufficient funding. We didn't want to go outside of what the ceiling was. We couldn't go outside of the ceiling.
Okay,
1 minute.
So that additional is Act 8717, the $5 million. That's what you're referring to?
No. So the general fund component. So last fiscal year, as per Act 8917, the budget bill, we received $6.9 million. Act 8717 the legislature appropriates $5 million annually to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. So that's two different funding sources that
30 seconds.
We're supposed to receive every year. However, the general fund component, that's where we receive the cut.
Okay, good. So let me ask you now. I like the idea of the warehouse space and the build out for the $1,260,000. That's a very good idea. And you're going to have the funds to stock it?
So in order to stock it, that would be whatever supplies and equipment that the Bureau needs to operate. For instance, if we decide that we wanted to have some portable ACs in stock, that's where those ACs will be stored.
Time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up? So where in your budget does it have for stocking the warehouse?
So that would probably be in the other services and charges, well, the supply category where we talked about operating supplies.
Okay. Well, the 12 more skilled maintenance positions, what are the salaries for those positions?
So we projected the salaries to be about $50,040, and we use that salary because that is the coordinators. We have coordinators on staff, and that is their salary. So we projected that amount.
Okay, that's reasonable. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. I just want to say that the post-audit report is really information that's gleaned from the agencies as well as Office of Management and Budget, placed into a summary report that's provided to the senators so that they can have a perspective of what's going on and share it with the agencies. We don't create these numbers. These are numbers that's provided by these entities to our post-audit division. So nothing should come as a surprise. I mean, there may be some challenges in terms of the numbers but it should not be a surprise to an agency because, again, this is information that's coming from you or from Office of Management and Budget. Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just listening to the conversation with the overall budget and looking at the post-audit report, the only monies that are recommended in the budget for this entity is for personnel and fringe. There's no money for anything else. So it makes me wonder as to exactly how they're going to operate without having a budget for supplies or other services and charge, et cetera. So as we proceed on, I guess we could find out what's going on. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next senator, in regards to you spoke about there is contracts in place for landscaping. What's going on with payments to the landscapers throughout the territory?
We are working diligently with the Department of Finance so that we can get our vendors paid.
Okay. What does that mean in English?
So every Monday and Wednesday, we communicate with the Department of Finance and we send them a listing of vendor payments that we request. And we also put a little note in there, if you can't give us the $1,480,000, we'll settle for $50,000. So we have been, utilizing that process in order for us to get our vendors paid.
Okay, so do you have a perspective of when the landscaping payments will be executed or made?
So I'm going to work with the Department of Finance, and I could have that answer for you, at a later date.
Okay. What's the status on Chemo Smith? He's still employed? What is going on with him?
Yes, Mr. Smith he works with us. He's the Director of Budget and Finance.
And he's still on the job?
He's still on the job, working hard.
Very well.
Some of the information that you received today came from him.
Okay. I just didn't see him here, and I know that he's on top of some of these numbers, so I was just inquiring about that. Let's move along. Please recognize the presence of the Vice Chair, Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Ms. Myers,
Good afternoon.
the last time you were here, I believe it was the last time I asked about your personnel coming off of education and coming over to you.
Okay.
No, you give the senator the same answer you gave me. Back then, that was 2 weeks. You tell me give you 2 weeks.
So
Nearly 2 months gone now, and we're still working on it. So tell me what the real story is now.
So it is the real story that I shared in the testimony as well as I'm going to share with you now. So we have completed all of the exempt employees, no person.
We don't know that. I could see that.
Right.
Eye shining good.
Okay, good. And the classified employees, the division of personnel, we were working with them because they had some challenges with the position titles. So we had to work with them, and they're doing the in-depth classification, which we submitted that information to them, and we're just awaiting them to approve it. So once that's approved, all of the NOPAs are already in the system. However, good news, I have made all the adjustments. So we have adjusted everything. So education have all of their monies up until, I think it was July, the second pay period in July. So the only thing I owe them right now is the information for the last 2 pay periods. And once the Department of Education sends that to us, the adjustments will be made.
Well, let's work on this a little faster because we acting like we in one district, another district, like we gotta go western to eastern. This is a small community. Let's walk poses.
I will follow up with the Department of the Division of Personnel and find out the status.
Thank you. One of my colleagues asked a question earlier, and when I went back, I saw that in the funding of supplies and other services, that's zeroed out for FY 2026. What was the reasoning for that?
The only reason why it was zeroed out on the testimony is because we were only given a ceiling of $4.7 million. The $4.7 million just took care of personnel and a portion of fringe.
Yeah, but what's going to happen throughout the year for your supplies and your other stuff? We winging it? Like, what's going to happen?
Well, based on the post-audit report that I saw this morning, our ceiling was increased by OMB to $5.7 million. And then they made reservation for the $1 million that for the build-out for the warehouse for the both districts.
Where is the warehouse?
So we don't currently have a warehouse. We're exploring one on St. Croix, and we're still looking for one on St. Thomas.
Well, the good senator and I, former principal, and we toured some locations, and the department just, if I'm mistaken, purchased
1 minute.
some warehousing space down here in St. Thomas. I mean, we can't ask are they going to utilize all the space if Bureau of School and Construction and Maintenance will get a piece of the space to build out. There were in some conversations with Port Authority to build out a warehouse and a school lunch space and everything. I mean, let's work together here, man. That's a big complex. It's Bureau of School and Construction Maintenance, Department of Education.
30 seconds.
We're friends.
We're friends.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
So we're definitely exploring
Ask
that.
them a
Senator.
question. Call the commissioner. We could get a piece of your space. They need a help. You got $1 million sitting, catching dust. Help them build out a space. You know, let's work together. Parija?
Yes.
Parija, as they come to the new schools, I hope that there's a plan in place that maintenance, your team, is actually walking along with these people. That when they hand you the key, it's your people have to deal with to rebuild these schools. And let's start doing things, uniform things. Not, you can have Mitsubishi air condition, the one in Tonga train, all over. Let's be uniform with the stuff that we're doing. So that way, if something breaks down, we could take a part from here and bring a part there. Let's be uniform in what we're doing. This thing about one brand here, nobody never had a brand that is obsolete. None of the schools, then we could change the air condition, and we laughing, but it's true. I've been in the classroom and I know the deal. When I turn off, when the people them turn off, the people from Germany and Russia, wherever they come from, build our school them, Yancy telling me he don't understand how the piping go because they wasn't involved. Bring the team in, let's get in the mix. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Point of information, Senator Viale, and may I also recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Milton Potter. Good afternoon, Senator. Senator Viale, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping by the end of this meeting that we're really able to get the financial structure of the Bureau moving forward, because I'm seeing the professional services contract that is on page 5 of the post-audit report to the tune of $2 million, but there's no money in FY2026. And the Bureau of School Construction in other services to be able to fulfill the obligation. So is this obligation under the Department of Education?
No, it isn't.
So is this obligation funded in your FY26 budget?
So if you look under the miscellaneous section, because we didn't have enough funding in the ceiling that was given to us from OMB, we put some of those costs over in the miscellaneous section of the budget with hopes that it would be passed.
Which miscellaneous section of the budget?
In our testimony.
Okay, but so just to get everything cleared here so that we could have a path moving forward. OMB sends a budget down to the legislature. They're supposed to have discussion with the Bureau in reference to those numbers. So the additional, what you're saying, the post-audit didn't put in that figure. The 5 million, she got that from OMB.
Yeah.
So the discussion need to be with OMB. Your Bureau is not, it's literally not funded unless you have a surplus of money from this fiscal year that you're allowed to roll over into next fiscal year. Mm-hmm. So the testimony now need to be exactly what does it take to run the Bureau and what is the responsibility of the Bureau. Are all of the professional service contract for landscaping, for janitorial, for pest control, is that now under the Bureau? Because it was under the Department of Education before in their other services. So Mr. Chair, we got to try to work out how, along with the employees being transferred over, if responsibilities which relate to contract are being transferred over, then those monies also need to be transferred over because they were included in Department of Education budget. So we need a clear understanding, or else one is going to be over budgeted and one going to be under. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, clearly there was a hybrid that was done in FY 2025 because it was a transition period between the entities. Now that we're moving towards 2026, we should be able to ensure that all of that now is transferred, evenly over to the Bureau of School Maintenance, School Construction and Maintenance. So yeah, definitely, I think that there's some rework that will be required here. And we'll ask OMB will be here this afternoon as well, and we'll have the additional conversation with them at that time. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Myers, good day. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to tell you you've got a lot of work ahead. Yeah, I can see just looking at the financial information, it's very scattered and hopeful. I see prayers and thoughts in here, but I don't see appropriation.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, let's get to it. This bureau kind of confuses me because it's growing. It's growing and there's no money, and I still don't know what it's growing into. And I need some help on this. Now, in your testimony, you talked about employees that's going to be needed for each school. How many?
12.
Per school?
No, just 12 altogether.
12 dedicated?
12 additional.
Dedicated to each school?
So probably in the intervals of probably 2 per school or 1 per school, but we currently on the St. Thomas District, we have 13 maintenance workers, and on St. Croix we have 27. So St. Croix is a little bit more structured that is relates to the maintenance workers. St. Thomas now, we only have 14. We recently lost 3 of them. So in order for us to structure the schools so that they can receive I use the word receive, all of them receive the same love, we need to add additional staffing.
So what is the number we're trying to get to in terms of adequate staffing for this,
So
for this agency?
So I'll turn that over to Mr. Paul Harrigan. And that is for the maintenance component?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Mr. Harrigan?
Yes. We really and truly need at least 30 individuals to staff the schools in St. Thomas adequately. However, we understand that we're strapped for cash, not we, but the government in a whole, and we considered dropping the number down to 12. If you give me a chance, I can actually give you an idea. I wish I could have posted this up on your screen. But we was kind of anticipating probably having 2 stations at each school, which would be BCB, the bigger schools, BCB, Ken, CHS, Bowski, Lockhart, Cancrine, giving a total of 10. And at least each one of those gentlemen would have been probably, gentlemen or gentlewomen, would have been probably specializing in some skill, painting, woodwork, AC, plumbing, electrical, or landscaping. And then in the smaller schools like Alamola, Janie Tuitt, 1 per school. And then we was hoping to actually have
1 minute.
or add 4 AC technicians, 2 plumbing technicians, 2 electrical technicians, 2 carpenter, and 2 masons.
Okay, so what's the
Giving a
total
total of
number?
12 technicians.
Give me the total number for St. You said this is St. Thomas, 30, hopefully
That's
12.
St. Thomas.
What's St. Croix?
And then we also needed an assistant manager to the maintenance manager, which is Gene Weeks. And that'll give you a total of 30 additional staff in St. Thomas. However, like I said, we settled for 12 due to budget constraints. On St. Croix, we have, I think it's
30 seconds.
35.
27.
25 maintenance staff, and we was hoping that we can probably do some training over there and get those guys to be more specialized in different skill sets. So we're trying to build up on the St. Thomas end because we lost some to retirement, and also in St. Croix, we anticipate losing 3 to retirement also in the future. So we need to be able to budget for additional staffing in the future.
Did your St. Thomas number include St. John?
Well, no. What we normally do is we send someone over to St. John to deal with the maintenance issues over there on a weekly basis. However, I'm pretty sure we can probably siphon out someone to be stationed over there or employ someone over there if that becomes available.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. We'll need to change the recorder, so we stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess and back in record. And again, before we went on a break, we heard from Senator Frederick was the last one. So at this time, well, she's not in her seat. But one of the concerns that certainly I'm seeing here, when I look at the personnel listing, you got a copy of the post-audit report, you said?
Yes, I got it this morning.
If you look at it, you have almost $2 million that's set aside here for exempt employees. I seen that there's a lot of, it's really top heavy on that side of the house. And then when you look at the maintenance aspect of it, and a lot of those are still vacant, but you're seeing
Can you tell me what page we're on, Senator?
we're on page 8 and 9.
Okay.
When you look at the unclassified position, it accounts for almost $2 million. And when you look at the classified position, you're looking at $1.7 million, even though you have almost 3 times the amount of positions as the classified positions.
No, that is only reflecting as such because of the adjustments.
What adjustments?
The adjustments that we made from education, moving the funds, the expenditures from education over to the Bureau. So the expenditures are not reflective of what was expended so far because first of all of the positions, with exception of the procurement officer, has been filled. So there's not all that vacancies in the exempt category.
Okay, what about the cost factor? You have a significant number of employees that seems to be under the $35,000 here.
Yes, we do.
And again, in the classified rank, you're saying that most of these positions are already filled?
Yes, so just if I may, Senator, the salaries for the employees that came from DOE totaled $3,097,404. So based on the transfer, that represents 82% of our personnel costs. The new positions only total $688,000, which represents 18% of the budget. So most of the positions that we have were transferred, with exception of the new ones. And of course, most of those were needed in order for us to. Well, most were based on Act 8717, and then the others were in order for us to establish our entity by ourselves. So those positions were required. But if you look at the overarching numbers, that $3 million is 82%, and that amount came from personnel. And of course, Act 8717 transferred those employees over to the Bureau.
Okay. But the employees transfer, but there's still the issues of the transfer is just one thing, but obviously you still slotted them into a position within the school bureau, construction and maintenance bureau. They came over with the exact same salary, or there was a difference?
They had to come over with the same salary. Just bearing in mind, most of the positions that transferred over, they were union employees.
Right, in the classified section,
Yes.
but the unclassified section.
Yes, so the unclassified section, again, we only have 20 employees. Of the 67 positions, 20 of those are exempt.
And that represents how much overall?
That represents, I think it's about $688,000, and that's just the personal portion. And then if you do 50% of that in fringe, that would be half, so that would be about $900,000.
And when you go up to the exempt positions? Or
Those are the exempt ones.
Yes, 1.4.
Those are the exempt ones.
1.4. The 18 positions in the exempt?
Yes.
It's 1.4.
I don't know yes.
And then you have unclassified in the exempt, again, that accounts for $663,000. Which brings the total to about $2 million.
No.
Under the unclassified.
2.4.
You're talking about all of this. The exempt employees are just 22 positions.
Do you have a copy of the? You looking at page 8 of the post-audit report?
Yes.
How many exempt employees do you currently have?
20.
Okay. Any of them different from what's listed here?
No.
They're all the same?
Yes.
Okay. And the total that have been identified here as the unclassified
Yes,
filled
correct.
at 18 position is $1.4 million.
Yes, correct.
Correct?
I wasn't looking at the right page.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, all right. All right, so we'll move on from there. So now you have the correct page in page 8 and 9. Like again, it's 1.4 plus the unfilled will be $663,180 of 8th position in the unclassified. So that's a total of $2 million.
Yes, I'm seeing it, yes.
Okay, all right. Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Pleasant good day to the BSCM team, as well as my colleagues and the listening audience. Mr. Chair, you were right on target in asking those questions because that was my view as well. You are top heavy. You are top heavy, and you need to reconsider how you're spending the government money and the taxpayers' money. You have all of these vacant positions, and you have human resources manager, 90,000 vacant. Payroll operations manager, 70,000, that's a vacant. Chief procurement officer, vacant, 75,000. Network systems administrator, 80,000. Assistant director of school maintenance, $115,000. Then you have assistant director of school construction, $115,000. Then you have a facilities maintenance manager, $105,000. I don't know how this chief engineer is going to go to work. He's working at $13,180. Is that a correct number?
So, Senator, if I may, so this listing that you have is not an up-to-date list. This listing is the listing that OMB received at our inception back in October.
Dr.
So all
Myers,
of the positions are filled.
Dr. Myers, only one person could speak here. This is the information you provided to our post auditor. This isn't, excuse me, is this something, this is the information that was provided to our post auditor. I'm only reading from what our post auditor received from the executive branch. So if you want us to have discussions, let us have discussions on real and pertinent information that is validated. Okay? So how much are you paying the chief engineer?
Senator, if I may, the listing that you received is not a current listing. This listing may have been submitted from OMB to post-audit previously, but I did not supply this information. This listing has been exhausted because we don't have any vacant position outside of the procurement officer. All of the positions are currently filled.
Okay, so stop there for me. So all of this is not. This is not in existence. You don't have any of these vacancies.
No, I don't.
That add up to the $663,180, correct?
The positions are filled. They do add up to that, but they're filled positions. They're not vacant.
Okay, so what's the chief engineer? Are these positions? Hear me out. And don't get too frustrated with me, Dr. Myers. Okay, don't get, because I'm getting to the bottom of it, because I need to get this clarity. Okay, this is just a new. How much are these positions that I just listed? Are all of them filled? Are you saying?
Yes, all of them are filled.
Okay, just be succinct. I'm on 4 minutes, and I'm trying to. And I'm not doing a good job in staying within my time. But what about the chief engineer position? Is that filled?
Yes.
And what is the pay?
Okay, so the current chief engineer, his salary is $112,000. However,
$112,000 annually.
So let me just give you a little background so you could understand the method to the madness. So that position was, we utilized our current employee to fill that position. And the difference between the budgeted position, which was $112,000, and the salary that he was currently making, which was $96,000, came up to that difference. So we didn't want to over budget and budget for that position twice. So what we did is prorated the difference between the salary.
Okay, and this was a historical employee from the Department of Education?
Yes, it was.
So why would he need that extra money for this bureau? I'm just trying to understand the justification for this extra pay. You're going into a bureau. You were doing this work before. Why is it? Is he a union employee or he or she? I don't want to be gender biased.
No.
Okay, so but why would they need this extra pay? This is a smaller set. He doesn't have to go through the bureaucracy. What would cause you to have to increase the person's salary? What would cause you to do that? Because they're already a vested employee. They're already doing some of this work from before. What would cause that increase? What was the justification?
The position required for more work, so more work, more pay.
Yeah, but it's the same work they were doing. Ain't the same work they were doing? I just want to know. Ain't like they became a different position and a different work? Is the same work?
It was a different position title.
It's a different position title, but they're performing the same work. I do have some concerns regarding this, Mr. Chairman. I see you sitting in the seat, Vice Chair, but that is one of my burning issue because I think that these costs are inflated for the salaries and we want to see the outcomes. You can't be using all of the money just for salaries. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Jola. Before I go to Senator Lewis for his point of information, Dr. Myers, can you send through the chair the updated listing of salaries for those individuals that you spoke of that was not correct in the post-article report? And the next question I have in respect to...
So, Senator, Appendix B in the testimony has the accurate personnel listing.
Okay, very well. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Myers, Dr. Myers, just going on along the questioning of my colleague from Bovoni and Moravian Church. Yes, sir. I need to just follow up on something here because I hear you made a statement and say a new position, so more money, right? But now, when you come out to Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, it's less employees. Right? For some of these positions, like the human resources and the payroll operations and the voices in education, there were thousands and something employees. So, going along the line, I am for people getting their worth. But, let's be careful because we went from 96 to 112. Okay. All right? I ain't saying nobody deserve a raise.
I agree, Senator.
But let the agency get up and running and take school just begin. And every day we have a closure. Not every day, but every day we don't have closures, I went through those schools, the chairman and I of Education and Development, we went through those schools. And in some of the schools, I'm just be honest, it looked like when we leave, the contractors leave. Right behind of us. Because when we taught the schools again, the opening their schools, it was like, well, what happened? This was promised, that was promised, and nothing. So when people hear talking about salaries and things, and then you go into schools and you see the issues, you wonder where the equation, where it is. So, I just have to put on the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis. Point of information, Senator Viola, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clear it up once and for all. Your exempt employees to include vacancies are how much?
The total?
Total.
The 2 point...
No. Number of positions.
Oh, positions.
If you turn to the post audit report on page 8, you have 18 unclassified filled positions, 26. And you have 8 unclassified vacant. Do you have or plan to have 26 exempt positions?
No, we have 22 exempt positions.
22 exempt positions.
Yes.
So you need to tell us which 4 positions have been eliminated from what was submitted to the post audit. The position of capital facilities planner, capital project management for 96,820.
That one needs to be removed.
That needs to be removed.
Yes, that's the one where the chief engineer, that's the chief engineer now. So that one needs to be removed.
Okay, so you need to clean up the list altogether?
Yeah, so the correct listing is in the testimony. This one, like I said, could have been something that was previously submitted, but in the testimony, we have the correct listing with the correct positions.
On what page did you say that was on?
Appendix A.
Okay, and so right now you have 20 bodies.
Yes.
And I'll come back when it's my turn, but just so you could get the information.
Correct.
How many of the leadership team actually lives in which district? If I could get those numbers. Number of the leadership team in the St. Thomas and John district, number in the St. Croix district. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listeners present. Let's go back straight to the employees. How many employees do you have total?
67 active employees.
67. How many vacancies?
6.
6 vacancies. How many personnel do you have under 35,000?
25.
25. Did you do a cost assessment to see what it would bring, how much it would cost to bring them up to 35?
Yes, I did.
You have that number?
Yes, that number is personnel is actually 159,973 and fringe 79,980.
Slow down, my friend. 159.
973.
973. And fringe?
79,986.50 for a total of $239,959.50.
Okay, how many vacancies you have under 35,000? Of your 6?
2.
Okay, has anyone received wage increases in 25?
So the non-union classified employees, they are actually supposed to get a raise beginning October 1, but no reservations was made for that.
GS employees?
Yes.
GS employees, October 1 next year?
No, last year they were supposed to get an increase beginning October 1, 2024.
Right, so they haven't received
They
that?
haven't received that increase.
Okay, so how many GS employees do you have?
10.
10. So they're owed wage increases and retro?
Yes.
Do you have a cost of what that would be for them?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That increase is $29,288.03 for salaries and an additional $9,123.22 for a total of $38,411.25.
Okay, the 9,123.22?
Yes, that's fringe.
Retro? Okay, that's fringe?
So the total personnel, so as of October 1, the difference for all of the 10 salaries would be $29,288.03 and the fringe $9,123.22 for a total of $38,411.25 for all 10 employees.
And how much was retro for them? Well, thus far?
Well, we would have to...
Until they get paid?
Yes, it would be whatever it is. If we don't pay them up until 9:30, it would be this entire amount. So it would be for the whole year.
Wow. So we adding in a lot of money, and the bureau is setting up oddly. And incidentally, I just wanted to pass on to you Budget 101. When my colleagues questioning you, don't get upset. Don't breathe off. Don't pout up, because I'm saying you're in the capacity of a doctor. I have a high school diploma and I ain't gonna do it. So I'm just saying we're human beings.
We good, man.
No, but I'm just saying, professionalism.
Yes.
Because we're trying to help you.
Of course.
But my thing is for 26 budget is just personal and fringe. 25 budget you have supplies and all these kind of things. So when you tell me now
30 seconds.
Even in personal and fringe, that's why personal and fringe is as high as it is. For $3.9 million, I see now where you're looking at, especially with the GS employees, to get those up, then retro, a full salary they're going to get for this year. Man, okay. So how much are you paying for utilities?
So we currently don't pay utilities.
Okay. Capital outlay, any? How much are we getting for capital outlay? In 25, you got 26, you don't have
Time.
Okay, so in 25, we received the $1 million for the build out, but as I stated earlier, we won't be able to obligate those monies because we haven't been successful in finding any warehouse space.
But one was supposed to be built by Port Authority at Conquering School, based on the bill for the school security, for the school maintenance bureau. So we could look into that. Also, other services and charges, your actuals for 25.
Our current actuals for 2025. I have it here. Just give me 1 minute.
And I would need your supplies, fringe, and personnel for 25 actual expenditures, please.
Okay, so for our actuals for personnel thus far is $2,437,601.77. Just consider.
Slow down 1 second, please. $2,437,000.
$2,437,601.77.
60177. As of what date?
And this would be as of July 16th, 2025.
Okay. Fringe?
Fringe, $1,135,458.47. Excuse me, no, this would, yes, I did say the right thing. $1,135,458.47.
Okay, supplies?
$12,227.14.
227?
$12,227.14.
14. Okay. Other services and charges.
$42,880.54. And those are the expended. We do have encumbrances in supplies of $79,208.17, and encumbrances for other services and charges $59,545. So total obligated for other services would be $82,766.46 to date, and $18,564.69 for supplies.
Okay, so at minimum,
Time.
I just wrap up, Mr. Chair. At minimum, we would need. I don't know what was sent to the post audit report for the post auditors, but at minimum, we need to recalibrate your personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges. At minimum, to send to us. So not just for your personnel and fringe, because one of your GS employees not receiving and still waiting on retro, all those issues.
Correct.
You know, we're going to end up the end of this fiscal year with them not being paid and then being owed. You're going to have it for the 26th. So we're going to need all of that. So basically, nobody else receive any wage increases?
No.
Okay, and only the GS are owed. Yeah, so if we could get that through the chair as soon as possible, please. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Just real quickly, you said that you have a total of 67 employees on board currently, 37 in the St. Thomas district. How many of those are exempt? How many is classified?
So we have 50 classified employees.
Of the 37.
Of the 37 on St. Thomas?
Yes.
10.
You have 10?
10.
10 classified, so that'll be 27. That's unclassified?
Yes.
Okay, and how many in St. Croix?
St. Croix, we have 35.
And how many is classified?
We have 37. We have 33 classified.
No, you have 35 on St. Croix.
I'm sorry, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 35 on St. Croix, 30 classified, and 5 unclassified.
sorry, 5 unclassified.
Yes.
So that only brings you to 15 of unclassified in total. You said you had 22 individuals unclassified.
Okay.
Total, right? 20 or 22? How many you said?
22.
22 is what I heard, yes. This is only 15. If 10 is unclassified on St. Thomas, 5 on St. Croix, that's 15. So there's
So the additional 5 is on St. Thomas.
So you have 15?
Yeah, the additional is on St. Thomas because I didn't.
You have a 7, you have a delta of 7 there.
So that again?
You have 7 individuals that's unclassified that you have not identified.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
She said 10, 10 unclassified,
13, 14,
and
15,
on St. Thomas, 5 on St. Croix, that's 15, and she said she have a
Yeah,
total
25.
of 22.
Yeah, so it's 25 classified employees. You see what it is? See here.
So you have 17 on St. Thomas.
And 5, we only have 5 unclassified positions on St. Croix.
So that means you have 17.
Yes, the difference is on St. Thomas.
So then you're saying 10 is classified?
No, you're talking about, okay, so let's go back.
Let's go back.
Yes, let's go back. Yes, let's go back.
Yeah, you have
So,
37 employees on St. Thomas.
yes, we do.
Okay. How many is classified?
We have unionized 20. Well, 37. 25.
25 classified.
And the remaining are the exempt employees.
No, that's... So the remaining is that 12?
So it would be 12, yes.
12.
Because I didn't take into consideration the exempt employees, the program managers, and the school wastewater treatment manager, as well as the project engineer. They are unclassified also.
All right. So you have 35 on St. Croix, 5 is unclassified,
Yes.
and 30 is classified.
Yes.
So you see where you're top heavy?
Yes, I definitely do.
Where?
In St. Thomas.
All right. Point of information, Senator Colin Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, well, actually, Ms. Myers, I was looking at your listing. I see that you have, this is your Appendix A that you mentioned, that has your listing in. The new vacant, this is on the page 2, where it said vacant new, and you have the chief procurement officer that you say is cleared to be filled, and the deputy director of school construction. I see the amount you have for the chief procurement officer is at $12,000, and the deputy director of school construction is $20,000. Are these employees coming from the Department of Education?
No, they are employees that are currently in the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
So why would their salary be at $12,000 and $20,000?
Because they are currently in the Bureau and they have a salary already. So what we're doing, because we're, like I said, we're exploring in, utilizing the employees that we have so that we don't have to go out and hire new employees.
So you gave them a raise?
We haven't given them a raise. What we did is we budgeted for the difference of the salary.
Okay.
Because
Well,
they'll be doing different things.
Okay, so that went out and was advertised because it sounds like it's a different position, right? Is that what it is?
Yes.
So did you advertise for these positions? Because those are 2 positions in the St. Croix district.
Yes.
But my concern is, let me just put it in a nutshell. My concern is, it's looking like the Bureau is going to be top heavy and we are not going to have enough people in the trenches to actually do the work. So that's my concern. Okay, I just want to put it out there. We need the people in the trenches and we need to pay them well so that they could do the work. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I missed that conversation, but Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Let's recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize for your 4 minutes at this time.
Here, and thank you for the time. Good. I walked the school with the ED Craig Benjamin a couple weeks ago, and I was traveling, and I made sure that I made some time to get to the schools the morning before I left. And while I must give them credit on one for sure unsafe issue that I found in Alfredo School, which was they had a gas leak or a gas scent from the time you enter the building, enter the cafeteria anyway. When I went back, when school started, that was corrected. But I went to Central High, and I know they said the ARPA fund was out and all the contractors left. But what are we planning to do past hiring contractors to do work? Because we had a situation where we had some desks that needed to be the desks were in parts and they needed to be constructed together. And when we asked the question about where are the maintenance individual, was we only have 2 per school. So I said, what about collapsing? Oh, we can't collapse them, but the time that we were walking, they didn't even have school. So again, what is our plan going forward? Other than hiring, I think before you hire anybody else, you actually need to be hiring professionals to do whatever tradesman you need to hire, because clearly we don't have a plan. We don't have a plan other than when I look at this, when I listen and I read the law as far as how the promulgation of setting up the bureau, and then I listened to you in your testimony saying that you had a meeting and you didn't have a quorum. So if that portion ain't happening, everything already collapsing, because in the schools, I felt when the ARPA funds wasn't going to be here, instead of running a nice, sweet commercial, we should have been begging parents to come out and give a hand, because parents' involvement is needed. If you don't have money and you don't have workers, you need parents' involvement. And I don't see, when I got in the school, especially Central High School, and I look at around some of the classes we could have taken a power wash to at least make the school look presentable, I don't see it. And in Woodson, I listen to you guys talking about if you changing ceiling tile and the roof still leaking, we're gonna still have problems. So I don't understand that analogy at all. We're doing deep cleaning and we're changing tiles and we ain't patching the roof. Don't make no sense. So we got engineers, and if this is where we reach to get it done, like I said, we need to hire professionals that are gonna get the work done. Top heavy is for sure, without question. And let me ask this question. I see that we have vehicles, and each vehicle this is my question for you guys as far as every individual that has a vehicle is for 24/7?
No, Senator.
Because I noticed in the post-audit report, each of these vehicles have a name to them.
30 seconds.
So, other than what's inoperable, everything else actually have a name. You said they don't have them for 24/7. So, what's the cost that we're spending on maintenance on the vehicles?
So because this is our first 10 months, we don't have a cost for the fiscal year at this time.
Time.
Well, thank you. Well, I ain't even gotta say thank you for that, but anyway, thank you guys for coming. I still feel that you got to, as far as budgeting, ain't got much to ask, because only thing we could prove here is the bureau is top heavy. That's about it. Ain't got nothing else to. And it's 10 months operating. So what's the plan with the contractors though? As far as the ARPA funds is back, they're going to be back in to do work? What's the...
I'll turn that over to Mr. Harrigan.
Senator Joseph, in regards to Woodson, the roof repairs are ongoing, and that's something we started working on before we started to do the mold mitigation. In reference to the vehicles, only the executive director vehicle is 24/7, and also my vehicle is 24/7. All other vehicles are not. Can you repeat your last question?
The ARPA funds was returned to the Virgin Islands. So where does the contractors, when do they return to do the work? Like, for instance, I've been in Juanita Garden, and they got electrical portion that half of the school don't have electric, and the contractor deems that they're not going to do any more work until they get paid. So where are we?
In reference to the ARPA funds, $95 million went back to the United States, and the governor and Dr. Wells went up there, and they were able to convince them to send back $35 million, which was encumbered. So we did not get back the total amount of funds that we actually had. Some contractors, I believe Department of Education, because they actually hired them, they were in the process of paying them so they could continue to work. In reference to the kitchens, one at Eulali Rivera and Claro Marco, those ARPA funds, I believe, came back, and Director Benjamin indicated to Dr. Wells to try to get those contractors paid so we could get those kitchens finished. However, one contractor for Eulali Rivera, their contract expired, and I don't think we're willing to go back and engage with them again.
So what about the electrical problem at Juanita Garden?
The electrical problem, I think that will be actually have to, well, we make correct that. We actually have to discuss that with Department of Education. Those contracts was, I think, solicited under the Department of Education with the ARPA funds. So we'll have to have a conversation with them and see exactly where they are with paying them.
Senator, if I may, the ARPA funding, $1,470,261.12 was recently paid from the ARPA funds, some of the projects under the Bureau.
So is any of these money that was paid to any contractor that walked off and didn't get paid? That's my question.
I would have to get that information back to you, Senator.
Okay, through the chair, you could proceed with your information. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph, for your line of questions. The chair would now recognize Senator Kurt Vieira for his 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The female senator from St. Thomas questioned about the $20,000 and the $12,000. Those positions are going to individuals that are currently employed, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the $20,000 and the $12,900 represent a raise. They represent additional. If they were making $90,000, they're going to $110,000. The $20,000 is additional monies that each of those positions getting. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So,
why?
the deputy, who was the deputy director of school construction, what is a new salary for that person?
$100,000.
So the person was making 80, and the chief procurement officer, what is their salary now?
What is the salary?
That money is going to which position? To the next procurement officer?
So, what we wanted to do in order to save money that we yes.
In saving, you're giving a raise.
Yeah, but we would have had to fill the procurement position and pay someone that $80,000.
So what is the new position called?
Procurement. We don't have a procurement officer currently. We actually have a person that we're exploring that we have deemed capable to do the job.
Okay, but you said that you had all the exempt employees hired, so you don't have a procurement officer
No,
hired.
we don't. We don't currently have a procurement officer. That was an oversight for that one position, but we don't. And
so
then,
the salary for your chief procurement officer is
$80,000.
$80,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have almost as much exempt employees as classified employees in St. Thomas. And when it comes to maintenance of school, you need workers on the ground. You don't need a bunch of management positions. You need people in the school that are working on a regular basis. You guys have so much management position, and no matter how I try and look at it, I'm dizzy looking at it. You got 6 individuals making over $100,000 and 25 making less than 35. And some of those individuals got raises. To transfer over from the one to the next, they got raises. This whole thing is confusion, colleagues. I'm sorry to say it. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be working along with the school bureau. I work along with Mr. Benjamin. But the structure is total bureaucratic chaos. You have contracts for janitorial services under the department. The janitorial services contract coming under,
Yes.
But you are not, you don't have jurisdiction or authority over any custodian in a school. You can't tell custodians anything. A matter of fact, there's a big divide over custodians and your laborers right now as to who's going to empty the trash in schools. Because the custodian saying, we don't have to do it, and the laborer saying, we don't have to do it, so the trash overflowing. But you have control of the contract. You have control of the contracts for landscaping, correct?
It's currently under education, but we pay the bills.
Okay. So we're going to pay the bill from next year? Because you have no money in other services. All you have money for is personnel, and then you have an extra tranche of money for fringe. You don't have money for anything else. So this entire budget, we need to look at and we need to see what services were transferred over from Department of Education to the Bureau of School Construction. And those areas, the monies also need to be transferred. We need clarification as to these custodial contracts, because that's a major issue. As simple as a song, yes. That's a major issue in St. Croix schools, because the schools aren't being cleaned because nobody's saying that it's their responsibility. You're also over pest control. You're over dumpster rental and trash removal. All of that needs to be funded. So OMB, I mean, you guys are coming up next. We need to have an understanding as to what is going to be transferred from Department of Education. If those monies are already budgeted in education FY2026 budget.
1 minute.
And transfer those over. But I'm just seeing a lot of communication issues and a lot of stuff that is going to make it hard for the success of all of these issues in education, because you don't have jurisdiction over the ARPA funds. The ARPA funds fall under the Department of Education. So do you know who was paid?
Yes.
Okay, so on the chair time, we'll see if we could get that list in. We go to the cafeterias. Cafeterias fall under school lunch, correct?
30 seconds.
Correct.
School lunch fall under who?
Education.
But the cafeterias are not completed. It needs major construction work in the cafeterias. But where's the coordination? You don't have that particular money fall under ARPA. You have to have such close communication with the Department of Education in order to get those monies spent.
Time.
And the ARPA monies will return to every state and every territory. So ain't nothing we do in Washington. The report is there. It came out. Every state and every territory have the ability to use the money. The scary thing is that's $30 million that we just get back to them. And if we don't spend that $30 million timely, colleagues, that money is going to go back again. We got to spend the money now, and I ain't seeing the money being spent as quick as I would like it to spend. My last statement, I just been to a hotel opening on St. Thomas, a beautiful property that was built in 20 months. 100 plus rooms. And Claudio Marco Cafeteria building for 3 years. Less than 2,000 square foot and still closed. And Eulali Rivera Cafeteria building for 3 years and still closed. And the gym at Claudio Marco, 3 years and still closed. And they put up a whole hotel with pool and everything in 20 months. And the contractors, nobody holding them responsible. So whose fault is it? The contractors could just take on a job and never be held responsible to finish the job. They could walk half, claim this, claim that, and a hotel bill in 20 months. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Biele. Ms. CFO, you have a response to anything that was said there?
Yes, I do. So I have been working with the CFO with education as it relates to the ARPA funding. So we are actually in communication on a regular basis. So like I stated earlier, $1.4 million of the funding, and it's as it relates to the projects that the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance is currently managing. That total was about $18 million. So of that $18 million, we just recently got $1.4 million spent. So that communication is actually happening on the financial side.
Okay. In your Appendix B that you submitted here, and it says FY2026 routine maintenance plan for the various schools. These are contract agreements?
So these are projected, this is what we project to do in fiscal year 2026, and what we did is the routine maintenance is estimates for each school, and the costs are scaled based on individual schools, and adjusted, of course, for Virgin Islands specific condition, as well as a 15% markup, because, of course, every year things increase. Costs increase. So it's just an estimation of what we intend to spend for each school doing routine maintenance.
So in the instance of St. Croix Central High School, you're proposing to spend $428,909.40. That's your projection of tasking that needs to be done at that school?
Yes, sir.
And that's in FY 2026?
2026. Okay. And again, Senator, it's just a projection.
And there's a projection for each and every school.
Each and every school listed.
Territory.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, those listening, viewing. Good afternoon, Dr. Myers.
Good afternoon.
And the team there, we thank you so much for your testimony. I know when you guys came a couple months ago, we understood that you wasn't prepared at that time, but I still see, and what I'm hearing today and seeing the documents, you guys got some work to do in terms of coordination and dealing with the Department of Education, because the numbers cannot be mixed. Based on what I'm seeing in Appendix A with what my colleagues spoke to, you all need to be on one accord. Let me ask, though, in respect to the post-audit report before I go to the testimony. I know in your testimony on page 9, you spoke to the $6 million in projects and an additional $11 million that's going to be anticipated, right? The key accomplishments. Mm-hmm. Are those funds the federal funds from 25 budget?
No, all of those funds are the S4009, from the Capital Improvement Fund, correct, the Bureau's fund, and General Fund. We didn't include anything for the ARPA funding there. However, we do have the information accessible.
Okay, well, that being said, let me ask you a couple more questions then. Because for the fiscal year 25 capital projects, school has begun, and you have a lot of other challenges since the schools are open. The roof maintenance to school buildings that showed $20 million, have those work been done, or are they in progress?
So those That listing is a listing that the Office of Management and Budget asked us to submit for upcoming projects. And that was a listing that was prior. So because of the late notice of the request, we submitted information that was previously submitted for the Department of Education, while it was under the Department of Education.
Understood. With that being said, then, for instance, the concrete sidewalk repairs within the schools, are there any trip hazards within any of the schools?
Excuse me?
The sidewalk repairs, are there any trip hazards within any of the schools for the sidewalks?
So I will have to refer that question to either Mr. Harrigan or Mr. Milligan.
Mr. Milligan, St. Croix? Are there any trip hazards at any of the schools within us when it comes to the sidewalks, etc.?
Yeah, multiple areas have trip hazard by.
Speaking to the mic.
There's a lot of trip hazard at all facilities, but I can't go into them right now. I don't want to miss any, but yes, we do have trip hazard at the facilities.
Can something be done temporarily, because trip hazards are also losses for the government? You know, so those need to be priorities and emergency work orders. Let me go to Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Harrigan in the St. Thomas St. John districts, are there any schools with trip hazards on the campuses?
I know one in particular, Julius Sproul, that we put in the scope of work for the summer program, and the contractor there, Cutting Edge, is taking care of that as we speak.
Very well.
There might be some more trip hazards around the St. Thomas district, but we will actually mitigate those as the school year go on. What we was concentrating on more so for the summer was the roof repairs and the substantial things that was causing a lot of problems within the classroom from the elements.
Okay, let me ask you, Mr. Harrigan, and I'm sorry,
30 seconds.
I would like to have Mr. Benjamin here. In respect to your work out of system, because I know you did a pretty good job in putting it together, are those items, like trip hazards, etc., are they already put in a system as the emergency work orders? Yes or no? Because I'm on after the document.
I am not familiar with any trip hazards being entered into the work orders system. If they were, it was overlooked by me, and I think Mr. Weeks, who actually overlooks the work order system on a more technical basis, he would have been a better person to answer that, but he's not here today.
Okay, very well.
However, I can get information for you.
Very well, and my point is, though, you have a very good work order system. You need to utilize it, because that's the only how you're going to know what's urgent, what's routine, and what needs to be done immediately, what needs immediate attention. So if you have a system, you need to make sure it's working and it's operable. And in closing, Mr. Chair, let me piggyback on the majority leader question in respect to the schools in St. Croix that's been 3 years for simple repairs. Who has oversight over that? Is it the engineer, Mr. Benair? Is it yourself? Is it Mr. Benjamin? Or is it the young man sitting here? Who has the responsibility for that? I need to know. Who's responsible for this?
Senator Blyden, you're talking in reference to the ARPA jobs that was being conducted at the schools?
I'm talking to the schools that my colleague spoke to in St. Croix with the kitchen that's been down for 3 years. Who's responsible
those
for that?
those were actually being, they were funded by ARPA, and they were managed by Department of Education until Bureau began. And the Bureau had an individual by the name of Kwame, I can't remember his last name right now, that was a project manager, but then he left. However, the ARPA fundings, couple months or a month after he left, was then was basically deleted. So we could not finish the projects.
Listen, honestly, right, guys, you all need to get it together for real, because we're talking about schools, we're talking about students, we're talking about learning, and you guys are the one that the professionals to assure that these things are getting done on a timely basis. I mean, you have a very important responsibility, a very important job, and I need to really act with a sense of urgency. They spoke about the pay. I'm over the pay, you know, now you're doing work, but I'm not seeing the work getting done. I'm serious. We don't get pay the money here, but we don't do the work. So the pay is not an issue to me, but I need to see work being done. So please, guys, I mean, I need to see a sense of urgency. My employee went on the school tour with the chair and the co-chair, the vice chair, and I got and other senators have a list of complaints, a list of stuff that I was shocked to see them because I know them stuff to be done over the summer. I don't get it, but nonetheless, Mr. Chair, I won't abuse my time. Thank you so much, and I'll have a follow-up. You guys have a follow-up back to our meeting with Department of Education and all parties involved because this something have to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Before we go to the point of information, I just wanted to advise my committee members and also the public that, in fact, Commissioner Deanne Wells Hendrington have indicated that ARPA funding was made available to pay several of the pending contracts for B20, Charles Electric, Continental Construction, Dianacio Enterprise, Hagland VI, DVD Construction, JMP Construction. Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to my colleague mentioned about trip hazards, I don't know if you mentioned Olamola School has a natural trip hazard where it seemed like one of the buildings either dropped when you're walking toward the cafeteria. You know, I took my granddaughter there and I personally tripped on it. It's how the buildings are one drop. So I guess if they build a little slight ramp, could fix that. But that is a trip hazard waiting to injure someone at Olamola Elementary School. You just walk the corridor and you'll find it going straight down to the cafeteria and you'll trip right over it. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Viale.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that on August 29th, we're having a meeting where the Bureau will be coming in and we could get a lot more information, specific information. I also wanted to say that in discussion, the monies for the service contracts are not in FY2026 budget for Department of Education. So they have indicated that those monies need to be funded in the Bureau of School Construction budget because it can't be removed because it's not there. And lastly, I want to say that the line of credit that you passed as an amendment was a very good thing because this is the same line of credit that is being utilized now to be able to pay these contractors and then get the reimbursement from the federal government. Mr. Chair, it was very much needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. And of course, we recognize the Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 5 minutes at this time. I'm sorry, that was 4 minutes.
I thought you were giving me a bonus. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Especially good afternoon to you, Dr. Myers, and your executive team at the Bureau of School Construction Maintenance.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Myers, what is your biggest concern as CFO of the Bureau? I was going to ask this question to Mr. Benjamin, but you inherited it.
Not being able to pay the vendors so that we can be able to fulfill the needs of the maintenance components of the schools.
Okay. That's the one thing that keeps you up at night.
Yes, that's one of the biggest things, that we're not able to fulfill the needs of the maintenance components to ensure safety and health so that the students can work in a conducive, healthy, safe environment.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Now, the Bureau reports a $2.19 million reduction from FY 2025. What specific services or functions will be affected by that reduction, that $2.19 million reduction? So, how will it impact, ultimately, how will it impact school maintenance?
So, as all of the senators have said previously, the only thing that we could accommodate with the given ceiling would be personnel and fringe, so we wouldn't be able to do anything else.
Now, you mentioned 6 vacant positions and a request for 12 additional maintenance staff. What's the current ratio, the staffing ratio per school? And how does that compare to industry standards?
So I'll have to defer that question to Mr. Harrigan.
Okay, Mr. Harrigan?
Right now, the current staffing, we have four coordinators. And each coordinator probably manages at least 4 schools in the St. Thomas district. And then we have at least 2 to 3 maintenance mechs that works under these monitors. In St. Croix, we have 4 monitors, and I think they have a wider selection of laborers and maintenance mechs. So I would say about 2 to 3 or 4 maintenance mechs per monitor. And the schools we have in each district is practically equal. I think St. Thomas has 11 and St. Croix has 10. So in industry standards, no, we're not equally, our ratio is a little off when it comes to actually maintaining the schools from a staffing perspective.
What would you like to see? What number would you like to see? Numbers of specific positions would you like to see?
In St. Thomas, currently we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I say about 15 to 17 between monitors and maintenance mechs. I would like to have an additional 12 in St. Croix. We can do with some training and try to give those guys some certificates if they're willing to learn and bring them up to par with industry standards, which we'll have to do when the new schools come on board anyhow. So, yeah, that's basically what we need right now. Additional staff in St. Thomas and training in St. Croix.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Now,
thank you.
You mentioned, Dr. Mayers, many schools are described in your testimony as decades old with structural and system-related challenges. What's the Bureau's strategy really for balancing reactive maintenance, which is you wake up tomorrow, something goes wrong because you have an aging school? How do you balance, or what's your plan for dealing with reactive maintenance versus capital improvements?
So as outlined in our testimony, we want to set up a routine maintenance plan for each school. And then I will have Mr. Harrigan expound on how we plan to do that.
Okay, Mr. Harrigan?
Yes. The challenge is real. And every day there's a new situation that it's presented to us. And staffing and having staff actually stationed at the school, we might be able to rotate them through so we don't get comfortable at a school. But we need to have at least 2 gentlemen stationed at each school actually doing daily activity repairs and monitoring and assessing the situation at the school so that we can stay on top of these situations. And then we need to have skilled sets of maintenance workers in masonry, carpentry, electrical, AC techs, and plumbing, where they can actually do the maintenance work and also train the laborers as they go along. But as it is right now, we don't have the staff in St. Thomas to actually facilitate some of these things. That's why we have so much ACs going down. We have 1 AC engineer and 1 AC tech, and we have over 700 and something units of AC units on St. Thomas, and it's very stressful. Wow. To actually have to maintain those units and actually do daily repairs on them. So at the moment right now, we're in the process of created a AC contract, and we're solicited out to the 3 different vendors that we did a RFP to get their qualifications. And in the next couple of weeks, we'll have it out, and they'll start actually doing some task order work for us on those AC systems.
So you see a general improvement for this school year, your forecast for this school year, given the realities of where we are, where the Bureau is right now. What's your forecast for this school year? Is it going to be a year of struggle or a year of solutions?
I would say
in your honest assessment.
No, I would say both. It would be a year of solutions because over the summer we attacked most of the problems. Well, not most. Some of the problems that we saw and envisioned will be a headache for us, which was the roofing situation, which was causing a lot of electrical issues and mold. The next problem was the AC, which we actually now concluding our AC contract. So we're getting help in that background. Next problem was our mold situation, which was happening because of the leaky roofs and also the AC situation where a lot of the brick and mortar schools, we have windows that are not properly sealed, and when you have the hot air mixing with the cool air, we have condensation, which creates a lot of mold issues in those classrooms. So in converting over to AC in the past years, it wasn't the optimum situation for the classrooms, and it creates a lot of problems for us. But yeah, we have some solutions, and we have a lot of challenges ahead of us. So I think it was 50-50 basically.
Okay. Thank you very much for your flexibility. I am definitely rooting for your success, Dr. Mayers, and your team, because when you succeed, when the Bureau succeeds, it means that our children will be functioning in an environment that's healthy, that's optimal, that's flowing, and learning will be taking place. So I am absolutely rooting for the success of this organization. Thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. A point of information, Senator Lewis. Please recognize the mic of Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Myers, the engineer next to you, what's her name?
Miss Cynthia, she's actually an architect,
Yeah.
a licensed architect.
Okay, I upgraded. The architect next to you, Ms. Cynthia.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When we were touring the schools in St. Thomas, we had a company, Rev, doing the mold quality, the mold testing.
Yes.
And the air quality testing in the schools. Rev assured us that at least by Friday, during that week, we were going to get back the testing results for at least Charlotte and Mali High School. Has those results come back in as yet?
Yes, we have received them.
Have we shared it with the parents, the principals, and the students?
We have shared it with the administration.
Who's the administration?
The
That's a big one.
VIDE.
Who?
VIDE.
So the Commissioner Wells Hendrington have it?
I don't know if she has a copy of it, but we shared the information that the findings that they did find mold, and they do have to go through mitigation and remediation. They tested, along with CAHS, they tested 4 other campuses. As they were doing those testing, of course, the principals identify additional rooms to be added to the list. And so they compile everything, and they have completed all the testing. And they're preparing now to do, I think they're doing some mitigation already, sorry. And they're preparing to do remediation. And we will engage other mold remediation companies to assist with the effort.
Good. But the one thing I did beg, and I asked, publicly I asked you all, when the results come in, for full transparency's sake, I don't care what district it's in, share it with the teachers, let them know what's going on, share it with the students, share it with the parent, let's post it, we know we got to do mitigation. Let's not make this thing like a secret, like we hiding something. I beg for Bowski School, I beg for Charlotte, I beg for Lockhart, I begging for these schools. I ain't going to ask about the air conditioning, because I know I'm going to tell me they didn't reach yet. But please, with the mold, please, I'm begging.
Yeah,
you know when we're going to stop?
share that.
When they start suing all of us individually. please, I'm begging, let's post the results. Let's get a mitigation going. I'm begging.
Okay, we will work with Dr. Myers and to get a
And whoever
press
got a
release or
report, you say
something
give it to Ms. Wells, I'm gonna call her.
Yeah.
But please,
We will.
share it with the principal.
We gotta wrap up, Senator.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Senator.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I had to get a point across. Cause we acting like we separate. It's one government.
Thank you very much. I am not going to belabor this any further. I believe that we need a working session with the leadership of the school. Even before the 29th, we'll have to have some discussion in regards to this budget information. And who's your budget analyst over at OMB?
Deanne Jeffers.
Deanne Jeffers. Yeah, we'll try to loop that person as well in the discussion, but we need a working session so that we could get these numbers right and be able to address the funded needs of the school construction and maintenance bureau. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up because I do have the governor's financial team waiting for us.
Oh, so we just wanted to thank you for having us today so that we can share our projected budget for FY 2026. And we're just asking for the community to continue to support us as we take on these voluminous tasks. And I also wanted to again thank the staff of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance for their continued and unwavering job that they do every day.
Very well, thank you very much. And we want to wish Mr. Craig Benjamin, the director, good luck on his surgical procedure. And, we look forward to his return and our engagement so that we could, right fit this ship and get this going. Our students and this community needs us to make sure that we're able to address, some of the issues and concerns as it pertains to our school construction and maintenance. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess for 3 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, are we live? At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3.
Block number 3, the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will receive testimony from the government's financial team on the fiscal year 2026 Executive Budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Honorable Kevin G. McCurdy, Commissioner. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Ludens Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Sidney L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. Adrian Williams, Actaline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. And Dr. Haldine Davis, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. This concludes the reading of Block 3 and the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the Governor's financial team seated at the testifiers table with the lead, Mr. Julio Reimer. We'll go to you for introduction at this time?
Sure. Julio Reimer, Office of Management and Budget Director.
Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Let's try that again, Dr. Davies.
Good afternoon, Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of the Economic Research.
Salute them.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hold it. Hold it.
Good afternoon.
Please recognize the mics.
Good afternoon. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector.
Good afternoon. Mr. Jolie.
Good afternoon. Jolie, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good afternoon. Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Ludance Romney, Tax Assessor.
I think I saw the Chief Negotiator making her way in, as well as Mr. Nathan Simmons from the Public Finance Authority. At this time, Director Julio Reimer, Senior, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Julio A. Reimer, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Today, I'm joined by my colleagues, the Commissioner of Finance, Kevin McCurdy, Director Joe Lee of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Director Cindy Richardson, Division of Personnel, Josh Springer, Esquire, the Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining, Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Assessor, Mr. Lieutenant Romney, Tax Assessor, and at the Office of Lieutenant Governor. I'm here, Archer Francis, the Deputy Director of Office Disaster Recovery, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration at the Public Finance Authority, and Dr. Haldane Davis, PhD, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research. On behalf of the Governor, Albert Bryan, Jr., we present the final testimony of the proposed FY2026 Executive Budget. As I go through the introduction, we're actually going to review what we presented for the initial budget overview. As previously presented in the budget overview, the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget from the Government of the Virgin Islands includes expenditures totaling $1.759 billion. This amount include appropriated and non-appropriated funds as follows. The General Fund, $936,426,140. Other appropriated funds, $68,806,879. Federal funds of $691,867,746, and other non-appropriated funds of $62.5 million, for a total of $1.759 billion. The total federal funds projected to be available to the territory of fiscal year 2026 has increased significantly by 237%, reaching $20.65 billion. As with the previous year, the driver for the increase is additional disaster funding allocated to the territory. The Office of Disaster Recovery anticipates $643.5 million of the obligated $223 billion will be spent on disaster recovery projects throughout the territory in fiscal year 2026. This will result in $139.2 million in revenue, which will be 78.5 in gross receipts, 48.97 million withholding, and $11.6 million in excise taxes, respectively. The projections were made based on hazard mitigation and recovery construction activity. These projects include utility, healthcare, infrastructure, and education projects. As of today, we are 2.2 million above the fiscal year 2025 projections for hazard mitigating projects, resulting in 19.6 million in GRT, which is gross receipt taxes. The overall FY25 goal of spending $441 million in expenditures will result in $22.06 million in gross receipt taxes. We project that we will meet or exceed this target by the end of the fiscal year. In addition to a disaster funding of $706 million, the projected total represents non-disaster resulted federal funds available to the government of the Virgin Islands. This amount includes $37.1 million from the Department of Interior. This continues to provides the resources towards disaster recovery, mitigation, and overall improvement in the territory. First, let me look at revenues forecast for 2025. The fiscal year 2025 general fund revenues are forecasted at $889,105,020 versus May 2025 projections of $893,960,287, which projects a $4.8 million reduction in the forecasted revenue. The total revenue projected to include special funds to be $989,429,864 versus the May revenue projection of $984,574,596, resulting, of course, in the $4.8 million difference. Overall, fiscal year 2025 budget was slated at $923,396,538, of which the Office of Management recognized the need for reductions due to an exaggerated budget revenue forecast in 2025, reduced the allotments by a total of $44.994 million. Therefore, expected forecast expenditures of $877,402,403 will result in a positive revenue versus expenditure in fiscal year 2025 of $11.7 million. Let's look at our debt position. The government currently maintains a line of credit totaling $150 million. Of this amount, $100 million is dedicated to hazard mitigation and recovery projects, and $50 million is allocated to government operations. As of August 7th, 2025, the outstanding balance on this facility was $91,070,667.27. The line is scheduled to expire December 31st, 2026. The caveat here, Senators, as long as the projects are continuing, we need to have these two lines of credits continue until these credits go along. What we're finding is that here it is, it's become a great need in regards to the government to look at the lines of credit, especially to pay the contractors timely and then get reimbursed, and basically get reimbursed from the federal government. In doing so, we're pretty much reimbursed pretty quickly, but it also allows for time for the vendor to be paid timely versus waiting for the drawdowns to happen and then making the payments. This leaves approximately $58.93 million in available borrowing capacity to address critical needs as necessary. Be mindful a significant portion of those lines that is outstanding will be reimbursed by disaster recovery or other federal funds. Let's look at cash flow. Throughout the fiscal year 2025, cash flow has remained a focus of the financial team. A critical portion of the focus has been managing expenditures. As of August 8, 2025, the government's net available cash balance totaled $37.2 million. Of this amount, $23.6 million is held in the general fund and $13.6 is in special funds. These figures reflect available cash after accounting for issuance, but uncleared checks. Our Budget Stabilization Fund, which is a cornerstone of our long-term fiscal resilience, continued to hold $12.6 million. We remain committed to increase this reserve by a minimum of $5 million each year to better prepare for unforeseen economic challenges. Vendor payables. The total outstanding vendor payables total $50.1 million as of August 8, 2025, with $41 million attributable to the general fund and special fund. This includes invoice of $1.8 million from the previous year. Expenditures to date, as of August 7th, 2025, the central government expended payments totaling $1.2 billion. Note that this includes $553 million of federally reimbursed payments, including disaster recovery and ARPA funds, so that payments from operating funds through August 7th was $661.3 million. Of the amount paid, $807.1 million, or 66.5%, was paid to vendors located in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Noted that expenditures include payments for invoices prior to fiscal year total about $220 million, of which $103 million were paid with operating funds that were not budgeted for the current fiscal year. These payments stem from long-standing practices predating this administration, including year-end departmental encumbrances, delayed processing of invoices and contracts, and other unfunded, unbudgeted, but necessary mandates. As we look at fiscal responsibility and moving forward, while our financial position remains stable, We recognize the importance of addressing structural challenges such as reducing prior year carryover payables and strengthening our reserves. We will continue to pursue policies that enhance operational efficiency, reducing outstanding obligations, and maintaining fiscal discipline. The implementation of the Chief Financial Officer Executive Order has strengthened the fiscal accountability of the government through ongoing communications with all CFOs throughout the government of the Virgin Islands. This implementation has already yielded dividends where, throughout mandatory reporting, we have been able to reduce outstanding payables over 120 days by 60%. Secondly, as part of the implementation, troubled autonomous and semi-autonomous agencies cash flow statements are provided weekly to the Office of Management and Budget and Department of Finance to provide insight into their finances. This allows the financial team to be aware of any struggles and allows for planning, not only assistance, but also forecasting of allotments and expenditures. Finally, as we currently in the process of implementing a fiscal recovery unit that will assist department agencies that need assistance and guidance to properly budget, forecast, and expend funds accurately and efficiently. With this three-pronged approach, our expectations are that accountability, accuracy, and efficiency will increase throughout government. The economic outlook of the territory continues to experience recovery and modest growth driven by expanding tourism sector, increased investments in infrastructural development and diversification. Although population and labor challenges exist from the approximately 14,000 residents born in the USVI who relocated after the economic disaster of 2012, 2017, and 2020, the unemployment rate is steady at 3.5%, with a civilian employment of 40,586 as of May 2025. Hotel occupancy rate is at 69.9, and total arrival currently at 1.4 million as of June 2025, are projected to remain stable and increase modestly. The Consumer Price Index, 7.1%, is at its lowest since 2020, and the GDP per capita stands at 54,000 as of 2022 as a factor of each resident's contribution to the economy. Continued growth in the EDA and RT Park economic tax incentive programs, government disaster recovery investments in education, infrastructure, healthcare, and other socio-economic initiatives and advancements in renewable energy continue to make the territory's economy resilient and on an upward trajectory. While it's anticipated that an unfavorable impact from tariffs and some aspects of the OBBB, which is the otherwise known as the Big Beautiful Bill, will be felt across the territory. There's also some favorable outcomes to include the Rum Cover Over and Opportunity Zone enhancements. Overall, the USVI continues to traverse a path to economic recovery and expansion with tourism growth and diversification in target industry sectors identified and in SEDS and Vision 2040. Finally, let me look at human capital. The total number of employees in the government of the Virgin Islands is 9,941. The current central government employee population is 5,811, which includes 2,866 employees in the St. Thomas St. John district and 2,945 employees in the St. Croix district. Within this group, there are 1,351 unclassified employees and 4,407 classified employees, 44 part-time employees, 6 temporary employees, and 3 per diem employees. For fiscal year 2025 to date, the Division of Personnel has processed 3,442 personnel actions, which includes 848 hires, of which 433 are new hires, and 340 separations. As the latest on the group health insurance, the latest update of our combined insurance coverage, which includes medical, dental, vision, and life insurance, shows an increase of $206.2 million in fiscal year 2024 to $226.1 million in 2025, representing a rise of $19.9 million or 9.7%. For dental coverage, the board has implemented a 3% cap for 2025. Currently, there are 7,116 members enrolled in health insurance eligibility system, BENTEC. The enrollment breakdowns as follows. The active enrollment, 6,956, retiree enrollment to 7,116, Cigna is 1,111, and United Healthcare of 6,000. Additionally, our plan covers over 25,000 individuals, including dependents. To date, total payments to all carriers amount to $134,550,774. Currently, the GESE board is considering plan changes that will take effect on October 1st, 2025. The board has proposed option 4, which would cost the government of the Virgin Islands $10.4 million and introduce critical changes. Under this option, the employee premium for single coverage would increase by $12.13, while family premium would increase by $21.25. However, with this plan structure change, employees will see a high deductible with increases from $500 to $2,500 for individuals and from $1,000 to $5,000 for families. Notably, a health reimbursement account of $1,000 for individuals and $2,000 for families will be introduced. With the HRA, a single person will be responsible for paying $1,500 and the family will be $3,000. Co-payments will also change, with specialty visits including from $30 to $60 and physician visits rising from $20 to $30. Please note that members will only be able to access care within the Cigna Open Access Plus network and will no longer have the option to see out-of-network doctors. If the GESE board selects option 2, the plan would remain mostly the same except for the changes regarding the GLP-1 medication. Under this option, members with single coverage would incur an additional cost of $28.75, while family coverage would cost an extra $50.45. This option would cost the government about $20.2 million. The board will be meeting on August 21st, 2025 to make a final decision. As we look ahead and we look at the challenges we face in terms of fiscal year 2026 budget, the government of the Virgin Islands continues to have challenges that need to be considered. First, the potential increase of 3% of the government employees' retirement system, despite securing the $13.25 from the Rum Cover Over. The current trajectory with constant increases cannot be sustained. There needs to be a comprehensive look at the structure of the pension system to include how to make changes such as removing a cap on salary or change to another type of annuity. Secondly, the government continues to have to support autonomous and semi-autonomous instrumentalities. These entities continue to rely on the central government to support them despite their ability to generate their own revenue. Let me be clear here. These are entities that can generate their own revenue, and we continue to support them. The financial team, as previously indicated, has implemented a weekly process that allows insight to their cash flow and will make recommendations to address the large debt that these entities have amassed over time. Currently, the healthcare system has approximately $80 million in payables. WMA has approximately $40 million in payables, and the utility has approximately $100 million in payables. This is a total of approximately $220 million of debt that these instrumentalities have that needs to be addressed. Finally, despite the economy being strong and $8 billion worth of recovery projects awarded, the low employment rates create an issue with completing these projects due to the lack of a sufficient workforce. Senators, be reminded that we have been awarded in excess of $20 billion in recovery funds, and during fiscal year 2026, we will expend $646 million, which shows the Virgin Islands needs additional skilled labor to complete these projects over the next 7 to 10 years. In conclusion, the proposed executive budget of fiscal year 2026, titled Empowering Progress, Revitalization, Sustainability, and Financial Stability, continues to be the administration's legacy of financial transparency and accountability for the government of the Virgin Islands. As previously stated in my budget overview testimony, there must be collaboration. Once again, there must be collaboration to ensure that these investments made now and into the future with local and federal funds place the territory on a firm foundation for growth, resiliency, and improved living conditions for the people of this territory. The challenges posed by federal regulations, there is positive aspects for local states and territory. The evolving landscape may provide opportunity for increased autonomy in decision-making regarding grant spending if provided directly to them. The government of the Virgin Islands will be able to leverage its knowledge of local needs and environments to make more informed and effective spending choices. This independence will allow for more customized approach to addressing issues and projects that are most pertinent to our communities. Overall, due to the uncertainty, we must remain adaptable to both the challenges and opportunities in the federal government environment with an aggressive approach to expend all funds in a compliant and timely manner. Mr. Chair, that concludes my testimony, and me and the financial team is available for your questions.
Thank you very much, Director Reimer, for your testimony there and your highlight in some of those areas that we'll love to drill along on at the appropriate time. So tell me, from your perspective, how would you describe or classify the financial health of the government of the Virgin Islands at this time?
If you look at the central government as a whole, the central government is pretty stable. The concerns for me going forward is the instrumentalities that continue to not be able to support themselves despite having the ability to generate their own revenue. And that's what we need to look at comprehensively, not just the central government, but everybody as a whole, to determine what is the right fit, what is the right size, and determine what we need to do going forward.
Okay, so it's stable when you look at the central government, and of course we got work to do when it comes to the semi-autonomous agencies.
That's correct.
You know, something that certainly stood out to me is where you spoke about that here at the home front, that we have paid vendors $807.1 million here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, I think, or 66.5%. That is a standout to me, and I think it's important because I think there's always this assertion that we're bleeding money out of this territory, and we're seeing that over $800 million is actually spent here of our budget. In the line of credit, you're still describing the amount as being $150 million. This body had appropriated, or that the governor has signed into law, an additional $100 million that was made available for the line of credit, bringing it up to $250 million. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. We are still at $150 million, but we haven't negotiated with both banks for the additional 100. But I would be remiss not to say it would be more appropriate right now, based on where our spending patterns are, would actually to give the government more like $100 million for operating and $200 million, basically $150 million for the projects. Because basically we're being reimbursed so quickly that you're talking about within 2 weeks we're reimbursed so quickly, to have $150 million or $200 million that's tied up in just waiting on projects doesn't make much sense financially.
So if I recall, when we moved that legislation, which I was the sponsor of, I don't think that we put a limitation on the $100 million. We just provided the $100 million additional there. So a portion of that could be used for disaster recovery as well as for the operating costs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. What is the cash on hand? How much cash do we have on hand?
Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, we have $37 million on hand.
$37 million cash on hand. And what is the issue? I think that going through this budget cycle, we continue to hear time after time of the vendors payment and the delay in vendors payment. And I think that in your testimony, you also spoke about, it was like $40 million?
50.
$50 million. What are we doing to pay down some of these vendors' payment and get monies down to the streets?
So part of our approach in getting our aging down is this connection with the CFOs, making sure that we have line of sight on the invoices. Our issue as it is right now, we have 42% of our invoices are submitted late. So if we don't know where they are, we definitely have trouble to address them. So with meeting with the CFOs, consistently we were able to, as the director mentioned, reduce our aging over 120 days by 60%, that is an effort that it just born out of us just kind of meeting with folks, asking them to making sure that those invoices are in the system and we are addressing them in a timely manner.
But that was an initiative that was undertaken. I know that the governor had issued a general executive order in that respect. We recognized that early in the year. I think for the last 6 months or so, we knew of that being a challenge. Have we not been able to make any inroads in being able to ensure that individuals are inputting these information in a timely manner?
Yeah, we've made significant progress. As I mentioned, we were able to reduce our aging over 120 days by 60% in the from January to today.
Okay. In addition to the OIA funding of $37 million, is there any additional funding, any lump sum, any windfall that you're aware of that is coming into the government of the Virgin Islands coffers that we should be aware of as a body as we contemplate this FY2026 budget?
Currently, no.
Is there any infusion of funding or cash as a result of interest from our accounts, savings accounts at this time?
Senator, I can provide the overall interest, but it won't be a significant amount. But I can provide that information.
Please do. And you spoke about the reduction of allotments over a period of time, recognizing that we're being challenged based on our forecast. How have that impacted services, agencies, over the last several months?
In many instances, it didn't. What I've found is some agencies, when we reduced it, they didn't really have an issue. Some of them have staffing where they've been vacant for X number of times. So when we did the reduction, we made sure everybody knew that from November, you had an over-exaggerated revenue forecast. So we started reducing from them. So when we looked at the bigger agencies, we realized that we have some savings we could actually achieve.
So a lot of the majority of this actually came from vacancy savings.
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues for a round of 4 minutes. And Senator, while Senator Fonseca make his way in, I'll just ask, in regards to the insurance increase, and I know that we're still contemplating. I know that the $19 million we are exploring cost share in that moving forward. Is there any recommendations that's being made at this point? I don't know if the Director of Personnel or yourself have any guidance or suggestion on how do we move forward with the increase of the insurance?
So originally the board had selected option 4 as mentioned in the testimony. However, when we did our open enrollment sessions on all 3 islands, there was some kickback. So that's why they are presenting option 2. Of course, the difference is the cost. There's a $10 million difference. So it's going to be a hard decision because of the choice that has to be made. The board did send out a survey this week to all employees so that they can get their feedback. So hopefully they'll be using some of that feedback in their decision this week.
And of course, that information will be shared with this body in a timely fashion so
Correct.
we can make an informed decision. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon to all the testifiers, colleagues, and all the listening audience tuned in. I wanted to go into the insurance because that's an area where it has direct impact on all of us, the government employees and our families and the retirees. It's a tough pill to swallow based on what we're faced with. So let me ask the Personnel Director, keeping the money in the territory is one of the ways we can solve the problem. Because if we keep the insurance dollars here, then it reduces the uncompensated care bill that we pay to the hospital, and that a lot of those folks will be treated here, specifically the Cigna. Now, when we met with the insurance company, I asked the question, I floated the idea, why can't they change the compensation structure Okay, because this change here now, remember, we're doing the same thing that I was asking. It's going to change the in-network and the outer network. My proposal was to have the hospitals get a higher reimbursement rate. You know, they told me that basically they can't do it because their program would not allow it, which is an unacceptable response. If the insurance company is willing to help the Virgin Islands keep the dollars here, it would benefit the government. We're opening a cancer center, and the numbers for the cancer showed just from the Cigna, it was about $50 million in total cancer costs. Okay, there was about $23 million was being spent locally and about $30 million away. If we was to even get $10 million more of that locally, that's $10 million more that the hospitals would get, and that would reduce the cost. So we have to look at more, you know, innovative ways so that we can keep the money. Okay, the cost is what the cost is, and the idea of us, you know, going to the, you know, the self-insurance is something that, you know, obviously the GSC board is, you know, is the one that's going to have to look into that. The legislature, 36 legislature has already vetted that. And maybe that might be an option somewhere down the line, but if it's one thing that the government employees have is good insurance, and that's not something that we need to be fixing. So basically, the way how it is now is that about 25,000 individuals, that's the employees, the retirees, and your beneficiaries, are going to be affected by a basically astronomical increase. Now, specifics now, because, you know, this is going to be done, it has to be done the end of October. Today's August 19th.
1 minute.
So you're talking about a month and 11 days. What are the specific out-of-pocket costs going to be? Do you know? And what are going to be the new deductibles?
So if you went with scenario 4, a single person is looking at approximately a $12.13 increase. So they would be going from
30 seconds.
approximately $131.69 to $149.08. So that's a increase by a year of a total of 291. So if you have a family now, we'll be going from $232.83 up to $283.28. That's a $21 increase. So that's a total of $511.
Time.
Yeah,
And that's scenario 4.
You see, we have to look at being fair. And when we talk about family, we're talking about a family of 2 or a family of 10. And we need to look at the scenario where if you have a husband and a wife, that's a family. If you have a husband and a wife and 8 kids, that's a family. But that's 10 persons as opposed to 2 persons. Under this plan here, the 2 persons will be paying the same amount as 10 persons. Am I correct or am I wrong?
So under scenario 4, what you're seeing here is the introduction of the HRA, as mentioned. So what happens is the individuals will end up having to pay more out of pocket under scenario 4.
Yeah, I understand the individual, but as far as the plan,
Individual and family.
but it'll still be 283, 28.
Yes, you're going from $232.83 up to $283.28.
Yeah, whether you're 2 persons or whether you're 10 persons in a
Correct.
family. So you see, we need to look at that. That's an area where, you know, if you have a bigger family, you have a bigger medical bill, you should pay a higher insurance rate because it's a bigger burden on the community. Of course, you know, if
the
your
only-
income is low, only one person can speak
The
at
only
a time.
way to do
Wait
that
a minute. Only one person can speak. I'm the one speaking. So The deal is, right, is that if you're lower income, we have the Medicaid insurance program that would cover those. But it's not fair for a family of 2 to be paying the same like a family of 10 out of the deductions. And thank you. You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll recognize Senator Avery Lewis. We recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Reimer.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everybody. Sorry, good afternoon. To the Virgin Islands as well. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Reimer, we just recently, I didn't see you over there, but anyhow, we just recently opened a new hotel here in St. Thomas. The Hampton by Hilton or Hilton by Hampton. I ain't stayed there yet, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Good. Have we done a study as yet to see what kind of, or estimate what additional revenue collections from the rooms and taxes and the gross receipts that hotel would bring?
So, Senator, most hotels don't pay gross receipt. They pay hotel room taxes.
Hotel room taxes.
Which would be 12%. And Senator, of course, we look to make sure to see what the progress of the hotel first before we start doing any in-depth work in terms of studying it. Because we need to see what their occupancy is going to be, what their traffic is going to be, because of course they have neighboring hotels such as the West End and the Bowie House. So we just need to see the numbers for the first few months before we actually go into a depth study of it, which will be conducted by the Bureau of Economic Research.
Good. Next question, moving on. You earlier talked about the workforce in the territory and being able to keep up and so forth. Just said you help me to keep on track with what's going on here. With the bundling projects that we're trying to attract outside larger corporations who has the bonding capacity and then to take on these projects. I know they're bringing a workforce with them, but we're trying to exhaust everything we have here first.
That's correct.
Do you know of, in between, is there any training mechanism to help train what we have here while this workforce?
Not that I know of, no.
No. Okay. With the bundlings out, we have about 3 bundles out at this time, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So what do we have in place to make sure that we stay on task, stay focused, and keep these projects moving? Because Mr. Reimer, in his testimony, talked about being on task thus far. They have brought some tremendous revenues to the territory. What mechanism do we have in place to continue that focus?
Good day, Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director for the Office of Disaster Recovery. As you've mentioned, we have bundled projects that are out for solicitation, and we've also successfully been on target and contracted our projects that we had for this quarter of the fiscal year. I can get those exact details on which projects when needed. But the Super PM was in full force. We are supported. We are executing on our targets. We are showing that we have the funding and we're able to secure them through the contracts that are being executed. Much of what we will see in FY2026 will be pre-construction costs, hence the projection at the $600+ million.
So in 2026, along with what's already started, are we going to actually see shovel in the ground?
I'm trying to think, not on many of the bundled projects. Much of what has been contracted is pre-construction.
So we have a lot of prudent replacement projects with like waste management and I think WAPA, if I'm correct.
1 minute.
Reimer?
That's correct.
Yes.
So we're not going to see no replacement of pipings or the infrastructure hardening in 2026.
What you'll see is a lot of the architectural and designing plans that are taking place to make sure that that happens best with all agencies incorporated. So we have projects that include DPW, WAPA, and waste management.
Thank you. And in building our workforce.
30 seconds.
Building our workforce, Director Richardson, good afternoon. I'd be so happy to see when you put out these posts and kind of be sharing it. You all owe me a stipend in between there. What's the aggressive approach to really fill a lot of these positions? Because I see that in some of the positions you have, I wouldn't say relaxed the requirements, but you have put some additional criteria like high school diplomas and things now to really bring on. So what's your forecast for really filling a lot of these vacant positions you have?
You know, the Division of Personnel is working on various avenues to promote the vacancies. We are working closely with the agencies to try to get them to fill those positions. While we are getting their referrals to them rather quickly, it's a matter of them now pushing to get those positions interviewed and filled. So that's one thing. We are collaborating with Department of Labor as well, and various other agencies. But for what you're speaking on to, it's more in the private sector. I do see that labor and some of our career and technical education is something that we have to definitely invest in and pull some of those individuals and promote that filling those vacancies. We will be rolling out something soon that we can start to advertise on that regional and national level as well.
Yes. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one wrap-up question, and then that's it for
You may wrap up, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner McCurdy, as I participate in these budget hearings, I'm not a member of this committee, but I do try to come to understand where the money is, to follow the money. So when I call Director Ryan, I could tell him where here the money is, so he could tell me whether to spend it or not. So my question to you is, most times I hear a lot of the agencies complain about their vendor payments, and the easiest answer I would say is, it's held up in finance. Right. Whose finance? Kevin McCarty.
That's correct.
And there's a prioritizing of vendor payments.
Correct.
You would like to defend that for me, please, and say, what's the procedure now? Because I know the agency send a priority listing, and you prioritize that listing for your priority. So, priority helped me today.
So we've suspended the priority listing approach. What we've decided to do is look at payments that are critical to continuing governmental operations. Also, having a keen interest in addressing those payments that are long-standing. We can't have somebody do work for you last year and the invoices are only coming in this year. That is unacceptable. Mm-hmm. And 42% of our aging, 42% comes in late. So that is us saying, right now I can say to you, we've spent 1.2 billion, as Director Ryman said, and we have 50 million outstanding. That is 4%. So we've paid 96% of our obligations. 96% that we know of. But that doesn't mean that we've covered everything. I could go back and then I have, my aging now is, 80 million, just based on people putting in invoices. And once it comes in already late. It doesn't come in and I have 30 days to figure it out. It comes in and it's already at 120 days. So that makes it a little troublesome to really get
I think the troubling part too with it is, now besides we own the vendors, it's like business as usual still. You had nobody getting in trouble, you had nothing being happening, there's no repercussion. So we could just continue doing business. We had an entity here this morning.
We have to wrap up.
We're going to wrap up now. Talking about vendors being owed. People work without purchase orders and different things, but it's just continuing government business as usual. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Usually, I give a lot of allowance, but of course we're on a crunch time and we have individuals that have flights to catch, so I want to be considerate to that. But I agree, there must be some consequence for this what has to become, this tendency to submit these things after the fact, so there must be some consequences. So can you really just touch quickly on what those consequences are or have been put in place?
So for now, part of what we're doing is, Director Ram and I have established a team between Finance and OMB. We are meeting with the CFOs. Part of the problem, to be fair to some CFOs, they don't have line of sight on programs. Program manager needs to submit invoices timely as well, but we're making recommendations to the governor. Once we go through and we review, and we can come to, we put measures in place to assist, but after a while, we're making recommendations to the governor.
Okay. When you got burn one, and that is going to fall in line. I mean, this is really becoming a problem, and we need to address that. Senator Frederick, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, all colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. my staff, and of course, central staff, my normal welcome. Thank you guys for coming. I wanted to start off with collections. Collections seems to be the most common thing I hear, especially from the instrumentalities that they're unable to collect, which is causing us on the finance side, the budget side, to try to find additional funding for them because they can't seem to collect. And in your testimony, Director Reimer, I see you've addressed the same issues. You know, we got a $220 million debt issue, and I don't see how we could come up with additional monies to help them out. They need to find a way to figure this out. What are you doing and your team doing to assist them to figure out how to collect money? Because it seemed like we have a collection problem here.
So as you look at the healthcare system, it's different. The healthcare system have several components that's creating issues. One, both was hacked. So they had a hack issue where both hospitals were hacked. One last year twice and one this year once. Juan Louis now coming out of the hack environment along with Snyder pretty shortly. So we should see their revenues change. But besides that, there's some structural changes that need to be done within the healthcare system that the board is actually addressing, because I'm a member of the board along with the Commissioner of Finance. In regards to Waste Management Authority, which has $40 million in debt, they have to be able to charge rates to the customers to collect solid waste. And as such, they have not done so as yet. Despite Waste Management is almost 20 years old, they still have not implemented sufficient rates to even try to support themselves 50%. And as part of the challenge, imagine having Public Works when it was actually Waste Management and Public Works was one entity. It used to be Department of Public Works.
Right.
The budget was $30 million. But now Waste Management budget is close to $50 million, and it's a separate entity. So these are the things that we really need to look at and determine, here it is, do we want to move forward with Waste Management as structured as it is, or do we need to make changes to how it's structured? That's Waste Management. When we look at WAPA as a whole, WAPA's struggles is decades old. It's not yesterday. It's decades old. And when you go for rates in front of the PSC, for decades, you get 50% of what you ask for. And in getting 50% of what you ask for over a long period of time, including where the government of the Virgin Islands in those times didn't have a single payer utility fund, would have 40 and $50 million in
debt.
Exactly.
Okay,
So you have trailing debt.
Let me hit everybody. Director Lee, you've got a collection issue as well at IRB. Where are we with that?
Good day, Senator Joe Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. When you said collection issue,
Those
1
people
minute.
who owe taxes and
yeah, so
have-
we nothing unique as far as our issues. We enforce collections in the way we do, and you know, the good news is we've collected a lot more than we did this time last year. So we're coming along, and we're going to meet our target.
Mr. Lamb, what about you with property taxes? How is the collection coming there?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. All right. Thank you, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. So, similar to Director Lee, we've been improving on our collection record going forward, but we're still
30 seconds.
We're still trying to address the historical delinquencies that have been on the books for decades. There needs to be an additional push for that. So right now, delinquencies may be down to, say, 95 million, but as soon as we get to the end of the payment period this month, which is August 30th, and the delinquencies for 2025 go on the books, it's going to throw a couple million back on top of that number again. So, we're moving the needle forward, but we want to get to a point where we can also address a lot of the historical delinquencies.
Mr.
Time.
Simmons, Mr. Chair, can I finish?
You may
Real
wrap
quick?
up, Senator.
Mr.
Wrap up.
Simmons, real quick. We had the we had Whiteco in here recently, and we had an issue. We're still trying to get our pilot. Is Whiteco a public corporation owned by the government of the Virgin Islands, or are they a private company?
The PFA believes that WICO is a Public corporation.
Who owns the share of WICO?
The Public Finance Authority.
Do you own 100% of the shares?
Yes, we do.
Enough said. We need to collect our pilot from WICO then. That's it. If we own it, we need to collect every dime. And that money needs to go to the general treasury so we could pay our bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. Senator Viola, you recognized for your 4 minutes. And sorry, we bumped the line a little bit there, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Reverend, in reference to, you made a statement that you had to reduce the overall budget by some $44 million.
That's correct.
And apparently you were able to do it without having a lot of issues within those departments.
That's correct.
You have a list of departments where those cuts were made, and can you provide us with the new budget for those departments for this fiscal year?
Yes.
And the $44 million cut that you put in place when you were creating the FY2026 budget, did you factor in a $44 million cut?
No. I actually went back and we went back and did a different approach to the budget where we went through and get the actual needs versus their wants. So it put us in a better place versus that $44 million.
So you're going to give us some new numbers by department in reference to the $44 million cut?
Yes, I'll show you that for 2025 and show you the comparison to 2026.
Okay, which means so 2026, there are some areas in which you'll be able to make some reductions?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Now, in reference to, so it is now 800, where you went to 800 and 800, I gotta look for it. But I'm looking at the general fund report. And in the general fund report for July, we have thus far collected $826,259,295. However, that includes $40 million in ARPA funds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and those $40 million, that $40 million in ARPA fund is just going to be used to supplement the budget, or is there a specific purpose?
Basically, the ones that came in, the $40 million, is a mixed bag. Some is supplementing the budget, and others are projects that came through.
Okay, and can you provide us a list? Because I know those monies had to be obligated by December of last year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then you have some $15 million contribution in other funds.
Yes.
What is the other fund?
That's the insurance guarantee fund.
Okay, that's insurance guarantee fund. Okay. So off of the 826, we could subtract the 40.
That's correct.
Okay, so that'd be like 786.
Yes.
And you expect to collect the next $100 million in the next 2 months?
Yes.
So 100 or more than 100? I'm thinking a little more than 100.
I've been conservative, 100.
Okay, so that'll be 886, and you had cut the budget to what? To 8 what?
877.
877. Oh,
Yes.
so that's okay. That's almost 11 million you spoke about.
Yes.
Okay, now you're going to be going from 877. You're going to be going from 888, and this year general fund projections for FY26 is what? 936.
Yes.
So you're thinking that we're going to increase collections by some 50 million in the general fund?
You have additional projects that you don't get gross receipt withholding.
I just asking.
That's correct.
We have to work the budget up. So.
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that is going to be a direct result of the projects coming online?
Yes.
Okay. And hopefully any type of economic development?
Yes.
I mean, the greatest way to grow the economy is to have economic development and have more jobs. You know, we don't want additional taxation, but we need to get some major projects coming on board.
Definitely.
The 3% increase in GRS. Your testimony that it is time to change the part of the legislation to stop the automatic increase every X amount of years?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when the departments came before us, we saw a lot of departments that are just not spending federal funds.
30
and
seconds.
not spending federal funds to entities that are going to pay taxes. Block grants in human services for daycare centers, etc. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars just not spent. and 100% federal, but yet these entities are owed for 7-8 months, which doesn't make sense to me. So I'm trying to what is really going on within these entities? I know that recently you said an executive order was shared in reference to the CFOs, but how do you get that message down to everyone else in the department? Because the program managers just not submitting, they're not moving anything. And it's like, it's okay. I know I heard the good senator spoke about it, but it's like it's okay to not produce. And what we're seeing is that every time we have a budget hearing, then we hear about some movement and spending some federal funds. We kind of come in before the legislature. Last week we paid this, but it can be done all the time. So that message that you need to relay, if Government House don't send a serious message out to all of the program managers and everybody else, we're going to have this same situation over and over and over, and all the best efforts of yourself, McCurdy, and the entire financial team going to be for naught. At some point, they got to say, hey, this is not going to happen anymore. If you can't handle the block grant, you need to leave. Highway safety had hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they said, oh, we're going to ask for an extension, we're going to ask for an extension. And it was an LEPC, and it was happening from the time I was in the legislature in the 34th and the 33rd. The exact same funds weren't being spent. And I come back 3 years after, and the exact person in the position, the exact same funds. LEPC, 21, 22, 23, 24 federal grants, domestic violence, etc., not spent. And I'm like, something got to be wrong as to why these monies are not being spent. And then the same entities come in and ask them for general funds, agriculture, forestry, grants, etc. But they come in and ask us for money to create this position, that position, and there are federal funds there to be spent. So I'm just praying that we could just do the right thing, so that we could have a good FY26 and we could give the people a $35,000 raise. Are you guys prepared for those? Nope, Mr. Richardson. I'm so glad to see you smile. Honestly, I'm happy to see you smile, because the last couple of times you are smiling much here. So I'm happy to see the old director. We getting those NOPAs ready for the 35,000?
I mean, we'll do what we have to do. I mean, once the agency puts them in, we'll do what we have to do.
That's the answer I want to hear. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's it. It is good to see her smiling after her. Thank you, Senator Vielle. Commissioner McCurdy and OMB Director Reimer, in regards to the federal drawdowns, have we seen some improvement in that area?
We have seen improvement, Senator. Right now, we've received in revenue $574 million, and we've spent $553 or $549. Right now, in-house, waiting for draws, we have $2.5 million. That's a significant decrease from where we were before. Part of the issue, though, we still need, as the good senator said, we still need folks to spend our federal dollars and not wait until the end to spend it.
Okay. Yeah, that is a significant difference from what we have seen in the past. What about ARPA? What do we have in ARPA funds as a balance?
Approximately about $30 million.
30 million in ARPA?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get back on the schedule here. Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the listening and viewing audience, and of course our testifiers here, the governor's financial team. I want to thank you all for the hard work you're doing. I know it's hard work, and I do have some very hard questions to ask you. Let's start off first with you, Mr. Reimer. Kindly indicate for us, what is this fiscal responsibility unit that you plan to put in place, and how quickly are you moving to do that?
Currently, the fiscal responsibility unit is twofold. One, to take over what a third party actually is, which is as of September 30th, and two, really helping other, basically other agencies and departments to get their act together, basically saying it.
And so this third party, you're referring to the third party that we have been under for the Department of Education. Is that what, just be clear?
Yes.
And so where is that money going to go now? Because we normally appropriate about 2 million and change.
1.1 million.
1.1 million. So where's that 1.1 million going to be absorbed? Are you going to add additional personnel?
Yes, 6.
6. Okay, and that's in your budget that you sent down to us as well?
That's correct.
Okay, good. And then finally, I want to ask you where you with the cost allocation plan. I know when you came on board, it was in your statement. I recall that vividly. It is in my mind because of what LEPC represented here regarding getting the match from the government, because we gave them no money to cover some of their indirect administrative costs, which is enlightened, and also their IT and even the processing of the checks. Where are we with that cost allocation plan?
The cost allocation plan itself, it's ongoing. We are trying to actually get it completed. The struggle continues to be getting data at times from department and agencies.
How far along are you, and what is your target date?
Target date is to try to get it by September 15th.
September 15th. I'm going to note that because when you come back here, I'm going to hold you to it. September 15th. This is a very critical component because this is how we are able to allocate our government funds towards paying some of those costs that are also cost because of the grants them coming in. So it's critical. Now, let me switch to the collections part, the one that I am going to be champion, Mr. Chairman. In our budget markup, we need to be able to have more boots on the ground to collect the money on the streets. So let's focus in on you first, Mr. Tax Collector, Mr. Brent Laird. How are you doing today, my dear?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Senator.
Good. Tell me, I know you had to provide to us a action plan. Where are you relative to your staffing? What did you say was your need? What is your need to be able to collect? At one point you said it was $100 million in property taxes we had on the street. Today you shifted a bit, saying because you're seeing them coming in. It's about 95 million. Where are you? What is your need so you could be able to collect the monies on the street?
Thank you, Senator. That number, 100 million.
Speak into the mic, Mr. Laird.
Yes, thank you, Senator. That number, 100 million, ebbs and flows. It runs about the same every year. When the taxes become delinquent, it adds a couple million to it again. So even while we make progress,
30 seconds.
It ebbs and flows. It comes back to around the same. Now, when I did the action plan in October and submitted it to this body, it was 1.24 million was the ask.
I see
specifically
that.
For what we need in terms of personnel, personnel and support staff, vehicles, and marketing costs and so forth. So that was the entirety of what we saw we would need to be able to have an improved focus on those age delinquencies.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if you allow me to do one wrap-up, because this is vital.
You may proceed with one wrap-up.
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Joe Lee, you're in collections as well, because that's where it's needed. We got to bring in the money. How much money do you have? How much funding do we have on the streets that are uncollected, and what was your ask? You could answer on the chair's time. How much money do we still have on the streets that is uncollected, age or legacy, and what is your ask to beef up your collections?
In a nutshell, Joe Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Is this mic on? It is.
Real actual collection, I estimate about 150 million. You know, it rotates as we collect, new balances get added. As far as what my ask is, it's probably going to be $1.8 million is what I would ask for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, for your line of question. Director, in regards to your testimony, we spoke about the exaggeration of the budget revenue forecast. What particular category you believe that we fell short on as a government?
Individual income tax was the one that was truly exaggerated at that point. Individual income tax, corporate income tax was the one that was highly exaggerated. So you're talking about almost something like $40–50 million that was exaggerated revenue.
Thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good day, colleagues. Good day, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. Chief Negotiator, good afternoon. About how many unionized contracts or anything are in play on the negotiation table between now and the wrap-up of this fiscal year?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, now.
Chief Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, the Office of Collective Bargaining. I currently have about 4 that I'm negotiating with actively.
Okay, so those 4 you think would be completed between now and the end of September 30?
I do not believe so.
No? Okay, so they're going to 26. Okay, OMB Director, do we have any supplemental budgets that are going to be coming before us last minute regarding we forgot somebody or we add somebody? Is there any
For
supplemental?
fiscal year 26?
For 26?
No.
Okay. You know, today wraps up 9 years of me asking every branch of government about wage increases. You have no supplemental budget for the legislature in terms of their monies or anything. Nothing has been submitted to you for the legislature employees, the first branch of government. Anything at all?
Haven't seen anything, Senator. No.
Okay, that's a real disheartening to me. You know, because 9 years today I asking. So, Mr. President, we got to do it. The employees of the first branch of government, I want to get them on the list so I could ask and be told that they will receive their wage increases. Now, on your testimony, OMB Director,
yes, sir.
You had, in terms of the options that we are speaking of for the insurance, but it was mentioned that the total number of employees in the government of the Virgin Islands is 9,941. And you went on with your testimony. I was trying to look at all your numbers to come up to 9,941. I could not, based on all the other numbers. So could you give me the breakdown as to how you got to the 9,941?
I'll leave the Director of Personnel answer that.
Sure.
So, thank you for that question. So the 9,941 number is the total number that's for the entire government. So right now, central government is 5,811.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference is the other semi-autonomous agencies that we were able to obtain to come up to that 9,000 number.
Okay, so again, in that breakdown where you have the St. Thomas, you have the St. Croix, 28, 29, then you have the different groups, classified, unclassified.
1 minute.
And we go down to active employees, 6,956, retired employee, 7,116. I still ain't getting a 9,941.
So those numbers that you're seeing under group health insurance, that's not going to add up to that 9,000 number. So what we did is, in order to get to that 9,000 number that you're referencing, is we called around to the semi-autonomous agencies to obtain their total count.
30 seconds.
So then the instrumentalities and all of that is fine, but then would the total numbers that we're seeing for the options for option 2, wouldn't that affect those option 4, option 2 in terms of numbers?
No, because so you have the total number of employees in the government, right? However, the total number of individuals on the plan itself is over 25,000 because it also includes your dependents.
Time.
got you with that, but again, it still goes to, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, it still goes to the total number of employees in the government of the Virgin Islands is 9,941. Active employment in insurance is 6,956. Retired employees, retiree employment 7,116. Cigna 1,111. United Healthcare 6,000.
Okay.
And that's a breakdown of the 7,116.
You're confusing
Okay.
the numbers. So you have your human capital numbers, which talks about the total number of individuals within the government total. We broke it down a little bit further to central government, and that's where we then broke it down even further by district. Under group health insurance, where you see active enrollment, retiree enrollment, Cigna, and United Healthcare, those numbers aren't going to add up because how each carrier counts their numbers. So their numbers are not going to add up to that 9,000 that you're referring.
So everyone isn't on the Cigna.
No, you have some individuals that are under United Healthcare.
Okay.
Then you also have retirees that are under 65 that are on Cigna as well. So the breakout is a little different here.
Okay, I got you on that. Now I see how it is. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questions. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Clifford Joseph, Director Reimer, in regards to the 3% GRS increase, what is the dollar value to that?
It's approximately about $4 to $5 million.
$4 to $5 million. Did he believe that's something that we could observe at this time?
No.
Thank you. So are we having discussion with the GRS and perhaps delaying this for a later time? Any discussion coming from the executive branch in respect to that?
The governor was expected to reach out to GRS and have the discussion.
Okay. We'll be doing the same as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, public, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to everyone in the building. Director Reimer, you indicated on the page 1 of your testimony that the federal grants for FY2026 has increased significantly by 237%, reaching $20,652,795,692. Have we had an analyst did any study on an impact on how the big beautiful bill will affect or impact our budget here for 2026?
In actual response to that, I attended a meeting with the National Association of State Budget Officers, and we went through the actual big actual beautiful bill, and what we actually realized is the impact is nothing of significance. My other concerns are really looking at when we're making significant changes in salaries, et cetera, how does that affect people's eligibility on Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP? So we need to look at that also. But when we looked at the overall picture in terms of with NASBO, when they looked at it, we saw nothing significant. The highest was like a 5% move. And we actually put that in the budget already. So we're expecting to be less, and that's why we were very conservative in our budget.
And did your gross receipt tax projection, did you take into account the measures passed by this legislature in Bill number 360063, Act 8991?
What we basically did, we left that out for now because we need to see the impact first before actually making any assumptions.
Okay, good. And thank you for your response. I got a question for Jolie. Director Lee, as of date, what have we collected on the fuel coming to the board now as far as the government fuel taxes?
Through July, the end of July, we've collected, it looks like $4.8 million.
Okay, thanks for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Mr. Lee, what kind of impact have we felt with the closure of, or we're about to feel with the closure of the Kmarts?
Significant impact, as you could imagine, a reduction in gross receipts and employment taxes. You know, they were a major employer in the territory, so you could imagine by them shutting down, I foresee a lot of our residents now going online to get, you know, a lot of the necessities they wouldn't have normally gone to that business. So, and you know, when they go online at this moment in time, there is no gross receipts, there is no employment taxes because all of that is on the mainland, and we don't have a sales tax. So,
Okay, any early perspective on what that dollar value would be in terms of impact? Just an estimate, really.
Not quite, I'll be honest, because they just recently, I mean, I could look at them specifically and average what they did in the last 12 months and then, you know, say, well, going forward, you know, without their presence, it could be this significant of a drop. But that's something I can...
Well, clearly we'll need some type of an assessment of that because that also impact our FY2026, you know, going into that loss, going in there. And I ain't gonna say that if anybody had considered my annualized sales tax back in the years when they wanted to throw me out of the Senate, we would have been a better perspective on that, but I leave that alone. Senator Marvin Blighty, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Ryman and the Governor's Financial Team, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon.
The total budget of $1,759,678,223. $936 from the general fund, other appropriated funds, $68,806 federal funds, $691,877, other non-appropriated funds, $62 million. Let me ask you though, in respect to your testimony, who is here from the Office of Disaster Recovery? Who can answer questions?
Ms. Francis, she's right here, to your left, Deputy Director.
Very well. She's capable. Let me ask, in respect to the $23 billion to be spent in recovery projects, we keep on hearing $23 billion, but let me ask you, in respect to the testimony, it said this will result in $139 million in revenue, $78.5 in gross receipt, $48.97 million withholding, and $11.69 in excise taxes. Is this for the total amount or just for fiscal year 26? That's my first question.
Fiscal year 26.
Very well. Now, let me go further because I'm hearing the back and forth discussion, right? And in my opinion, because I know my colleague has spoken to the federal funds that's not being utilized within a different department that can bring extra revenues to the territory. We speak to collections from IRB. How much do we have in, on the street, Director, for IRB? How much fund do we have on the street?
As far as real collectability, I'd say about $150 million.
$150 million. Okay, and capital project, that goes back to you now. How many bundles do we have out there at this time?
So we currently have 4 bundles that are out for solicitation. And when I say bundles, some may be projects that the Super PMO are managing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 that have been contracted to date, with 3 in negotiations, 3 under evaluation, and there are some non-PFA projects that are being managed by the Super PMO as well, such as Central and CAHS-BCB.
Very well. And I say that to say this. Them projects needs to be streamlined and expedited to include everything from DP&R when it comes to the permitting process, etc., because that's where a lot of the money is going to come from. And once they get online, I believe we should be fine. That's all we're talking about. A lot of money, which will bring in a lot of revenues for us in the territory. But the key is assuring that, number 1, we have the workforce to move those projects forward. Number 2, to assure that the agencies does what's necessary. And I think we need to find a way to streamline processes within those agencies, like many states do. I just came from a trip. That's what they do, in order to make sure that the project moves forward expeditiously. So I think we need to have further discussion and work together in terms of assuring how we can make that happen here, to assure that those projects roll out. And before my time is up, Director Reimer, I know in Act number 8920, the sum of $3.4 million was appropriated for the housing community. Because we don't give them a dime. We don't ever give the housing because they're federally funded, but
30
we saw it fit from this body that we was going to give them some funds for their playground equipment and like the basketball court, etc. In all 5 communities, 5 in St. Croix, Marley Homes, our DS Heights, William Delight, Mount Pleasant, Candido, Guadalupe Terrace, and St. Thomas PMP, Harris Court, Berks Home, Corwin Terrace, Bavonia, and Contant Knolls. Now, it may not seem important or critical, but it is to me. Reason being, we talk about obesity, we talk about our kids being able to exercise, we talk about over 1,000 kids within a housing space. And there's nothing for them to do in those communities, and most of those equipment was damaged or dangerous, you can't really play on them. What's going on with the funding for these housing communities in St. Thomas and St. Croix? I get calls every day. Up to today, I got some calls right before the hearing. I said, I'm going to bring it to your attention. What's the status?
We continue to work to actually make those funds available. I'm working with the Commissioner of Finance to move move those monies now.
You continue to work, but it's been almost a year.
I haven't been here a year, Senator.
I know, but the money been there, and it needs to move. No, but for real, it's critical. It's important. It's very important for those individuals to assure that they can be kids and do what needs to be done.
Gotcha.
So I will stay on you. And Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator. Blighting, a quick point of information. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McCurdy, Commissioner McCurdy, could you tell me how much is your running balance of bounce check, return checks?
Currently, good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Currently, we have $4 million, but it's not because Director Lee recently informed me that I think it was $2 million of that almost $3 million of that is not collectible or
was not due to us.
It was not due. If you could be so kind to send through the chair your spreadsheet with those balances, as you've done in previous fiscal year. I don't know if we have received any, but I'm interested in seeing it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Next, we'll recognize Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the 5 minutes, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate it. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the governor's financial team. I just wanted to start out by making a point. I know for the last decade or more, has to be more than a decade, in following legislative hearings and being a part of legislative hearings for the last 5 years that I've been here, without fail, we hear about the hundreds of millions of dollars that are on the street that have not been collected. And clearly it outdates you, Director Lee, or you, Mr. Leardom. So, but my thinking is this. Isn't it time for us to, given the potential gains of collecting, let's say, I don't know if it's $300 or $400 million that's on the street, and new revenues, right? Wouldn't it be worth the investment if we were to prioritize, I know you can't do it singularly on your own, a serious, I don't know if it'll be a task force, a serious group, a serious consortium of collectors who can be dispatched on the street to collect this money, or is it just not collectible?
Good day, Senator.
I know you're making gains.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So 2 things. The ironic thing is when I compare what IRS has outstanding, percentage-wise, we're equal, which is, very interesting while we still are heavy in our paper environment and so I have to give a lot of credit to my team for accomplishing something with the lack of sophistication of computer technology.
So we should be okay.
Well,
because we're pretty
yes.
much on par with
yes,
the
correct.
IRS.
Correct. So, but unfortunately, we are still mirror code, so we have to follow their mandate. So we can't just go rogue and do our own thing or risk losing funding that they give us with earned income credit and all of the reimbursements that we've been able to successfully get now. If we start violating their protocol, they can simply cut us off, which they've done with other territories.
And you say violating protocol if we were to take some extraordinary steps to
Correct, because
to
there's
collect?
a legal element to everything we do. We can't, so for example, one thing that shocked me is we can't knock on somebody's doors anymore because of the environment of assaults that happen. You can't, we're IRB knocking on your door and somebody may not actually be IRB and let them in. So IRS is now kind of, forbid us to do a number of things that we normally do because there's a lot of scammers out there now that would use IRB, even a fake jacket, to assault somebody, rob them, or what have you. So that's the fine line that we have to kind of determine.
So you're comfortable with the pace of collections?
Yes.
That's what I'm...
So my goal is to up our technology because it is a difficult task to have got qualified people in this environment. It's no secret a lot of folks move to the States or go private. So technology has been my thing to kind of help alleviate the lack of workforce of manual bodies.
Okay. I in fact checked you regarding that.
Please do.
On par with the US IRB.
Please do.
With regards, Ms. Francis, Deputy Director Francis, with regards to the planned $643.5 million in disaster recovery spending, how do we ensure that this translates into long-term economic benefits for our residents?
One of the immediate things that we track is the GRT. So that is remitted off the top of vendor payments. And we track that based on reporting, and we're able to provide information to IRB to work in conjunction to make sure that we have those numbers. We've worked with OMB to work on the impacts to the income taxes and so forth with Director Reimer. So those are the things that we're doing to make sure that once payments, we are tracking projections based on schedules, projecting what portions of the overall cost of the project will be spent during that time period, and then doing the percentage increases to see what value that will have to our overall revenue and economy.
I appreciate the response. How dependent is the territory's economic growth on tourism? I think I asked you this question before. And what diversification measures are most likely to succeed in the near term? And I know you mentioned something about, the recovery and the fact that we're going to be doing construction, et cetera. Is that the same answer?
You also need to have a component of actually building housing. And that's your
You said building housing?
Yes. That's your most significant aspect of growing any economy. Because for every $1 spent on building houses, you get about 4 more in the economy. So if I build you a house, of course, you're going to go and buy new furniture and buy new stove and fridge, so you move the economy forward. And if we don't spend the $240 million that housing finance has over the next 10 years, after the recovery projects go away, what happens next? So besides tourism, we have to look at the housing market going forward.
I got you. I read an article just this morning. It said organizations don't succeed or fail based on their strategies, technologies, or resources alone. They rise and fall on the quality of conversations happening between people. How would you rate the quality of conversations that is happening, not just among the financial team, but the government of the Virgin Islands in general? In your opinion, are we having the types of strategic conversations that we need to have to get ourselves from you know.
The short answer is yes, Senator, because for example, you're having conversation between not the financial team alone, but the financial team and the CFOs, but also communication that's different between the central government and the first branch of government. So we're having the conversations, like myself and the chair of this committee has had many conversations. I've also had conversations with you, things that needs to really change. And because we're having this kind of collaboration, this is why this hearing is totally different today, that it's more of a conversation versus an adversarial situation. And that's what needs to happen going forward in order for us to succeed.
Okay. Thank you very much. I won't abuse my time. Thank you for the flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and we're moving towards wrap up at this time. But I wanted to ask you, Director, I see you slide that one in about you don't want to be confrontational, you want to be conversational. I like that slide by there. But, I mean, it makes sense. It really, truly makes sense as we move forward. In regards to our health care, sometimes I think of it as a crisis here in this territory, the need for us to really look at the uncompensated care, our need to airlift our infrastructure and environment, our aging community, our sickness of our community. And I know that in your testimony you talk about these semi-autonomous agencies that certainly need to start to wean off of the central government. But for some reason, I believe that our health care really is in a unique situation. Do you see the need for us to continue to support them in this endeavor and perhaps even prioritize some additional funding to get them on par until such time that they're in a better footing to be able to be self-sufficient?
Currently, we're looking at the healthcare system as a whole. As a member of the board, we actually sat and actually had conversations with any other systems in Orlando and in Miami, and we looked at a structure that here's how we could look at partnerships to improve the actual healthcare system. There might not be a situation where you have to have a specialist, like a neurosurgeon in the Virgin Islands, but if we have a partnership with Advent Health or Orlando Health, which is massive in size, their revenues in the billions, we can actually say, well, here it is, instead of trying to figure out, we ship the person off island and get zero revenue, we can have a partnership that says, here it is, we share the revenue, which might be an 80-20 split, but before we were getting zero. So things like that, we're looking at how do we partner in terms of, they have a nursing school at Advent Health. How do we now have our nurses intern at Advent Health and have their nurses intern here? So these are the things we're looking at. How do we partner Advent Health University with our university? So things like that from the healthcare wise. The board as a whole is looking at the entire structure, not just to include, well, it's going to be one CEO, one CFO, but not that. We're looking at the overall structure, what partnerships fit, and how do we improve that moving forward. In the interim, you might provide funding, but funding at what level is one thing, but funding needs to come with accountability.
Correct.
And responsibility.
Yes.
Not we just sitting here and saying, I'm going to continue to throw bad money after bad ideas. We're going to move down in a situation where we, as a collective, the community as a whole, need to understand we can't continue to build it and think they're going to come. And that's the University of the Virgin Islands, that they're having a medical school that they're talking about coming here for $14 million additional dollars. Where's the business plan? Where's the business case? We no longer can do that. We don't have the availability of funds just to throw away to say, well, here it is, I'm going to build 2 buildings and expect a medical school to appear tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. And we have to make sure that we actually don't do those kind of investments going forward.
Well, I am hoping that we can continue to have those conversations, because I think healthcare is definitely important and is one of those priority items that we need to undertake as we go into the out years of this. I wanted to ask you, Public Finance Authority, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director Simmons, in regards to the Rum Cover Over and the permanency, what efforts is being made for, and I know that the governor had spoken about this initially, but I wanted to know if there's any update or any real concerted effort being made for us to be able to retroactively, seek some of that Rum Cover Over funding. And what do you see as a perspective moving forward in terms of continue to support our SPV and GRS?
Good afternoon, Senator. The retroactive portion of the cover over is going to be a challenge to be able to receive. We were successful after a whole lot of lobbying to be able to get the permanency effective January 1. We continue to push. We haven't given up. We continue to push. We have our Washington team continuously working to try and get the retroactive portion from 2022. But we have to be realistic that it's going to be a challenge to be able to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. And I'm hoping, I'm praying that we can still look at that retroactive payment, even though it's challenging and difficult. So we intend with the 1325 that we should see that number improve going into the new year. Actually, we get funding when it's October, and October.
The advance will be received around October 1st. Yes.
Right. Yeah. So we'll be able to see that 1325 by then, or we still have to wait on that?
Well, the advance will be based. It would be a split. The October 1 to December projected collections would be based on the 1050, and January to September will be based on the 1325.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I missed that. Say that again, please. I'm sorry.
The advance for October to December will be based on the 1050 per proof gallon, and January to September will be based on the 1325.
Okay, so there'll be a hybrid, a split on that.
Yes.
Yes, sir. A point of information, Senator Joseph. Brief, you were going to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And your question just triggered a question for me to the Director of PFA. Now let's switch to the other item that we need to get additional monies from that is owed to the government, the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund. We haven't been seeing our rightful amount coming to the coffers of the Virgin Islands since Diageo relocated from Puerto Rico to the Virgin Islands. What is the administration, what is the sense of the PFA to go after those additional monies that are due to us? And have you been keeping an accrued balance of how much is due to us based on that shift, Mr. Simmons?
The Caribbean Basin Initiative is based on a formula that has been determined by Treasury. The formula is in effect, and it sets a minimum that the VI is entitled to and a maximum that Puerto Rico is entitled to. Those minimum, maximum are in effect and are being distributed. We have had conversations with Treasury since Diageo came to try and get the formula changed based on the percentage of rum that's produced in each territory. We have not been successful in that effort. Several years ago, when shortly after Diageo relocated, and there was so much conversation in Congress about limiting the cover over, it was decided that the prudent thing to do at that point was to back off of that approach so as not to create any more controversy regarding the cover over. So that is where we're at. Treasury has not seen our position on that, and so we have not engaged in recent years on that.
So we need to do it with this present administration. Ask him about that.
Yeah, go ahead, real quickly.
I think because we have seen the permanency of the Rum Cover Over under this administration, maybe we need to take a look again at it. Is it worth exploring? I mean, the only thing they could say is no, and we have been getting a no.
It is worth exploring, no question. We haven't. you know, timing is everything, you know.
Yes.
And so when we lobbying for some of these issues, because, you know, our approach has to be to the Congress. Treasury has been firm in they're following the law. The law says this is the formula, and they just apply it.
Not to interrupt you, Mr. Simmons, but that's under a different administration. Let us try under this administration. Let us continue to press forward because Diageo is here, and our people deserve our fair share. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. At this time, I'll allow you a 30-second wrap-up. And I must express my appreciation of working along with the financial team and the Office of OMB as well as Department of Finance, specifically in really working through this budget process. We're nearing the end. We're going to budget markup shortly, so we'll have a lot more conversations. So any updated on those numbers, please go ahead and forward them to us. And you know, so we appreciate the work that has been done and many conversations that we have had. And I believe that this has really made this budget cycle a good one, where we're able to really, you know, get into the numbers and the reality of what's happening in government.
On behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, Albert Bryan Jr., we would like to, as part of the financial team, would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the budget wrap-up process. And we look forward to having future conversations in the markup process that we actually can come with a final budget that actually benefits all the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank the central staff, certainly the post-audit staff, for the many late nights trying to drag numbers out of some of these agencies. You know, we appreciate the work that has been put forth. You know, I want to thank everyone, my colleagues, the committee members as well as the non-committee members for participating. Thank you for your testimony today. And again, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of August the 18th, August the 19th, 2025 is hereby adjourned. God bless.